Okay. I would like to call the meeting of the Prince William County School Board to order. The purpose of this meeting, the meeting of the Prince William County School Board is being conducted electronically under the Virginia Code 2.23708.2 and authority granted by the General Assembly on April 22, 2020 through the Amendment 28 to House Bill 29, which permits the school board to meet electronically during the pendency of this current state of emergency for the purpose of transacting such business as is statutory required or necessary to continue operations of the Prince William County Public Schools and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. A motion is in order for the approval of the closed session agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilk,
I make the motion to approve the closed session agenda.
do we have a second? Ms. Argopor seconds. Any discussion? Please vote. And Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
She was here earlier.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
great. Oh, I like that background, Ms. Ralston, looking sharp. We have,
Vote is
and then,
7 yes, 1
Could be
absent.
orange.
Motion passed.
okay, so the motion passes 7 yes, 1 absent. Williams. Next, moving on to the motion to enter closed session. A motion's in order. Mr. Wilk?
Mr. Chairman, I approve the motion. Where is it?
You got to read the recommendation there.
Gotta read.
Sorry, thanks, guys. Where am I? Mr. Chairman, I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the closed session agenda as recommended.
Next item. Next item. We're on 2.
I'm in 2.01. Oh, Mr. Chairman, it's been a while since I've been vice chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's been a while. I move that pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711, that our school board enter closed session for the following reasons. 1, to discuss with staff the appointment, transfer, release, assignment, and promotion of specific employees under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711. And 2, to discuss and consult with legal counsel regarding the request of the religious exemptions pertaining to specific students under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A, 2, and 8. And 3, to evaluate the clerk of our school board and approve annual goals for the office of the school board clerk for 2021 under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 and 4, to consult with division counsel and staff regarding specific personnel, student legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice and actual or probable litigation under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1, 2, 7, and 8, and 5, to evaluate division counsel and approve annual performance goals for the Office of Division Counsel for 2021, including discussion of specific legal matters and actual and probable litigation under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1, 7, and 8, and 6, to discuss the performance goals of the superintendent under Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds the motion. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
yes,
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 absent. Williams, motion passed.
7 yes, 1 absent. Williams, motion passes. We will now, the Prince William County School Board will now enter closed session to return to open session in approximately 1 hour. The Prince William County School Board will now return to open session from closed session. A closed session certification is required at this time. A motion is in order. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Give me 1 second. I move that pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712, the closed session of the Prince William County School Board meeting of October 7th, 2020 be certified by adopting the following resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Prince William County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters that were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard and discussed or considered by the school board.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Oh, Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote? Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
8 yes, unanimous, motion passes. We have a series of action items coming out of closed session. A motion is in order for 9.01.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointments and releases of specific employees as presented in closed session.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes, 8 yes, unanimous. 9.02, motions in order. 9.02.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the performance evaluation of the clerk of the school board and the 2020-21 year school year annual goals for the office of the school board clerk as presented in closed session.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Ms. Jessie, yes. Ms. Ralston? Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes. That's 2 yeses.
Vote is 8 yes, motion passed.
8 yeses, motion passes. Carol, can I take these others in one? I got to do these one by one? Where's division count?
I tried to do that earlier when
Oh, so
I
we gotta go
put
one
them
by
on
one.
here,
All
so
right.
they're one by one.
So we have a series of these. We're going to go through this a little bit onerous. We have a motion for 9.03. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I move that the Prince William County School Board exempt the students in case RE 20-1, RE 20-2, RE 20-3, RE 20-4, RE 20-5, and RE 20-6 from compulsory school attendance under 22.1-24B1 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended, with the provision that the school board retains its rights to again review the request at a time when the children are of sufficient age to consider their beliefs separate from and in conjunction with the beliefs of their parents.
Do I have a second? Ms. Wall seconds the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes 8 yes, unanimous. 9.04.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board exempt a student in case RE 20-7 from compulsory school attendance under 22.1-254B1 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended, with the provision the school board retains its rights to again review the request at the time when the child is of sufficient age to consider their beliefs separate from and in conjunction with the beliefs of their parents.
Do I have a second? Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes 8 yes. 9.05.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board exempt the students in case RE 20-8 and RE 20-9 from compulsory school attendance under 22.1-254B1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, with the provision that the school board retain its rights to again review the request at a time when the children are of sufficient age to consider their beliefs separate from and in conjunction with the beliefs of their parents.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes unanimous, 8 yes. 907,
906.
6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board exempt students in case RE 20-10, RE 20-11, and RE 20-12 from compulsory school attendance under 22.1-254B1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, with the provision that the school board retain its rights to again review the request at a time when the children are of sufficient age to consider their beliefs separate from and in conjunction with the beliefs of their parents.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote.
Yes.
Ms. Jessie, yes. Great. Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes. 907,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board exempt the students in case RE 20-13, RE 20-14, RE 20-15 from the compulsory school attendance under 22.1-254B1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, with the provision that the school board retain its rights to again review at the request at a time when the children are of sufficient age to consider their beliefs separate from and in conjunction with the beliefs of their parents.
do I have a second? Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes. 908,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the performance evaluation of Division Council and the 2020-21 school year annual goals for the Division Council as presented in closed session.
do I have a second? Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? No discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
Is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Outstanding. Very good. That is the end of action items for closed session. Okay, I would like to call the meeting now officially, the open session of the Prince William County School Board to order. This meeting of the Prince William County School Board is being conducted electronically under Virginia Code 223708.2 and the authority granted by the General Assembly on April 22nd, 2020 through Amendment 28 to House Bill 29, which permits the school board to meet electronically during pendency of the current state of emergency for the purpose of transacting such business as is statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the Prince William County Public Schools and the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. We will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ben, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Next, we'll have the approval of the agenda. Motions in order. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that, I move that the public meeting, move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting agenda as recommended.
Do I have a second? Ms. Zargarpur seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
And the vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes 8 yes. Adoption of the consent agenda. A motion is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting consent agenda as recommended.
Do I have a second? Ms. Wall seconds. Any discussion? As seeing no discussion, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms.
Yes.
Ralston? Ms. Ralston votes yes.
And the vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Motion passes. Next, we're coming to the time for citizen comments. Due to the COVID-19, right? Are we on citizen comments? Yeah, right. Due to the COVID-19 state of emergency and legal restrictions on the school board's authority to conduct its meetings through electronic means, unlike other public bodies meeting electronically under more expansive legal authority, all discussions at this meeting by board members, staff, and citizens must be limited to the agenda items. Citizens may speak on an agenda item for 2 minutes. When the board is able to resume regular meetings without the virtual participation permitted during the state of emergency, expanded citizen comments will be resumed as provided by Policy 134. In the interim, citizen comment time has been reinstated on a limited basis in order to allow public comment both in person and through electronic means during the state of the emergency. Those citizens who have signed up in advance with the school board clerk via email no later than 4 p.m. Wednesday, October 7, 2020, may address the school board in person or virtually on agenda items. There are 27 speakers who have signed up to speak in person this evening, and 23 have signed up to speak virtually. I don't have my normal thing here, but there will be a timer on the screen for 2 minutes. The timer will, I think, go yellow with 30 seconds, go red with 10 seconds. We have a lot of speakers tonight, and it is by no means that I am trying to offend, but we will keep it to 2 minutes, and I will ask when we hit the 2-minute mark to go ahead and complete your remarks, and we will move to the next speaker. Again, please use proper decorum. If you don't, we will ask you to stop. So I will start with the folks in person, and I will just call you. I'll call 4 names if you want to come up to the front of the room to take the 4 seats up front, if you so wish, or you can come when your turn is up. Mr. Jahanzeb Akbar, Carrie Chambers, Ovetta Scott, Sandra Kern. Mr. Jahanzeb Akbar, first. Okay, fine. Okay. Can they hear us in the lobby?
Hello, everyone. My name is JB Akbar, and after working in business for 5 years, I didn't know that the first elevator pitch I'd be giving would be here tonight in under 2 minutes, pleading for the safety and sanity of my fellow teachers and students. But wait, sorry, before I begin, why are you guys sitting so far from each other? That has to be more than 6 feet, and didn't you get the memo? It's supposed to be only 3 feet. I guess I saw that at bars and restaurants too, and I was confused. Wait, did I actually get a memo? No, I think it was on Twitter that I read something, or maybe it's one of the students that called out something during my classes, one of the barrages of questions that I got that I had no answers to. Yeah, it couldn't have been a memo from the district because, that would explain effective communication, and that's not something that we're really good at in this county, it seems. Sorry, you have to forgive my sarcasm because, you see, I'm a mess of emotions right now. I'm angry at the world because, once again, it has to be teachers who shamelessly advocate for themselves, except this time the hashtag is not red for ed, it's dead for ed. Or maybe it's because I'm confused as how we seem to be spending so much time and money for this plan to return to, for the disruption of return to learning or disruption of education, I'm not sure which one it is, when we only have a handful of school days until the end of this calendar year. But, I'm no expert in child psychology, but I know that routines matter. And just as we started getting into the routine and rhythm with our students as teachers, here you are to disrupt us. A friend of mine, a colleague, he told me once that we spend so much time coming up with mission statements for each school year, when really we should be united under one metric. Does it help or hurt student learning? So I ask you, all these changes, all this disruption, does it help student learning? In chorus with thousands of educators in this county, I'm here to tell you it doesn't. I'm also here to tell you that this community is my home. I've invested basically every single thing in it, and I will remember tonight the decisions you make about it. Thank you.
Carrie Chambers.
I don't know if this needs to be sanitized or not.
Okay, teachers and schools are working hard, and I appreciate all that they're doing. However, the virtual platform is not accessible or equitable to anything but the mainstream student or higher. Students with learning disabilities, mental health issues, and/or a lack of parental support are the ones that are truly suffering from this environment. Let me give you an example of an assignment in Canvas for my third grader. Here are the directions. Print out the map of Africa. Lightly shade the continent with your pencil. Use the map on page 26 of the student edition to draw, color, and label the 3 surrounding bodies of water, the 3 geographic features identified by the red flags on page 26. Draw and label the path of the Nile, trace over it with blue. Maybe not too complicated for a third grader that has excellent reading skills, comprehension, or has an adult next to them. Daunting for a student with a learning disability and no parental support. This is just one example and not the most difficult I have come across in my third graders' Canvas. So I ask you, Prince William Education Association, how can you state as to one of your reasons to stay virtual is to ensure equity and continuity for all learners when all learners aren't currently receiving an accessible and equitable education? Additionally, PWEA, you claim a reason to stay virtual is because the economic disadvantaged minority and English language learners had barriers voicing their choice. Let's look at the barrier. They had to do it virtually and through technology. And I agree, doing everything virtually and through technology is creating barriers to an equitable education for all students in Prince William County. There is a disconnect in what is open versus not what is open. Private schools are back in person, some full-time. Daycares are open. Child sports and activities are back in full swing. Once again, everybody with resources, whether it be financial, time, or ability, are able to give the kids what they need to continue their educational, emotional, and social development, and a portion of our society is being left behind. The barriers that we worked so hard to break down have now been put up for a big portion
Thank
of our
you.
population.
Ovetta Scott. Ovetta Scott. Next will be Sandra Kern, just for.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Superintendent Dr. Waltz. My name is Ovetta Scott, and my address on file. Tonight's magic number is 10, because that's the number of days of in-person instruction that a student will receive in the 50-50 hybrid model if it is executed on November 10th until winter break. Let's be clear, students may not truly receive quality instruction on the first couple of days because with change, new norms and routines will have to be established. But for calendar purposes, we will keep 10 as our magic number. I know that some parents want their child to return to school because they are finding virtual learning difficult and they want their child to be back in the classroom. I, however, fail to understand why this community is willing to try normal while an incurable, unpredictable, contagious disease that prevents socialization still exists. This school board and superintendent is willing to risk the health of students to continue asynchronous learning, which is still virtual, and have teachers perform dual roles of instruction just to have school open. As teachers, we want to provide quality instruction, but these conditions make our job very strenuous, which is not an example of world-class education. At the July meeting, I spoke here and I warned this body that COVID-19 is blind and will enter our school buildings and come after our staff and students, and it did. When you add more people into the building, you are increasing the rate of infection in this county. COVID-19 spreads from person to person, as stated on the CDC website. You are about to give this disease 10 days during flu season to have its way with our students and staff. This is not creating a safe working environment for anyone. 10 will not be magic for this school district. Thank you.
Sandra Kern.
Good evening, my name is Sandra Kern, and my address is on file. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here to advocate for the education for total transparency as we navigate the second quarter return to learning. The brick and mortars of students, that's their expectation, that's their foundation. Knowledge is power. There is a standing virtual choice, Allowing schools to remain closed is taking away a very principle of education that I advocate for, a free and appropriate public education, which is FAPE. It's not acceptable to abandon our children in their bedrooms, in dining room tables. In-person learning impacts children. Direct services in classrooms with teachers and peers is essential. The grid and many IEPs and virtually is below the minimums, not working. I've attended more events for mental health and suicide prevention for teens in this past 2 weeks because of the COVID and learning to encourage others to be informed. I'm concerned our children are disengaging, being isolated and abandoned, finding no supports from a school computer. Face it, at home the cameras are off. Those kids aren't in class. We need to be working towards the goal of education that grows young minds. Not everyone virtually is equally engaged successfully in academics. The hybrid 50-50 in-person learning plan is to assure students and teachers a safe transition back to our classrooms. Returning second quarter is paramount for many. In-person should be clear directions. We're not wishy-washy. We mask up, we sanitize, we communicate. Holding back our future helpers, healers, and humanitarians is not progress. October is National Awareness for Dyslexia. Please let's think of those 1 in 5 children that are struggling to decode and encode. Reading is a life skill. We can do better. At the end of the day, I'm just a mom. But those children that are crying that want to be in school, I will advocate for them. Thank you, Principal and Board.
Susan Burhouse. Susan Burhouse next, and then after her will be Kimberly Cresswell, Jake Harris, and Stephanie Myers.
Hello, thank you for listening to us all on this emotionally charged session. I need to tell you, my emotion is that I kind of hate this whole thing, the social media stuff and the stuff going on outside, the animosity, the judgments. I don't want any part of it, but I really feel like I needed to come speak. I've got 5th, 9th, and 12th graders, and my older kids in particular, they need to be back in a classroom to learn and to engage, but I feel that their experiences are being dismissed. Maybe it's because we look fine on paper. We're really fortunate to have internet. We have devices, spaces for them to work. We do have an adult at home most of the time. So the right pieces look to be in place for us. I guess it's easy for others to assume we must be fine, but I can assure you the status quo is unsustainable for my high school kids. What makes it even worse is that what we're hearing doesn't match our truth. We're being told that virtual has been proven successful and that high school students in particular are adjusting better. I know it's working in some cases, I'm not going to dispute that, but trying to generalize to all students or certain groups of students, certain ages, that can invalidate individuals' experiences. The biggest challenge for my high school kids is lack of engagement. This is no fault of the teachers. They're amazing. They're working so hard. But my kids' classmates, even one of my own kids, they're on mute. They're off camera. It's dull. It's boring. There's no connections. They don't even know who their classmates are. Kids are all different. We know that. For my kids, having this time just all alone, having to teach themselves advanced high school classes, they can't learn like that. Take my oldest, he used to be lively and joyous in school, but his strengths are grounded in class discussion, interactions, debates. There's nothing that's working for him right now. So I'm sure we're going to continue to hear a lot of assumptions, generalizations, hyperbole, and as you move to consider maybe keeping high schoolers or maybe everyone virtual indefinitely, please just don't base your decisions on assumptions that invalidate kids' needs.
Kimberly Cresswell. Kimberly Cresswell.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Cresswell. I've been a registered nurse in the ICU and the ER for 15 years. I have 3 kids, including a 1st and 4th grader. This pandemic has completely dismantled our lives. It's understandable. There has been much we didn't know. Thankfully, due to the abundance of caution our society has taken, our lives are slowly returning back to normal. Unfortunately, our children have been impacted the greatest. They've lost the enriched learning experience they once had, their social skills are declining, and this has taken a tremendous toll on their emotional well-being. I understand how difficult it is to suddenly react to this situation. I appreciate the hard work our school administration and teachers had to endure to make these proper adjustments. However, the reality is that a virus will not go away anytime soon, even with the vaccine. It will not just disappear. No one can guarantee when it will be 100% safe. But when has anything been 100% safe guaranteed. We must adjust like we always adjust when something new strikes us. By implementing what every other business and public facility is doing, we can minimize the spread and make schools safe for both teachers and students. What brings me here to speak in person today is organizations like the PWA that are demanding we prolong this fully virtual model. These teachers that I personally know who are vacationing, shopping, attending social gatherings, some during the middle of the school day. How can they justify engaging in these social activities yet refuse to come back to the workplace? What other profession would allow that? That would never fly with nurses, grocery store workers, waiters, UPS drivers? Are we supposed to single out the teachers and make it okay for them to stay home until this all blows over? And at what point will they agree when it's safe to return to school? If we don't act now, then when? Scientific evidence in the CDC already proves that schools can open back up. And with the right safety measures in place, just like businesses, youth sports, and other schools have already done, staying fully virtual until there is no more risk is unrealistic and cannot be justified in any way. We need to move forward, and parents need to have a choice and a say in the matter. Prince William County surveys showed that 79% of parents were choosing to send their kids back to school. This 50-50 hybrid model will help us advance in a cautious manner where we can carefully evaluate the situation and inform next steps towards fully opening.
Thank you. Jake Harris. Jake Harris. After Jake Harris will be Stephanie Myers, Elizabeth Gatto, Michelle Taylor.
Hello, my name is Jake Harris, and I get like headaches almost every day, and it hurts really bad. And I feel like if we were in school, like this is affecting my after-school activities. Like I do ballet and contemporary dance, and like one day I had to skip because I had headaches. These are all coming through being on the screen all day. And another issue we have with this is that some people don't even stay at the screen. My teacher told me a story that she said one of the kids joined, and then he never left. He was on the class for like 6 more hours, and she just let it go on and on and on. And then, like, there's some good things about this, but they're not like all that good. Like, there's so much stuff that is bad about it, so much stuff that is good about it, but like more bad stuff. And it just makes like me go, I have all these crazy emotions, and I'm in the gifted program, right? And I've had so much hard stuff to do, it aggravated me so much because I had to get my parents in. There was so much questions being asked by me because I didn't know what I had to do. There's so many buttons that I had to push, so much stuff that I didn't know because I'm not the best at tech. And if a teacher calls on me or something, my eyes start to water because I'm not really good at being and talking in front of a lot of people. So it's really hard for me. And so I had to say thank you so much for your time.
Stephanie Myers.
We meet. I'm a nurse. I work for this county. As a school nurse, I've worked in the ER. I'm not asking anyone to get sick. I currently go into the schools. I wear my mask. I sanitize. I clean. This needs to be our new normal so we can open up more classrooms for our children, like my son, who's at a critical age for developing his sensitive mind. He has so much incredible potential, but we need to help from the schools to get him back in the classroom and limit the electronics. I go into the schools to be there for kids with IEPs. Why can't my son, who has an IEP, attend a school for less screen time and get a fair and equal education? According to an article published by Cambridge University, half of mental health problems develop by adolescents. Therefore, there is an urgent need to identify factors linked to mental health issues in our community. Many studies have found significant associations between screen time and poor well-being. Some students may be able to self-regulate their time on the computer. However, my son is wired different. Imagine having a son that is very gifted and can tell you every name of the presidents, can recite word for word what he's read, can tell you everyone's name, everyone's names and birthdays in their school, jumps on the trampoline and enjoys reading. Now imagine a kid who's obsessed with electronics, with an inability to reason as a typical child, a kid that doesn't respond to you when you say his name. Imagine a kid that last year in 3rd grade, when he asked you how your day was, I cried, because that was the first genuine question he's ever had about feelings. Imagine a kid that ate turkey, liked it, and I cried, because it was the first time he didn't gag on something other than mac and cheese and peanut butter and J. Now imagine a kid now that flaps his hand and tightens his muscles and holds his breath, stimming, when he watches videos on the computer screen during school. A kid so obsessed with technology, taking it out of his hands is like reasoning with a heroin addict. He's now on the screen for 6 hours a day. Imagine a kid hitting his head out of frustration because he can't talk because he's muted, goes into distress because of the minor changes in routine. Imagine a child now that has trouble sleeping at night because it's too much stimulation from the computer screen.
Thank you.
Imagine a child who rarely focuses and never partakes in true give and take conversation,
Thank
who now
you.
stuck back in their own little world.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Elizabeth Gatto. After Ms. Gatto will be Michelle Taylor, Michael Bonanno, Dr. Bishop.
This is the problem with masks, and don't start my timer yet. Okay. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Gatto. I'm a mother of a 4th grader at Prince William County Public School. I will say virtual learning is not working. I'll repeat, virtual learning is not working. And I would say that my daughter's basically doing self-paced 4th grade. I don't know about you guys, but my first self-paced class was in college. But enough about my situation, let's discuss the facts. The American Academy of Pediatrics strongly advocates that all policy considerations for the coming school year should start with the goal of having students physically present. The CDC states the best available evidence from the countries that have open schools indicate COVID-19 poses low risk to school-age children and suggests that children are unlikely to be major drivers of the spread of the virus. Reopening schools creates opportunity to invest in the education, well-being, and the future of one of America's greatest assets, our children. When surveyed, the majority of Prince William County parents, 79.7%, indicated they plan to send their children to school in the fall. I gathered some comments of parents and received over 140. I will read a few. Most of them were similar. The workload provided has my 9th grader working on assignments until 10, 11 p.m. at night. My 11-year-old cries on and off during the day out of frustration with the virtual system. My 9-year-old does not really grasp the whole concept of virtual learning, has trouble completing assignments. My freshman in high school is failing in just about everything because he can't figure out how to submit and navigate his way and keep up. A mother of a 1st and 2nd grader says they used to love school, now they hate it. They hate the computer, dread getting on every day. Every assignment results in a huge tantrum. My 11-year-old is being treated for depression and anxiety as a result of virtual learning. My 1st grader lays on the floor crying from Zoom fatigue. Virtual learning has cost me my full-time job. My kids will always come first, but the bills are going to be fun to figure out. Just a few examples. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Let's stop this insanity and send our kids back to school.
Thank you. Michelle Taylor.
I'm going to adjust this real quick. Hi, I'm Michelle Taylor. I'm a high school teacher here in Prince William County. I'm here because I'm disappointed in the lack of transparency that I feel like has happened between the board and the rest of the community. And I'm here because I don't think parents truly understand what they are signing up for their kids for when they're choosing the in-person option. I hear a lot of parents saying that virtual is not a conducive environment for my child. And while I understand that, I am here to tell you what an in-person environment is going to look like, at least from a high school standpoint. This has all been things that have been communicated to me by my admin. All teachers will have a mixture of virtual students and in-person students, and teachers will all be live streaming their lessons from their classrooms. That means most teachers that I have spoken to will still be using the same software, websites, and resources that they have been using in order to keep things equitable. Those things are not going to be changing. Students will not be allowed to remove masks, leave their desks, visit drinking fountains, or walk around the classroom. Teachers have been encouraged to remove extra desks, to remove extra posters, and all interactives from our classrooms because they are impossible for us to keep properly sanitized. Additionally, students will still be expected to log into Zoom 2 days a week when they are currently at home. So what does your student benefit from this new thing? They are going to get 40 extra minutes of additional lessons a week, which is fantastic. I like that. But here's some other things that they're going to get. An earlier start time, shorter lunches, a 30-minute wait at the beginning or end of school because of staggered bus times, and they will no longer be able to attend flex or student or teacher office hours because those will be removed. Furthermore, what happens if a student or teacher contracts COVID? Well, your guess is as good as mine because this is from the Prince William County website. Prince William County Health Services team will work with Prince William County Health District to determine next steps. I don't know what those next steps are because those have not been defined or given to us. There are too many unanswered questions with this current plan and only a month for everything to get planned. The CDC has listed Prince William County as being a high risk for COVID. If we go back,
Thank you,
we
Ms.
will
Taylor.
get it. Thank you.
Michael Bonanno.
Good evening. I have a high school daughter. These are some comments from Dr. Laura Sterney from Johns Hopkins University regarding student health. One of the major consequences of the transition to online learning is the impact of student health, specifically sleep habits, such as altered sleep cycles. Exposure to light in the evening, especially blue light from computer screens, may suppress nocturnal melatonin secretion and alter circadian rhythms, which can cause difficulties falling asleep, staying asleep, waking up, and daytime fatigue. Virtual learning has increased the amount of time students spend on digital devices every day, which can affect a student's physical and mental health. Increased screen time usage has been found to be linked to increases in depression, anxiety, and perceived attention problems. Students are struggling to create an environment free of distractions and develop the necessary organizational skills to stay on top of their assignments, noting that these difficulties can affect students' mental health. Online learning has also affected physical activity levels for students. Not walking between classes has made students stationary for hours in front of their computers and make them feel extremely sluggish and lazy. My observations: how many elementary and middle school students do you know that have a good time management skills? There's less accountability for the students, less interaction with other students, less interaction with teachers, and much more work. Imagine learning statistics, algebra, and chemistry through class notes and not actual instruction by the teachers. This is actually happening to my daughter. I asked the school board to take a vote to get our children back in school. Don't rely on the superintendent. You were elected. You make the decision. Don't shuck it off to the superintendent. Thank you.
Dr. Bishop. After Dr. Bishop, we have Maggie Gifaldi and Luna Gifaldi.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Monica Bishop. Thank you to the board members who responded so positively to my Why We Wear Our Mask video concept. I look forward to seeing it come to fruition to educate students and faculty on the importance of mask and hand hygiene compliance to keep our school community safe when we are back in it. I want to continue by reminding everyone of an important point. Virtual education was created to be a temporary bridge during the gap in in-person education. Please tell me that our goal is to continue to progress towards 100% in-person, where we know the overwhelming majority of our students will receive a world-class, well-rounded education that will prepare them for adulthood. To get from point A 100% virtual to point B 100% in person, we must walk the line, and if that is 50-50 hybrid for all school levels, my family is for it. Board of County Supervisors Ann Wheeler sent my family a thoughtful email regarding the $25 million CARES Act that they approved for our Return to Learn plan. She said it was approved, and I quote, to ensure an equitable education for all during this unprecedented time and to ensure a safe learning environment for all, end quote. Despite the amazing efforts of our caring and hardworking educators, 100% virtual is not providing an equitable education, and it is not safe for all. My 2 high school children are not okay. Those are their words. Even though they have 2 parents who love and support them, they are struggling mentally and academically. Sadly, we have many students who are not supported at home or are being abused and neglected. It is your duty to provide a safe learning environment. The extended isolation and virtual learning are causing unhealthy changes in our children's brain, eye, physical, social, and psychological development. Prolonged stress leads to inflammation, making our immune systems weaker to fight off even simple infections or viruses. The earlier we return to a modified normal where we are sharing experiences near one another, the sooner we will be mentally and physically stronger. It is imperative that all ages, grades K through 12, begin returning to their classrooms this November. If not, high school dropout rates will increase, teen suicides will increase, and this will create a wider gap in inequity for the economically disadvantaged. Their mental and physical health and academic success depend on receiving in-person education.
Maggie Gafaldi and Luna Gafaldi, or Maggie first.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. In May of this year, my husband, myself, and our 4 school-aged children moved to Woodbridge, Virginia after living in Germany for 10 years. So we have seen firsthand how the German and European authorities have dealt with this COVID situation at the start of it. With countries like Germany saying that they will avoid mass school closures even if new cases surge again, and instead isolate affected areas or schools and increase COVID-19 testing, we need to look at why. Why are they doing this? What are the facts? According to the CDC, in an article entitled "The Importance of Reopening America's Schools This Fall," extended school closures deprive children who live in unsafe homes and neighborhoods of an important layer of protection from neglect, as well as physical, sexual, and emotional maltreatment and abuse. Also, a 2018 Department of Health and Human Services report found that teachers and other educational staff were responsible for reporting more than 1/5 of all reported child abuse cases. So what's happening now? During the COVID-19 closures, there's been a decrease in reporting, yet an increase in evidence of abuse as seen in the emergency rooms. Without in-person schooling, students don't have access to the other needed services such as one-on-one counseling, which is so crucial for many kids ages K through 12. As written by the CDC, the extended closures can be harmful to children's mental health and it can increase the likelihood that children engage in unhealthy behaviors. A study in Germany was conducted by the Leipzig Research Center for Early Childhood Development, and they found that isolation at home is damaging to the mental health of children, especially those from poorer families. Our children are growing up in these neighborhoods with kids who are directly affected by these statistics and studies. What will be the ripple effect, just like she mentioned earlier, in our neighborhood 6 months, a year from now? What is going to take for someone to notice this? And there's so much to say. Anyways, there's so many examples in Britain, what they're doing. In Germany, keep the windows open. We can wear masks. If we look to what other countries and states and counties are doing, we have plenty of models and examples for our own classrooms. We have teachers that are most capable. You guys are capable of creatively coming up with ways to learn how to maneuver through these new norms. They have the skill. They can do it.
Luna Gafaldi, and I'm sorry I wasn't looking at the clock, but I will keep strict to the time, please.
I'm a student at Saunders Middle School. I just moved from Germany. I'm speaking here today because I strongly believe that all students that want to should have the opportunity to go back to normal school. I recently moved, so I have practically no friends. I think you've all been in I think you've all been in health class, the adults at the very least, so you have to understand when I say that it's not good for a child's mental health to not see any friends, especially if they have no siblings. I'm an introvert. I read over 45 books this past year, and even I think I need friends. I do understand if teachers or students say that they don't want to go to school because of COVID-19, but it really impacts a student's learning when they can't see classmates and teachers face to face. In Germany, we did online school, and my teachers' personalities were not shown much when we did meetings. After all, they had barely enough time to give lectures and lessons because they were only limited to 30 minutes. In each class, I get around 1 to 5 assignments a class period. And if you're really lucky, one of your teachers will assign you no homework. 7th graders have 8 different classes, 4 classes a day, and 16 classes online a week. You do the math on how much assignments a 7th grade student gets on an average week. The reason why we get that amount is that it's the assignments we would usually do in class and homework combined. We don't get enough time to do work after Zoom classes because teachers like to begin lessons early, and they like us in meetings early so we can do warm-ups for class. We only get 5-minute breaks between class, and usually my school day starts at 7:30 and ends at 3:30 to 4:30 because of schoolwork and meetings. That is around 8 to 9 hours behind a computer screen. I have scoliosis, and sitting around all day is bad for my spinal health and, of course, for other students and teachers as well. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. The next 4 will be, and Jennifer Tallman can come up to the front. After that will be Tara Latif, Vivian Quint, Catherine Smart.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Lateef and the board and Dr. Waltz for listening to the concerns of all citizens. I'm a middle school teacher in the county here, and at my school we have two mottos this year to approach our student learning. The first one is show up for your students. The second one is control the controllables. So I'm here to show up for my students tonight, and I'm asking you to control some of the controllables that we have no control over. My first question is, can we return safely? My second question is, can we do so without further diminishing effective instruction? I had a different speech plan for today, but I went to Benton Middle School. I got my flu shot, and I ran into a friend. We started chatting. We had our masks on, socially distanced, and I had to ask her 3 or 4 times, what? Can you repeat that? What? There was nobody else interrupting us, but I could not hear her. My biggest fear is that with this plan, my students will not be able to access me. My students have to learn in Zoom according to this 50-50 plan. We have to conduct the Zoom with our masks on. Every person who came up here tonight took their mask off because you cannot communicate effectively without a mask or with a mask on. I teach students who are ESOL students. I teach students who are hearing impaired. The plan, as it is put forth, does not allow me to teach 75% of my students without a mask on. They cannot access me. I will also be distracted from the Zoom with classroom duties. Currently, according to the numbers in my building, about 5 to 8 students will be in the classroom and the rest will be in Zoom. We are implementing this program for these students who say they cannot access Zoom. The next day, they're going to be in that Zoom, and I will have a mask on. It is diminished instruction. I ask you to reassess this. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Lateef.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Waltz. I am a pediatric neurologist, a scientist, and an epidemiologist. I have 4 children attending virtual school. For this, I extend my gratitude to you and the amazing leadership at Marshall Elementary, Benton Middle, Colgan High School, and Thomas Jefferson. The teachers worked tirelessly to make this happen. Our elementary teachers, Mrs. Minning and Ms. Harrington, are truly beyond compare. So if things are going so well, what am I doing here? I am here to speak for those who do not have a voice. I am here for my patient who cannot stand and rally because he is in a wheelchair. I'm here for the students who cannot chant protest because they are nonverbal learners. I'm here for the suicidal teens currently hospitalized. Neither they nor their families have time for histrionics in your boardroom. I'm here for the grandmother working days and evenings. She cannot take a malfunctioning laptop to her grandson's school for the 4th time. I'm here for English language learners struggling to work Canvas while their parents struggle to make a living. Just because something is working for me doesn't mean it's working for everyone. To say that virtual learning is equitable is not only a great falsehood, but it reeks of privilege. If you believe in science, remember that science demands the ability to consider multiple perspectives at once. Do we ignore the deaths caused by heart disease to focus solely on cancer? Never. Yet we tell those children with ADHD, just zoom in, just try harder. Would you tell a child with a broken leg to run on it and then grade them for it? Don't tell us you care about an achievement gap if you gouge it even deeper. Yes, there are challenging logistics, but we in healthcare have been doing this and doing it safely with mitigation. Teachers deserve to work safely under realistic expectations guided by science. We can respect the threat of the virus, but we don't have to be paralyzed by fear. When did we go from yes, we can to no, I won't? When did it become all about me, I, and mine? Please remember we are in this together. There's no perfect grades for anything in a pandemic, but we have to pass this test together.
Vivian Quint.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Vivian Quint. I am a student at Colgan High School. In order to make a local decision like this one, we must think locally and focus on the statistics local to Northern Virginia. Not America as a country, but Virginia as a state is controlling COVID well. The cases are low. I wouldn't be here if they weren't. I'm not saying that there isn't a risk. That would be naive. But the beauty of the 50-50 plan is that it sees this risk and it takes it into account. It uses logic and statistics to formulate an intricate, well-developed plan. The reason we are here today is because some people trust the plan and some people don't. I'm simply asking that the people who want to trust this plan be allowed to do so. Whether or not we get to use this 50-50 plan, it isn't going to be a win or lose situation between the people here in red and the people here in green. The 50-50 plan is a compromise. I have many friends in private school who are using the 50-50 plan almost identical to the one that we have, and it's working fine. As a society, we have prioritized opening up every other necessary public gathering other than our education. Grocery stores, Potomac Mills. I understand that this is an issue that regards only the safety of students, staff, and teachers. It is not a social issue, it is not an economic issue, and it is definitely not a political issue. But putting aside the risk of only catching the virus, take into consideration what a couple days a week of school would do to the kids struggling with mental health, the kids dealing with domestic abuse, or the kids with parents who can't speak English. I know of a Latin family who is only one of many in which two children are in elementary school, and the parents work 3 jobs, and the children sometimes just don't open their computer and don't go to school because it's that easy. I know that people are worried and that they are hesitant, but because that is understandable and it is respectable. But I want the people who want to use this 50-50 plan to be respected just as much as those people, because it is also understandable. How much longer are we going to keep saying that we can't? It is as essential as a county that we try.
Thank you, Vivian. Mr. Stevens, are you there? Mr. Stevens?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm getting information back that people at home have lost the view on the live stream on the computer. Are we back on? Anyways, can you please check on that? I'll continue to go forward. Catherine Smart, after her will be Cheryl Elsmore, Mark Dillon, Maggie Hansford.
Sorry. My name is Catherine Smart. I request that the school board keep Prince William County Schools virtual at least through the first semester. I'm speaking to you tonight from 2 perspectives. First, I'm in my 10th year as a Prince William County Schools parent. In June, my entire family was violently sick with COVID. We were infected after spending less than an hour with our contagious teenager. I spoke to the board in July about the virus's devastating impact on my family. On Monday, my younger son, a Prince William County senior, will have been fighting the after effects of COVID for 4 months. He's 6'3" and lost so much weight he dropped to 143 pounds. He couldn't eat and he had debilitating pain. Until recently, he was on 4 medications. He still needs anti-nausea medication to ensure that he can keep food down. He could not care for himself. He couldn't function before noon for months. He's still being seen by 2 physicians for residual effects of the disease. He would not have been physically able to go to school until at least 2 weeks ago. Our cases were mild. And if you want to talk about depression and anxiety, come to my house. COVID is brutal. It might not kill you, but it will maim, it will hurt, and it will ruin kids' lives. We don't know the long-term impacts of it. I'm also speaking to you as a teacher. I'm fiercely proud of my school and my fellow teachers. I love and I miss my students. My principal and my son's principal have worked tirelessly to keep us safe. It is the responsibility of the school board and the district to protect me as an employee, both in terms of my physical safety and my non-contract time. The virtual model is working because of many things, not least of which is massive amounts of unpaid teacher labor. Moving to a hybrid model will exponentially increase the demands on teachers. It will put even more pressure on teachers and staff to work long, unpaid hours to ensure the school district's plan functions. If you are aware of this, that teachers are required to work routinely beyond their contract hours, it's unconscionable to continue. I've worked between 20 and 30 unpaid hours a week since school began. So have my colleagues, our counselors, and special education professionals and staff. It is the only way to accomplish this. If we go to hybrid, that will increase, and that's not the right thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Elsmore, and then Mr. Dillon.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Elsmore, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Old Bridge Elementary School, and I'm a National Board Certified Teacher. As stated on my employee survey, I am willing and able to return to in-person instruction. However, I am here to advocate very strongly that teachers not be asked to do the impossible. Please understand that my colleagues and I have risen to every bar that has been raised. I have shed more tears and given more hours around the clock than ever before in my teaching career. My colleagues and I have pulled together and pushed through to provide a virtual kindergarten experience for our students that is positive and as hands-on as possible. We have learned to do virtual well, and we will learn to do 50-50 well, but it is beyond wrong to ask teachers to teach in a 50-50 model while simultaneously somehow broadcasting to students in the virtual setting while providing 4 days of daily new instruction. This is impossible. There are not enough hours in the day to accomplish this with excellence, equity for all students, and in the developmentally hands-on manner our early childhood students need. What I can't replicate in Zoom is the ability to observe my students' work and offer that in-the-moment feedback and support. I cannot adequately or equitably offer this to all of my students if half of my class is virtual and then just move on to new content the next day with the other half. How would this model benefit the students observing from home? The planning and preparation required for the in-person group is different than the planning and preparation required for a virtual group. Please honor teachers' request to be either in person or all virtual, and do not put any more strain on us than we already have. Please call for a vote to take more time to think this current plan. Thank you, because we want to do our jobs with excellence and best practices, and this current plan is not going to allow us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Mark Dillon.
Good evening, Board. My name is Mark Dillon. I'm a concerned taxpayer who believes in in-person schooling. Since the Prince William County schools are not conducting in-person classes at the beginning of this year, it would seem that Prince William County schools will spend less money this school year. Until the Prince William County schools go back to full-time in-person learning, I would like to ask that when the school board approves payroll items like number 13.08 on tonight's agenda, can the taxpayers see the difference between what was budgeted versus what was spent? I will also be asking the Prince William County Board of Supervisors this question. Assuming Prince William County schools have reduced costs this year due to online learning, when will the Prince William County taxpayers be receiving a refund? Thank you.
Next up would be Miss Maggie Hansford, and after Maggie Hansford will be Robert Young.
Good evening, Chair Lateef and board members. My name is Maggie Hansford, and my
Hold on
address...
1 second. I'm sorry. Jason, can we reset the clock? Thank you.
All right, thank you. My address is on file with the clerk. I am a parent of 3 students in our schools, and I'm the PWA president. Prior to taking this position, I was a speech pathologist in our schools for over 10 years. I want to start off by thanking many of you board members for speaking with our staff the other day and allowing them to share their thoughts, ideas, and concerns as they relate to the school year. Although staff has not been included in the decision-making process for tonight, I want to share my continued desire for the division to include staff as respected decision makers. There's a difference between being invited in a room where decisions are made and being a respected decision maker. I want to thank our staff for working tireless hours this first quarter. When we think that our educators just can't work more, they prove that they're able to do the heavy lifting during these mostly virtual school year. Our food service has fed thousands of students. Our transportation is showing up, given a route or not even given a route. They're showing up and waiting to be called upon. And our teachers and support staff are moving mountains as they are all first-year educators during a pandemic. My children light up when they are in class virtually. They log on and give their all, and I see their teachers doing the same. I'm grateful for our staff not giving up when it's difficult, but continuing to show up and raise the bar to make sure our students receive great education. My ask is that the division value and respect staff and that we be included in the decision-making process rather than having our overworked staff watch school board meetings for hours to find out how to report for each quarter. Please include us in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Young.
My name is Robert Young. My information is on record. I teach middle school social studies, and I'm here to show my students what active participation in government looks like. Teachers across the district feel ignored by those representing them. Many are discouraged, but we are still here to advocate for the safety of staff and students. I'm here to talk about our most valuable resource, time. Since March, teachers have flipped face-to-face education onto a virtual platform. Tomorrow, some classes will meet just for the 10th time. After 1 month, students still need to figure out and practice how to succeed virtually in their classes because technology is not going away. We need more time. If you move forward with the hybrid reopening, November 10th will mark the end of some teaching careers. For others, it represents the day they go home after work and put loved ones at risk. It represents the time I will no longer get to spend with my family. To accommodate Tier 1 teachers and those who resign, some students will be brand new to me. I will be forced to juggle in-person students, monitor virtual students on my laptop, enforce social distancing, mask wearing, and disinfect desks, instead of building relationships, reinforcing procedures, and delivering instruction. We need more time. Live up to your responsibility to make a decision that involves a realistic plan that keeps everyone safe, a plan that does not disrupt the learning of students, a plan that will not lead teachers to resign out of justified fear over their mortality, a plan that principals can use across schools in the district that factors in socioeconomic status and infection rate tied to zip code. Anything else is a blatant lack of respect for the lives you represent. We need more time. Many in the community find the COVID-19 mortality rates acceptable, but we have no idea what the long-term health risks are. Our president recently said not to live in fear of this disease. There are 200,000 plus families that have heard that, some of them in Prince William County, with firsthand experience with COVID-19. We are afraid. We are afraid for our students, and we are afraid for our families. We are afraid of November 10th. I lose sleep thinking about that date and whether the elected officials that are deciding my fate are going to do the right thing. The right thing is the safe thing. This is on you. We need more time. The virus has no respect for boundaries. It is time to trust science, but also listen to the people that have been trained and trusted with the learning of our students for years. Quote, not until it's safe. There are so many things I have not said. 2 minutes is not enough, but we need more time.
Catherine Alford, and after that will be Annika Sinan, Sarah Plumtalo, Sarah Barnett, and Ferris El-Sherbini. Catherine Alford.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the school board. My name is Kathy Alford, and my address is on file. There is nothing I love more than being in my classroom and working with first graders. This is my 18th year at my school. Nothing can replace seeing those sweet little faces in person each day and watching students light up when a difficult skill makes sense to them. However, I am shocked and dismayed that dollar signs are being looked at before the lives of children and employees. I feel that our youngest learners and educators are simply an afterthought. What works for high and middle school will not work for elementary schools. This is not a one-size-fits-all situation. People may think that because the Virginia State Board said 3 feet distancing would be okay, that it is safe. It is not safe. It was to help those small rural school systems in Virginia. It was not for big school systems with large budgets to take advantage of and place more kids in a classroom. I urge you to only consider 6 feet distancing. I see that you are distanced at 6 feet. Why is your life worth more than mine or my students? Our youngest students can be very messy with personal hygiene. I request that clear plexiglass dividers be provided on student desks. If you do not have 100% capacity in a classroom, then plexiglass should be purchased for added safety. At 6 feet distancing, classrooms might only need 10 to 12. Ventilation is a big concern. My school is 20 years old. The air system has never worked well in the classroom I'm in. I come each day to a musty smelling room and leave with a headache. I cannot imagine how I will be able to keep children safe when my ventilation system does not work properly. It has to do with old sensors, I have been told numerous times.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alford.
Thank you.
Annika Sinan.
Hello, my name is Anika Sainin. I'm a freshman attending Colgan High School. I would like to start off by saying thank you to giving me the opportunity and many other speakers here to voice our opinions. As a student attending public school for the first time, it is very hard to adjust to this new change, not only to high school, but also this new online environment when I have not actually met any of my teachers or classmates. My Zoom classes consist of one teacher and maybe 3 faces. One of my teachers thanked me and a few other students who had our cameras on because in one of his classes, not a single student had their camera on, and he felt like he was teaching at a radio station. Online learning gives students a screen to hide behind, causing communication and class participation to be almost none. Many public places like pools, malls, and restaurants are open. Why isn't my education? The coronavirus is important, and it's definitely my safety is important, but so is my education. Prince William County has constructed a safe plan that I believe will work. The 50-50 plan is a middle ground for both sides of the argument. If you do not feel comfortable with letting your child go, don't go. I kindly ask the board to please allow me and the students of Prince William County to have our education. Thank you.
Sarah Barnett, Sarah Plumatalo. Then Sarah Barnett, and then Ferris El-Sherbini.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, Dr. Waltz. My name is Sarah Plumatalo. My address is on file with the clerk. I spoke before you in July urging for an all-virtual start to the school year. I am here to again urge you to maintain the status quo for the second quarter. I'm choosing to use my time this evening to speak to you from my area of expertise, instruction. I could not have more pride in the way that my school community, my colleagues, our administrators, our students, and their families have come together to return to learn at home. I felt so strongly about this Herculean effort being made by my school that I pulled my youngest son from his school that had already started in Spotsylvania County and enrolled him as an out-of-county transfer at my school. We made that financial sacrifice as a family, paying tuition, even though he'd been learning virtually from the comfort of our home, because I believed that much in what we had set forth to do. I can say to you both as a teacher and as a mother of a Prince William County student with an IEP, that is paying off. There's evidence of growth. We're seeing students begin to advance in reading level, and I, as an ESOL teacher, am seeing our most vulnerable learners adapt and, yes, even thrive. Students have gained proficiency in using digital learning tools, have developed a strong work ethic at home. There's a comfort now that didn't exist in the spring. A sense that, yes, this is very much school, albeit in a different place under a different roof. And I see it in my students, and I see it in my son. I acknowledge that virtual learning is not working for every student or every family. No plan will work just right for everyone. But we can't afford at this juncture to dismantle the progress we've made for the 50-50 model, a model that will reduce the quality of instruction, disrupt the consistency of school for our learners, and increase the stress and workload of our teachers. Returning to the school building in the 50-50 model does not mean returning to pre-pandemic instruction, and it most certainly is not safer. Under the 50-50 model, if small group reading and math instruction is to take place, it will still take place over Zoom. Only now there will be background noise and distractions with their peers also zooming in beside them 3 feet away. Students and teachers will be wearing masks, making it difficult to hear with any clarity and near impossible to do things like model and observe mouth shapement and tongue placement when teaching to read. And that doesn't even talk about the impossible effort of asking teachers to do both, which we should never be asking them to do.
Thank you. Sarah Barnett.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Barnett, and my address is on file. I stand before you today to voice my concerns over virtual learning. While this new approach to education may be ideal to some, it is not ideal to all. I believe that a majority of parents in Prince William County knew that this would be the case, which is why when we indicated we were comfortable sending our children to in-person school on the survey this past summer. As parents, we had to make the tough decision that the benefits of in-person learning outweighed any risk of COVID. As school board members, we voted for you in the hopes that you would listen to us and make the tough decisions. Unfortunately, this summer you showed that you listen more to the PWEA than to your own constituents. In doing so, you have disregarded the results of your own parent-teacher survey, disregarded the recommendation of the American Academy of Pediatrics. You took away the important services needed for IEP students. You put a huge burden on the working family, to include setting back working moms decades in our struggle to be both parents and professionals. You put an additional burden on families of essential employees who must report to work to keep our community safe, healthy, and functioning, many of whom are reporting to work without any type of hazard pay. You took away our ability to choose the best education option for our children. and you showed them that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Please remember that the parents and taxpayers in Prince William County hired you in the position of school board, not the PWEA. Come the next round of school board elections, we will remember who voted on our behalf and not on that of the PWEA. You are asked by the PWEA to consider your previous decision to go to the 50-50 model in November. Please know that for every person here tonight, there's at least 100 at home who didn't know that they should be here tonight to advocate on their behalf. So therefore, in doing so, and by voting tonight, you would lack transparency. Additionally, I would imagine that many parents in support of the 50-50 model were not able to make it here tonight because they spent the day working and are now at home trying to coax their children into completing their schoolwork. On that note, I must get home to start my second job as a teacher / WWE referee to my two children. Thank you.
Ferris Al-Sherbini.
Good evening, Dr. Waltz, Dr. Lateef, and school board member. I attend Colgan High School. I am happy to speak here this evening, and I know many wish they could be here. These are people who work multiple jobs, families who don't speak English, those who need free school lunch, and my friends with mental health problems. My teachers at Colgan are doing an amazing job, but this is not how learning works for me. I miss my friends, and I find it hard to focus on a screen for so long. Many parents could not afford the tutors that other students are getting. I hear many people say that virtual learning is great. I do not think that it is fair that they speak for me and many others who are stressed about virtual learning. I understand that there are risks, but I also understand that science has shown how to minimize these risks. And don't we all take some risks every day when we get into a car or an airplane? I'm a soccer player, and I am even playing this season. Every year before I can start playing, my mother has to find time to do the concussion training. This is a risk for brain injury and can have consequences for life, yet we continue to do it. Every time there's a terrible school shooting, I hear people get mad and say we need to take away guns, or we need mental health services for everyone. But you know what? Neither of these things have ever happened, and yet you send us back to school anyways. Then no one comes and holds signs outside the school board meetings. People say that parents will send their kids who are sick after they give them Motrin or Tylenol to cover up their fever. Do you think all the wonderful grades you see in high school are real grades and kids are not covering up what is really happening? One last thought. My parents came to America as immigrants. They always said America is the best country in the world because we care for each other and we always come together to fight any crisis and we come out together strong. Today, I see students in many other countries who have returned to school, but we are busy finding excuses to keep us out of the classroom. Now, I am asking you all, can we please not give up? Can we at least try?
Mr. Stevens, I'm going to turn the meeting over to you to handle the rest of the, well, let me double check. I don't have any others we covered the in-person. We will now move to the virtual speakers where we have 23 of those, also at 2 minutes. And Mr. Stevens, if you want to take it from here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 21 attendees that are signed in out of the 23. So if the order gets changed as we go, I'll adapt. Our first speaker is Rebecca Anderson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my spouse and I are elementary music teachers in Prince William County. We have 2 elementary-aged children who are learning virtually at home. Each week, the virtual model gets easier to manage as we adjust to our routines. Our kids are excited about seeing their classmates on Zoom, and their teachers are doing a wonderful job at engaging them and making them look forward to coming back each day. I'm able to teach my entire curriculum virtually. I'm providing the best instruction possible. According to the VDOH guidelines for performing arts, maintain at least 6 feet of guidance, all performers not singing, dancing, or acting. Maintain at least 10 feet of distance from all performers in activities that may increase respiratory droplets or aerosols, such as playing an instrument that requires use of the mouth, like dancing, singing, or acting. I have 2 major concerns with the 50-50 model. 1, there have already been dozens of COVID cases within schools where there are small numbers in the building now. What happens to our positive cases when we add many additional people into the buildings? Elementary music teachers will be traveling from classroom to classroom, teaching every student in the building. We will become super spreaders of the school, and the only guidance we have heard so far is that as long as we stay 6 feet away and masked, fine. 2, following the VDOH guidelines, moving to the 50-50 model would be devastating for the instruction of curriculum. We won't be able to sing, dance, or chant. There will be a noticeable drop in quality and content of its instruction. I will say it as loudly and as professionally as I can. I am uncomfortable teaching in person right now. We would have opted for virtual for our children if we had a choice to teach virtually as well. But if PWCS decides to open in person in November, that choice is made for us. Dr. Waltz, school board, there needs to be another vote. This is a matter of life and death. Please keep the second quarter the same model that we had for the first. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Tyler Davis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. I am Tyler Davis, second grade teacher at Minnieville Elementary, and I need to tell you that we can't do what you're asking of us. No teacher wants to say that, but it's the truth. With this 50% plan, it's not that we don't want to, it's not that it's simply difficult, it's that we physically can't do what you're asking of us. We'll be required to simultaneously deliver an engaging lesson to in-person students and students on Zoom. How? They're in different environments, have different needs, and have different methods of communication. Any criticisms of our current model are valid. I agree with you. It's not ideal. There are problems. But a change to the 50% plan will not be worth the challenges. Your misguided guidelines have given us more questions than answers. How can I keep an eye on my Zoom kids? Which group do I prioritize when there's a technology issue? Who's going to fix the technology issues? Everything technology related that is disliked about the current situation is going to continue in the 50% model in order to accommodate those who are required to watch and work at home via Zoom every other day. Students may be with different teachers, scrapping the relationships we've been building over the past 5 weeks. Why implement this before the year's two biggest travel holidays? Will the mask policy of Regulation 2752 actually keep maskless students out of our room? Or is it just a prolonged process of warnings and paperwork? When will I be able to use the bathroom since we now have to eat lunch with our class? It's not that we need more time to figure it out. We've had countless discussions about it, and we realized pretty quickly that we can't do what you're asking of us. Our contract says we shall promptly perform all duties necessary for the efficient and successful operation of the school division. But given this wide range of new responsibilities, we cannot promptly perform them, and your 50% plan is inefficient and will not lead to success. We can't do what you're asking of us. The board and the superintendent seem to be pointing fingers and aren't yet doing anything to steer, slow, or stop this process. Some have said they support us, but that's no good if you don't actually do anything about it. You need to vote and to vote for full virtual until it's safer for 100%, because this 50% model is a disjointed patchwork of disorienting guidelines and responsibilities. We can't do what you're asking of us. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Mary Jean Kellogg. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you. Teachers will now be teaching in person and virtually at the same time, also monitoring social distancing, mask wearing, and classroom cleaning while maintaining classroom decorum, and under hybrid, covering the curriculum in half the instructional time, a huge workload for the teachers. The CDC acknowledges that people can become infected with COVID through airborne transmission, especially in poorly ventilated enclosed spaces. Suspended virus containing droplets are emitted by coughing, sneezing, singing, talking, or breathing. According to the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, COVID-19 in school-age children began rising as many returned to the classroom. More than 74,000 new cases were reported between September 10th and the 24th. Already a number of schools and districts had to close after reopening. We've seen how quickly the virus can spread at the White House, Pentagon, and right here with Mrs. Northam's visit after your August 8-0 vote. During this time, socialization is the parents' responsibility, not the schools. It can exist in today's classroom, but will probably fall on the teaching, cleaning teacher. The main responsibility of the school system is educate. At this time, the safest and best way is through the successful virtual learning program with the diligence of our dedicated teachers. I'm hearing from an increasing number of parents who are choosing virtual. You probably have a better understanding of the effect of COVID on people in schools since that August vote, and will have an even better picture in January when we know the effect of COVID and the flu season. That 8-0 vote included passing on the decision to one individual to make for all of you. Is that the way you want to be judged? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Russ Edmonston. Just a second. Okay, Mr. Edmonston.
Okay.
Thank you.
So good evening, members of the board and Dr. Waltz. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am Russ Edmonston, here to show my support for the district's return to learn plan, which my family selected for 2 elementary grade boys. While this plan is not perfect, we have concluded it to be a necessary step forward for the betterment of our children. We arrive at this conclusion after assessing our experience with remote learning, as well as data regarding health and safety, and also socioeconomic and long-term educational impacts. And our conclusion is shared by the majority of parents and students, and probably teachers too. As a child of a lifelong educator, I know how much our teachers care about our children and the passion they have for education. And I have a sister-in-law who is an elementary grade teacher in a non-union public school district in Colorado. And when it came time to start their school year, every single teacher voted for in-class instruction. They've taught in school 5 days a week for the past 5 weeks. If you could honestly poll our teachers, I bet you'd find that the majority of them would want to do the same. This majority, however, has been drowned out by a much louder minority that the board last time chose to listen to over everyone else. That cannot happen again. Studies already show significant learning loss due to at-home learning. If we cannot find the courage to act now, we will make the so-called lost year in education a reality. 2 final thoughts. First, if not now, when do we begin to move forward? When will circumstances change enough to satisfy everyone's concerns? During the cold and flu season? During the debate over a new vaccine? The minority, which is already advocating to stay this way for the entire school year, will never be satisfied. Second, maintaining the decision to return to learn does not go against the wishes of these minority voices. The plan allows for them to remain home. However, reversing course and continuing full at-home learning does go against the choice of the majority of parents, students, and yes, most likely teachers as well. We too are smart and caring folks, and we have chosen to return to learn. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Tiffany Power. You can unmute your microphone, Ms. Power.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Tiffany Power, and I'm an elementary educator here in a Title I school in Prince William County. I'm one of the many teachers who adapted to virtual learning at the beginning of this school year, with very little of the training or guidance that was promised to us. Instead, teachers have banded together and made it work, along with the help of our one ITC in charge of hundreds of technology issues. It worries me that some members of the school board are, again, making promises to students and parents on behalf of the teachers and administrators that they, the school board, will not follow through on and will not be held accountable for. Instead, the blame will fall onto the teachers. There have been many statements made that contradict the actions being taken inside of schools. Dr. Lateef stated that teachers will be getting training specifically to students coming back in a hybrid model. However, all that has been provided to us is a video about PPE usage for the handling of patients. But as an educator, I handle students. And nothing more has been discussed since then. It's been stated that students will be able to interact with other students because that's why they want to return to school. Ask any kid that you've seen tonight and any other kid, and they'll tell you they really want to interact with their friends. However, it's unclear how that will be possible, as there have been contradictory statements made by some of the school board about whether social distancing will be 3 feet or 6 feet. Through virtual learning, students can see the genuine facial expressions of their peers and teachers. In person, they will see a teacher covered in PPE and their peers some feet away from them with a face mask on, while still staring at the computer. In-person students will likely be interacting with 2 different teachers, as their in-person instructor will not be their online instructor. In the case that they have the same teacher, the teacher will be forced to teach virtually and in person at the same time, which is unfair to both learning groups. Or they may have a completely different teacher than the one they started the year with. While I acknowledge that there are downfalls of virtual learning, I believe another quarter of virtual learning is necessary to help solidify plans, answer questions, and do a solid rollout of a hybrid plan. The holidays and flu season are among us, which colleges and universities are returning home for, so it doesn't make sense to throw us into the fire. Dr. Waltz, as an educator, I'm asking you to stop making us build the plane while we're flying it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Chuck Ronco. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Lateef and members of the school board. I'd like to take 5 seconds out of my 2 minutes to ask everyone present in the board chamber tonight to look around you and take a rough count of how many people you see. For every 40 people you see, one of them has COVID. Let that sink in, and hopefully not through your lungs. There are 470,000 people in Prince William, and 12,855 of them have COVID. That's 2.7%. That means that each day when my school opens its doors to let 550 kids come in, on average, 15 people in that building will be walking in infected with COVID-19. And the question remains, how many more will be infected when they go home? It's been a longstanding tradition of the Prince William County School Board for its members to do school visits on a regular basis to see the accolades our schools are so very proud of. How many schools are each of you willing to visit now? This school system talks about how safe our schools are. Are you really sure about that? And are you willing to risk your lives for that? And why are you willing to ask us to risk ours? Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Carrie Hamill. You should be able to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Waltz and school board members. My name is Carrie Hamill, and my address is on file with the clerk. I will start by asking our school board to call for a vote if the concerns that have been brought up by the community are not addressed at this meeting. I have been a teacher in Prince William County for 14 years, and I have 2 children who attend school in the county. My biggest concern with the hybrid plan is its foundation. Most current medical guidelines recommend keeping a minimum distance of 6 feet between people. The hybrid plan was originally based on those recommendations. The VDOE and Governor Northam released guidelines in July that relaxed the requirement to 3-foot distance for schools based on the World Health Organization guidelines. That 3-foot distance is supposed to be in conjunction with enhanced ventilation, which is still in question at many Prince William County schools. It's also not being suggested that any other part of our community reduce to a 3-foot distance. The CDC, Johns Hopkins, and the American Association of Pediatrics maintain that a 6-foot minimum distance is recommended for schools. We teach students to question an author's purpose when evaluating a resource. It is clear that the purpose of the PWCS decision to allow the 3-foot distance wasn't to improve physical safety. I think it is irresponsible to dismiss guidelines that would help protect lives. We can all agree that in-person instruction in a safe environment results in the highest quality learning. In my professional opinion, as a veteran teacher, the current hybrid plan will likely not result in the quality learning and socialization that many parents believe it will. There are issues with virtual learning that need to be addressed, but they can be mitigated by the community coming together and addressing them collectively. In my opinion, continuing with the implementation of this hybrid plan on November 10th is reckless. Please consider calling for a vote to allow prolonging virtual learning until a viable and safe plan is created.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Homan.
Hi, my name is Amy Homan, and I have a 3rd and 6th grader in the county. My address is on file. I think we can all agree that we want our children back in the physical classroom full time, but until the state declares it is safe to do so, we need an equitable education. Virtual instruction via the hybrid model is not equitable. The hybrid model asks the impossible of teachers. Based on the current data, 80% of students will be virtual every single day. This means the majority of students will have to contend with trying to listen to their teachers with a mask and microphone, with their backs possibly to the camera, hoping to hear the unmiked students in the classroom so they too can partake in the class discussions. Based off the newest return to learn survey results, 60% of families chose all virtual. Now remember, those that chose virtual will be split 50-50, so the 40% of hybrid students, only 20% will be going in each day. Therefore, teachers are going to be directly teaching to, on average, 20% of their classes, while the other 80% are simply following along online. 20% in person and 80% online every single day. Dr. Waltz's return to learn talking point number 21 states, and I'm going to quote, "This may require additional time spent by students watching live lessons. Now we are asking our students to have even more screen time, but with less instruction, 7 hours with little to no breaks, less interaction with teachers and their peers, and 0 office hours Tuesday through Friday. When do virtual students get the attention they deserve? The need for our children to be in schools is a top priority, but at what sacrifice? The hybrid model sacrifices 80% of our student population. The hybrid model sacrifices every tier 1 and tier 2 teacher, as principals are now having to make the decision which staff will be required to come into the buildings regardless of health conditions. This model sacrifices our students' education. We all want what's best for our children. Please do not make our children sacrifice any more than they already are during this pandemic. Schools need to remain virtual so staff and students can remain safe and education is equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Martin.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm the parent of first, second, and fifth grader in Prince William County Schools. Virtual learning is not working for my first and second graders and works only marginally for my fifth graders. I would ask the board, have any or all of you sat in on virtual learning at all 3 levels of education, that being elementary, middle, and high school? The CDC clearly recommends a return to school and has extensive guidance to do so. The transmission of this disease is airborne and can be controlled by wearing a mask. As many of the speakers has demonstrated this evening, hearing speakers through a mask is reasonable. Many speakers, there is no shortage of PPE now, so all teachers and staff can be provided adequate PPE. We did not stop our everyday lives due to risks such as driving or violence, so we should not stop our learning for the risk posed by COVID. Students are already in SAC in many schools, so there's no reason not to return to in-person instruction. Schools cannot remain closed forever. There's no definitive outlook for a vaccine, and adjustments can be made if data dictates, but there's no way to determine what the return to school will produce without a calculated return to school. Transmission is not limited to the school setting, and the cases that are referenced could and most likely have been obtained outside of the school setting. I would encourage you to look at your own data sources. The gentleman who just spoke regarding the 12,000 cases referenced the 12,000 cases that have occurred since the start of the virus. If you do not offer in-person instruction, you have taken away my children's option to receive a world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Baum.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Julia Baum, and I am a high school English teacher in Prince William County. On Monday, the CDC confirmed that COVID can be spread through aerosolized particles that linger in the air for hours. Thus, it is of dire importance we discuss an oft neglected subject, PWCS ventilation systems. For non-engineers like myself, schools provide the minimum required ventilation for a given space and recirculate as much air as possible to address heating and cooling loads. In light of coronavirus, the CDC recommends, at minimum, MERV 13 filters, which remove bacteria and viruses as they move about a system. Restaurants and office buildings have been scrambling to meet these standards, keen to bring back customers and employees without risking their health. However, due to budgetary constraints, many schools are not equipped to use MERV 13 filters. They're designed to use the minimum filter size, MERV 8. No matter how often they are changed, these filters remove very few viral particles. According to the PWCS Return to Learn page, facilities management is conducting tests of all HVAC units to determine their functionality. Neither the public nor the school board has been provided with the results of these tests. In fact, just 1 month before thousands of students are slated to return, it appears these tests have yet to be conducted. After asking the superintendent's office, my principal, and even my school's facilities management personnel, no one has been able to provide me with evidence of these reports. Under the hybrid plan, teachers and children across classrooms will be breathing the same air for hours a day. It is reckless to allow this without a complete public report of each facility's HVAC system and the funding to update systems that do not meet COVID-era safety regulations. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Ali Razuli. Ali. I do not see that speaker, so we will skip to Diana Foglio. You can unmute your mic.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. My name is Diana Folio, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Vaughn Elementary, and I'm the parent of a 4th grade student in the county. As a parent, I want to choose to keep my child at home because as a teacher, I know the 50-50 model will provide no additional instructional difference to students than the current online instruction is providing. However, this choice will be negated for me because I will be forced to the school, as will my child. The only additional offering the 50-50 model provides is childcare for 2 days and the risk of exposure to COVID-19. Under the 50-50 model, the county will be putting many lives at risk needlessly. From a parent perspective, a clear and accurate vision of what in-person instruction would look like was not provided before the Return to Learn surveys were due. What will it look like? Students are likely to be sitting in desks for nearly 6 hours a day, breathing uncirculated air, no sharing of books and materials, tirelessly trying to keep laptops charged that must be transported daily from home. Children coming in with symptoms, suppressed for medication, all while teachers are providing the same instruction as virtual learning. Now only they will be in the building and wearing a mask. Students will have to remain in their designated space for lunch and for the majority of the day. In order to maintain an equitable opportunity for students in school and students online, all students will still be required to submit their assignments via Canvas, and in-person students will still be doing the majority of their work on laptops. Teachers have relearned their jobs and are working relentlessly to educate our children. They are stressed and anxiety levels are high. As we know from Maslow, both of these emotions negatively impact learning. November 10th, we will be expected to switch our schedules, class rosters, and risk our health and lives. For what? I remind everyone that the role of teachers in the school system is to deliver an education and not a means of childcare. We spent countless weeks preparing, invested 4 weeks of live instruction, and spent significant portions of the budget to be able to educate our children in a modern and safe environment. Let us continue to provide this virtual world-class education from the safety of our homes. I respectfully ask you to consider Maslow's hierarchy and recognize that before high levels of learning can occur, the health and safety of our students and our PWCS employees must be met. Consider the logistical concerns from those who are actually responsible for delivering services. Please take us out of your politics and place us into your heart. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next, I don't see an Angela O'Rourke, and I don't see Charlotte Flynn in the list. So we're going to skip to Terry Desmarais. I apologize for any mispronunciations.
You're fine.
You have the floor.
Good evening. I'm Terry Damaris. My address is on file, and I'm an elementary ESOL teacher in the Potomac District. There are many unanswered questions and concerns regarding the present plans for students and staff to return to in-person learning in November. I myself have many questions. Many of my colleagues have questions. And as many of my colleagues have said this evening, we want to return to the building. But we're a month into this virtual learning, and we have invested a lot. And it's starting to work. It's not working for everyone. and it's hard. And a lot of the emotional and physical things that people have mentioned this evening, your educators are experiencing them too. It's not optimal for everyone, but our students are starting to see some success, and they're starting to feel the routine. They're starting to get the routines down, and they're starting to feeling like they're at school. I totally agree with some of the previous speakers that stated that we just need some more time. The division and the school board have not mentioned anything about what is best instructional practice. Is this plan sound instructional practice? It doesn't seem to me that it is. One of my students asked me last week when he said that he talked with his mother about the fact that we might be going back to school at school. And he asked me point blank, was it safe for him to go? And I couldn't answer him. I said I didn't know. And he looked right at me and said, shouldn't you know before we go? Aren't you supposed to know, Miss D? Yes, we're supposed to know, and we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Aliyah Razuli.
Yes, hi, good evening.
You have the
Good
floor.
evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As a mother of 3 young children, a full-time employee, and a student myself, we have been struggling every day since the beginning of the school year. My first grader, like many other classmates, has been struggling to get through another day of what she calls the meetings. And it's funny, because as I was speaking to another mother, she also informed me that her son refers to school as the meetings. My 6-year-old cries and begs me every night to not send her to the meeting the next morning. She asks me every day when she will finally be able to meet her classmates, her teachers in person. She asks me when she will be able to go back to school to learn. There's no way a first grader can access different Zoom meetings, to be able to go from one course to another. My first grader, like many others, struggles every day to sit in front of the computer for 7 hours navigating through the advanced technology and unrealistic expectations. In reality, there's always an exhausted and overwhelmed adult who sits there to do all the work, and an overwhelmed teacher who's trying her best to explain to little children, parents, grandparents, and babysitters how to access different platforms. It is mentally and physically draining for our students. Every single day, there's so much wasted time and so little learning. I believe that my child, like many others, will thrive in-person learning. We were very quick to open up restaurants, bars, beaches, and malls, but when it comes to education, are we really against implementing a safe educational plan for our children to thrive? I believe that we can safely develop a healthy and safe environment within our schools for our children, teachers, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James M. Martin. I believe you signed in twice.
So he
It's
said
his
he
son.
was right. There was a son and a father.
Okay. James M. has the floor.
Hello, my name is James and I go to Signal Hill Elementary School and I'm in 2nd grade. I like to go back to school because in virtual school my eyes hurt and I get a headache and I don't get to see my friends at recess and lunch with my friends. And I don't get to you have to take the time to unmute yourself, and I can't raise my hand and talk So it takes you like 1 minute to unmute yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Kate Olson Flynn. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Kate Olson Flynn, and tonight I want to speak about research, not about the unhealthy drama that is occurring in our school division that is pitting groups against each other. All I hope is that you make your decision about school opening based on correct research and information for the benefit of all, which is there is absolutely no research on the pedagogical practice of concurrent, live, Zooming hybrid instruction in masks. This proposed instructional method has no foundation in any research on human development, educational psychology, learning, or curriculum. To name it better, we should call this proposed hybrid program for what it is, an emergency COVID approach to instruction, so that we all understand that this is not a proven pedagogy for best practice or for equity. And by renaming the hybrid program for what it truly is, we acknowledge that our teachers are providing an essential job to the public and should be paid for and supported accordingly. For this reason, please consider these issues when thinking about how to spend the rest of your CARES Act money. Kids do not learn because of the technology that is used. They learn because of how their teachers organize and mediate instruction of content in their classrooms, whether they are virtual or face-to-face. Perhaps we need to hire more teachers to reduce class size, to create learning pods and rent more space. If so many parents want us all to go back, maybe we need to make plans that think outside the norm or the educational box. The bottom line is for a healthy, successful school division is not in its programs or its policies, but in its teachers. Therefore, your CARES Act money should reflect that state of emergency we are in schools and use that money for additional pay for teachers who are the ones we all need to educate and protect our kids, no matter the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Vrooman is not available online, neither is Brandy Provenzano. So I'm skipping to Tamara Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Tamara Martinez and my address is on file. I am a Spanish Encore teacher in elementary. I have taught in Prince William since 2001. Transitioning to virtual instruction was extremely hard. Teaching should be done in person. That works best, and it's what we signed up to do. Teachers did not choose this profession to teach virtually. However, we are in the middle of a pandemic and safety comes first. Although the switch to virtual teaching was hard, I feel more comfortable. Students are doing a great job in Spanish class. They are learning, participating, and above all, having fun. Virtual can't be compared with in person, but there are also some things that I can do better online. I can use my green screen to transport students to different countries. I can do awesome puppet shows, even though I'm a terrible ventriloquist. I can even have a flying owl talk with my students. Virtual teaching is not ideal, but teaching in a mask, a face shield, and in front of a camera with some students 6 feet away and others in a small mosaic window on a screen is not ideal either. My students will not see me smile, and I will not be allowed to sing since it spreads germs more easily. It will be challenging to teach an engaging elementary Spanish class without songs. I also don't feel safe going back without the appropriate PPE. I teach hundreds of students in person 4 days in a row, going into 20 different rooms. Kindergarten teachers are getting fitted for N95 masks, but Encore teachers are not, even though we teach kindergarten daily. We will also be covering student lunches. I think that any teacher that works with hundreds of students should get fitted for N95 masks. Finally, I am a mom of a 5- and 8-year-old in a different county. I don't have the choice to bring my kids with me to Prince William because I can't afford it. I'm not given the choice to continue teaching virtually so I can care for them, and I have not received the PPE I need. to feel safe. In the end, students have a choice, parents have a choice, but teachers have no choice. I kindly ask the board to reconsider a new vote, not until it's safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person we will go to is Angela Stouffer. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Speak a little closer to your microphone.
Okay, that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Lateef, board members, and Dr. Waltz. I appreciate your time and energy in navigating the perilous path this pandemic has provided. John Dewey said in 1895, it is advisable that teachers understand and even be able to criticize the general principles on which education is formed and administered. He or he is not like a private soldier in an army expected to merely obey, or like a cog in a wheel expected merely to respond to external energy. He must be an intelligent medium of action. As a veteran teacher of 28 years, I am one of your many intelligent mediums of action here tonight to implore you to change your current return to learning plan. Teachers have answered the call to change everything about how we teach. We have learned new software, bonded with students, troubleshot computers, work through difficulty after difficulty with a candid spirit. The vast majority of us and our students are getting it done. It gets better and easier every week. In July, we thought virtual teachers would be teaching virtual students. In-person teachers would teach in-person students. That seemed like an okay plan. Unfortunately, now that is not the plan. Teachers will be live streaming for both sets of students. Both sets of students require differences within our learning. The virtual students lose the contact they have with their peers and their teachers. This is certainly not an improvement over what they already have. Some teachers will be moving into classrooms where students will be monitored by teaching hubs. It seems that teachers will be live streaming from classes that contain 5 to 8 students, classes of 20 to 25 online. Unfortunately, the bulk of the students will be virtual and the education by this hybrid model. We are not ready to go back to school. This is not a good model. Please demand a better plan. Students deserve it. Please delay in person until after winter break. Let us come up with a better plan. Come up with a plan that we all can get behind and feel good about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Hilliard. Give me just a second. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
I can.
Good evening, honorable school board members, Chairman Dr. Lateef and Dr. Waltz. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you for myself and actually for others that I've listened to. I am a parent, a teacher, and a citizen of Prince William County. I'm going to give you 3 reasons not to go back to school in a 50-50 model. The first is safety. Administrators in the past have been openly stating that they do not want to be the fashion police. Are they going to be any more willing to be the mask police? Discipline for quite a while has contained many chances, has contained many concessions. As of late, with this seriousness going on, how am I going to protect others and who do not take mask wearing seriously? Second, we have navigated a great learning curve, have massively been successful with virtual learning. It's a little disturbing that I don't get to see you and that you don't get to see me, because I see my students and they see me and I enjoy it, and so do they. I stay after in my in-person lesson to give direct discussions about assignments, about life. They talk to each other. I start early so that they can talk to each other. I have more than often than not half my class stays. We will now be thrust into new schedules, scrapping for new norms, providing not virtual learning to students safe at home, but providing virtual learning to students who are no longer safe, and we're not safe. The third reason is really look at your calendar, please. First, it's flu season. Second, it's travel season. Do not look at the local numbers. Those people, we live in a transient area. They will be going everywhere. This is not the rate we should be looking at. And people are tired of this, tired of wearing masks, tired of being told what to do, and tired of being out of school. I understand that. But 211,000 families know the impact of COVID, and that's not the only impact. We're now going to be commuting. You need to realize, you need to visualize every day in our lives and what we're going to.
Okay, thank you. We're going to stick to that 2-minute time limit. The next speaker I have is Steph Eversley. Give me just a second. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Eversley. My address and phone number are on file. I'm a mother of 5, one a college student, a high school student, and an elementary school student. I want to commend all of the teachers and teachers' aides and school employees for all of their tireless work to try and make any of this work in a global pandemic. It's unbelievable what we've all had to go through as humanity. However, today, I just need the school board to know that we as parents were asked to make a decision with not any information in July. So we were asked to, what would you like to do ideally for your students? And we made decisions based on the ideal. And now, after the last board meeting that I listened to, and then going forward now, I just have so many more questions. You know, what's the plan if a teacher gets infected? Are the exposed students going to be mandated to quarantine and go virtual? I've heard that the teachers won't have the option to work remotely from home, but rather they'll have to be on leave. And then the subs won't have anything to teach the students. So that means another teacher is going to have to do it. And none of the substitutes are going to be taught on the platforms that are needed in order for virtual and in-person instruction. They're just going to be there to make sure somebody's present in the room. And that's not equitable learning. That's not what we envision when our kids are going back to school. How are we going to enforce mask wearing? How is this safe for the students and teachers and employees? Have you guys considered, oh gosh, is it 2 minutes already? All right.
Thank you. The last speaker that I have virtual that is present is Miss Lauren Jacobs. You can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for letting us talk. I've been teaching full-time for 12 years. I taught part-time for 7 years before that. I love where I have taught for the past 2 years. I love my students. I love my department and administration. I have never been part of an educational community that is so supportive and so much like a family. I miss seeing my students in person desperately. I miss them every day. The current plan is so unsafe, it is hard to know where to begin. COVID-19 is linked to permanent health conditions, including brain and other major organ damage, even in healthy individuals. New research shows that COVID is more airborne than previously assumed, and that even 6 feet between individuals who are wearing masks may not be effective to keep the virus from spreading. The World Health Organization, who is the source of the 1 meter social distancing rule, specifies that when people are outdoors, they should wear goggles and masks and keep 3 feet or more between them. It also says that in this instance, 6 feet is much better. Having us in the classroom, at my school, none of our classrooms even have windows, with 3 feet or less between us is clearly unsafe. That doesn't begin to address the students in the hallways. Numbers will spike, and adults and students alike will get seriously ill, resulting in lifelong serious health complications and death. We still don't know how health insurance will cover the long-term effects of COVID-19, and that is assuming that the person has health insurance. At my school, many students do not. My school is also home to students who are statistically more vulnerable to getting COVID-19. Thank you.
Does that complete it, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make record that Tanika Wilkerson, Charlotte Flynn, Nicole Vrooman, Brandy Provenzano, and David Sandstrom were all signed up to speak, but were not present to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Thank you for arranging that. Just to remind the public, for those that, and for anyone who wasn't able to come to speak or didn't have a chance to speak, you always have the opportunity to send either in your full remarks to us at our emails, or for folks who couldn't make it in, certainly send it to us. Your emails can come to the school board, to the administration as well, and I can tell you that every email is being read and considered by this school board as we deal with these very difficult challenges the pandemic has caused. The school board will take a 10-minute recess. We will return at 8:27. Item 1501, school naming, Potomac Shores Middle School. Mr. Cherokee, this item is on for information. Mr. Cherokee, or Dr. Waltz, Mr. Cherokee.
Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the board, Dr. Waltz. Tonight, I'm joined by Mr. Dave Beavers, our Supervisor of Planning and Financial Services, and Mr. Matt Townsend, our Administrative Coordinator for School Planning. It is our pleasure to introduce this agenda item where you will receive background on the naming committee's efforts regarding the naming of our latest middle school, which is scheduled to open in August of 2021. At this time, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Cherokee. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board, and Dr. Waltz. My name is Matthew Townsend with Facility Services, and I'm happy to be here to review the process of naming our newest middle school, Potomac Shores Middle School. This naming committee was composed of Chairman at Large, Dr. Lateef, Vice Chair Ms. Williams from the Woodbridge District, and Mr. Wilk from the Potomac District. First, a little background. School Board Policy 854 calls for the creation of a naming committee, but also notes that the final approval of the school facility name rests with the school board as a whole. Regulation 854-1 tells us that the naming committee will be comprised of the chairman of the school board, Dr. Lateef, the school board member in whose district the unnamed facility is located. In this case, it's Mr. Wilk in the Potomac District, and any school board member whose district is overlapped by the attendance area for the unnamed facility, which includes Ms. Williams representing the Woodbridge District. It is important to note that the committee is charged to consider these naming criteria: geographic elements, historical items, and names of living or deceased persons who have made significant service contributions. Please note that the selection preference will be given to those individuals who have made significant contributions to the field of education, especially within Prince William County. The naming process began on September 24th with the naming committee holding a community input session to solicit recommendations and suggestions from the public. The next step in the process is tonight's meeting, presenting the naming of Potomac Shores Middle School to the school board for information. The school board is scheduled to take action on this topic October 21st. And as a reminder, there is opportunity for the public to provide input at the October 21st meeting during citizen comment time. Additionally, members of the public can continue to provide feedback by filling out the online portal form up until October 20th, as well as emailing your school board representative. The school is located on Woodsview Drive in Dumfries, and again, falls within the Potomac Magisterial District. Here's some visuals of the school facility, and we see the construction on the site as of August of this year. Everything is moving forward, and the school will open for the 21-22 school year. So far, we've received a total of 209 communications from the public from various sources, including the online portal, emails, voicemails, and feedback received from the community input session. Out of those communications, we received 33 different names, and those that received more than one suggestion I'm going to be sharing with you this evening. Those names in order of frequency of suggestion are Potomac Shores, Cherry Hill, Shoreline, Hilda Barg, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, River Shores, John R. Lewis, Maureen S. Cadigan, and Tidewater. The full list of suggested names will be posted to board docs after this meeting, along with the most recent download of the portal form responses that we've received. And with that, my presentation is concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so in 2 weeks, the school board will be bringing this back up for a committee. The committee will bring it back up to the school board for a vote. Oh, raise your, okay, Mr. Wilkes, sorry.
Yeah.
Here's a question.
I saw, not that these are scientific or accurate, but the totals right now, and by far the number one is exceeding almost quadruple. I mean, what is the ratings of those? When you rank them 1 to like 8, there's a major difference between 1, 2, and 3, and then the next one's down. Can you describe that, please?
Absolutely. So we have Potomac Shores, or the suggested name of Potomac Shores, as of 1 p.m. this afternoon, had 107 suggested names.
Okay, thank you.
Cherry Hill had 37, Shoreline had 31, and then the fourth most recent or most frequent suggestion is Hilda Barg at 11.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Williams.
Does that include the suggestions from our virtual meeting, the naming meeting hearing that was held?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Yes, it does. It includes all feedback we've received. So any emails that the board has forwarded along, community input session, everything that we've heard so far.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. Moving on to 14. Not 14. Where am I at? Student representative. Yeah. Ben Kim, our student representative from Unity Reed High School, for our school board, is here this evening with us on the dais, and we also have in the attendance is Caroline Silvera and Ashley Manavar, who are alternates. Mr. Kim, please take it from here.
Thank you. I'd just like to begin my time introducing some of the senators in the crowd. So students, if you're watching, these are the senators from your high school. So if I just call your name, can you just stand up real quick? Trent Fisher, representing Independence from OP.
Stand up. No, he's introducing you, so you can stand up, but go ahead. Tell us your name and high school.
I'm Trent Fisher, representing Independence Non-Traditional School.
Outstanding. Very good. They can each come up, Ben. That'd be great.
All right, Cyro.
Hi, I'm Cyril Greer, and I'm representing Garfield High School.
Samir.
Hello, my name is Samir here, and I'm representing Freedom High School.
And Lauren.
Hi, I'm Lauren Snowden. I'm representing Patriot High School.
Very good. Thank you, Ben. Carry on.
It's my great pleasure to be able to share with you guys this data tonight. And before I begin, I just want to give a big thanks to Dr. Healy from Accountability for helping make this survey and this presentation. I also want to thank my supervisors, fellow reps, and the student senators for their hard work in getting the survey out to the student body, and as well as admin who posted it in Canvas or sent it out in mass email. And lastly, thank you to Ms. Simpson and the media team for getting it up here tonight. So let's dive in. Next slide. So This survey was on the first 2 weeks of virtual learning, at the dates above. It's open for a week. But important thing to note is that it was closed on the 27th, and so that's before the parent view survey, so things may have changed, something to keep in mind. So we got nearly 4,400 responses out of over 25,000 high school students. So it was our biggest turnout yet so far in the surveys we've done, and it was administered in both English and Spanish, nearly 4,300 English and over 100 Spanish respondents. Next slide. As you see here, this is the demographics of our turnout. There's representation from each high school. Some schools had more responses than others because of the way it was posted. For instance, we found that the best method was posting it as an alert on Canvas as opposed to email or social media. Responses for each questions were very similar across each of the high schools, so it does not seem to heavily impact the results. As for grade turnout on the right, most of the responses came from seniors, then juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. But we also found that grade level does not seem to impact the responses significantly either. Next slide, please. So this was our first question. We asked, how is Prince William County Schools virtual learning working for you? And we had them rank it on a scale of 1 to 4, with 1 being it's not working very well, and 4 being it's working very well. So as you see here, 3 was the most common response, which is kind of like virtual learning is going fairly well for students. Most students, as you see, are in the middle range from 2 to 3, and a smaller percentage are either on it's going very well or not well. So they're clumped in the middle. Next slide, please. So our next 2 questions then focus on the benefits and challenges of virtual learning. As you see on the left, the benefits, the top 5 were in order: no classes on Mondays, later start times, breaks in between classes, shorter class periods, and a more flexible schedule. So an important thing to note is that the percentage of students who chose those top 3 things, the percentage was 87, 85, and 72. So these are pretty large majority of students. So students, regardless of whether they're choosing virtual or hybrid, agree that these are good benefits. And I do just kind of find it a little funny that most of these have to do with lessening class time. But as for the challenges, the top 5 in order were a heavier workload, it's harder to focus, stress on the eyes, lack of social interaction, and no activities and clubs. Of these, in talking with students, heavier workload definitely seems like the top challenge, and it's probably the one that can be most easily addressed, since all the other ones are restricted by virtual learning. We're trying to reach out to admin at the school to see how it can be addressed, and that might also help with stress in the eyes and less screen time. But a lot of teachers have a lot of material to cover, so it might depend on the class or on a school basis. Next slide, please. So this is the students' responses for what they're choosing and what they said they were going to choose in quarter 2. So we did the survey over summer, and we also saw this 60% hybrid, 40% virtual figure. So it stayed the same in this, surprisingly. Next slide, please. So the only condition that we could find that had a strong correlation with the students' choices for quarter 2, hybrid or virtual, was how they ranked how virtual learning is going for them on that 1 to 4 scale, as you see. Some interesting things to point out. Hybrid is higher than virtual at all of these rankings except for which are the students who really like virtual learning so far. And from 3 to 2, virtual sees a big drop, which may show that students are only really going to choose virtual if it's going well for them to an extent. Next slide, please. So, kind of just to wrap up, based on this data, the 60% hybrid to 40% virtual is constant throughout many variables, such as like grade level, high school, and even their opinion of later start times. It's constant throughout in this survey. And across groups, large majority of students enjoy the benefits of asynchronous Mondays and later start times. And I've had several students reach out to me about how much they love the 8:30 start time and don't want to see it go away, but it's probably not possible to do that in person this school year. But if we begin planning now, I think the 8:30 start time is extremely feasible for the future, considering all the stuff this board has had to do. 8:30 start time is possible. Lastly, across groups, majority of students see the challenges of heavier workloads and difficulty focusing. So like heavier workloads, I said, that's the one thing that we keep hearing. So solutions could be maybe making deadlines clear, of course, assigning less work, or strongly encouraging students to use, if they have extra time during those classes, before their class ends, their teacher releases them early, to start working on those assignments and to develop a strong work ethic. One thing I do want to note before ending this is I had a conversation with my principal on Monday about the parent view survey, and at least for Unity Read, it seems like the 60 and the 40 have switched, which surprised me. So it looks like 60% at my school are choosing virtual and 40% hybrid now. So it's the swap. It might be because of the parent view survey, it might be because of new information coming out, but this survey is representative of the data we had during the time frame that we distributed for the first 2 weeks of virtual learning. So take these results as they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful work, Ben. That was great effort by all of you, and thank you for the student senators who are in attendance tonight and our other board members. We can't thank you enough, and we all appreciate what you guys are going through and all the hard work you're doing to help make this year a success. Next, we'll go to superintendent's time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I have a quick question for.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Kim.
sure, on the survey.
Hey, Mr. Kim, did you see any divisions based off different geographic areas of the county? Meaning like students who may be in like the more eastern corridor versus students who might be out in the western portion of the county?
No, across all the high schools, pretty much all responses were same. It was really surprising to me, but it's just the 60-40 and even like responses for like how they were enjoying it and their rankings and stuff. It was all similar, like all the high schools.
Do you have like a break? Was it pretty much evenly dispersed between the 12 high schools, or do you have certain high schools that were outliers with way more submissions than maybe others?
Yeah, we as shown in the demographics slide, certain high schools did have more than others. Because of the methods it was posted in. For instance, like posting it in Canvas was more effective and it got more views than posting it on social media. So that's why certain schools like Patriot or Hilton might have gotten more than other schools. In the future, we're looking to get in contact with admin to make sure like each school is posting it on Canvas from now on to get the even spread. But we found that since there's not a lot of difference between the high schools, it shouldn't impact the results too severely.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I noticed Independence wasn't on there. Is it because the students are going based on their base school, or they just didn't have, you had no responses from Independence?
In the Independence, one of the Independence admin told me that they couldn't send it out in time. So I think some Independence students might fill it out according to their base school. We
Okay.
did have it as an option though.
Okay, and I just want to take this opportunity to address all of the student council. I just want to say, it really gives me life to see that you are here and that you are actively participating in your education process and that you are using your voice to speak on behalf of other students. As someone who vehemently advocated for a student representative on the board, it makes this job worth it no matter what, to see all of you here and participating and to know that you're dialoguing with each other over various forums. So I really, really appreciate that. And I'm so glad to see a student senate that represents all of our schools.
Mr. Chairman.
Miss Jessie.
Hi. First, I wanted to thank Ben for that comprehensive report. I also talked to some students with Chloe Presley, and I got similar kinds of considerations. One of the things that I heard from parents tonight, and I saw on your survey, Ben, was something about focus and visual problems. Is there Can you kind of give me a little bit more information on that? Is it the amount of time on the computer, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, so being on the computer, there's many things when we talk about like vision problems and attention, right? There's just the urge to like look up other things, or like you're at home and your phone's a constant distraction, so your attention is compromised. But also, as for like screen time, many people mentioned blue light, circadian rhythms, just staring at the screen all day. A lot of kids have said, their eyes are getting real tired, and also it's taking a bit of like a toll of their body, like sitting over and hunching over their laptops. So it's like a mix. When they say attention and like vision, they mean like just a bunch of distractions and just hurting their eyes looking at the screen. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yeah, did you find that, I'm not sure you surveyed this, but was there any conversation about the need for social interaction? I heard a great deal of that. Ms. Zagapur and I were on that student input line. We heard a lot about social interaction missing, but maybe your survey didn't address that, but have you heard that from students?
As you see on the PowerPoint, the lack of social interaction was seen to be the fourth most common challenge. So it was on there. Lack, of course, in this environment, kids are missing like their friends and stuff. It was just seemed there was the other three that were higher on the challenge list, but social interaction, I think. I'm not quite sure what answer you want me to give you, but I think teachers are trying to foster social interaction through breakout rooms and encouraging kids to interact there. Some clubs I know have been trying to meet, but is there something exactly that you're looking for?
I just want to congratulate you and Chloe Presley and any of the groups that are working to get student voices. Ms. Williams and I both have been advocates for that. And I just tonight I listened to parents, I've been listening to teachers, and I wanted to hear the student voices also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, are we ready for this? Okay, I'm going to bring Mr. Stevens back on. We had a person who had been promised to be put on for citizen comment time. That technical difficulties prevented that, so it's one last speaker. Mr. Stevens?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I apologize to Ms. Hurtado. She was missed off the list and really wants to speak. So she is on now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this chance to speak. We have a common goal, but we need a better path. PWA is one of the many voices concerned with this plan, but it's far from being the only one. There are many more voices concerned with the return to the buildings plan. Recent numbers don't show our county as meeting all metrics recommended for school buildings to reopen. Current view numbers for second quarter are not a true reflection of what our community wants, and maybe it's good to show higher support for in-person. I personally selected in-person for my third grader because keeping our teacher assignment is so important for us, not because we support what to enable this experiment. Many teachers selected their kids as returning because they had to choose if they had to go back to their schools. Privacy and confidentiality issues. What happens when a teacher is followed by a camera and she needs to tend to a special needs students that may be in the middle of a meltdown? Elementary school teachers right now are currently serving meals for kids in their classrooms. Is the model going to require teachers to teach in-person teaching soon, prepare learning bags, plate meals, enforce masks? What ball are they going to drop? Please stop using our teachers as props for photo ops and actually listen to them. And it's not about having a mask enforcement policy, it's about having the power to enforce it and having the manpower to enforce it. Please stop saying that things will vary by school, because what about equity? Plenty of Colgan students feel safe about returning to their building. I didn't see Woodbridge or Garfield high school students with the same feeling of safety returning to those buildings with their ventilation system. And when you say vary by school, it actually feels like you're saying, we don't know, but we will throw this on our principal's laps at the last minute. Because I know as of last Friday, you had not even polled out principals about what their needs and concerns were. We are entrusting our precious children to teachers that you are treating as way our society is treating them.
Excellent, thank you. We will now go to superintendent's time. Dr. Waltz.
Thank you, Chairman Lateef and members of the board. Good evening. First of all, thank you again, Ben, and we should probably continue doing that dipstick type survey again. Maybe we can do that from accountability. I also want to thank Dr. Neal, who assisted with this. So again, thank you for that update. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to update the school board, staff members, parents, students, and community members on the education and other important work occurring during this pandemic. First, I would like to congratulate our food nutrition services employees who recently surpassed the 2.5 million meals served mark. As you know, we have been serving free meals to our families since last March. We are currently serving food at 56 locations throughout the county. Congratulations to Adam Russo and his talented and dedicated staff for preparing and serving meals during this extremely critical time. PWCS is working with the United States Department of Agriculture and the VDE, the Virginia Department of Education, on implementing a feeding plan for the next quarter. As details for the second quarter are finalized, an update will be provided on our food distribution plans. I'm also proud to share that even during a pandemic, the on-time graduation rate in PWCS continues to increase, according to a report released by the Virginia Department of Education. The 93% on-time graduation rate for PWCS surpasses the overall state rate of 92.3%. The 2020 graduation rate marks the 13th consecutive year of improvement for our school division, increasing nearly 10 percentage points since 2008, the year that it was implemented nationally. Congratulations to our teachers and staff and our students and their families on this outstanding accomplishment. Even while being in a pandemic, Old Bridge Elementary School and Minnieville Elementary School were selected by the Virginia School Boards Association Task Force on Students in Schools in Challenging Environments for Best Practices. Congratulations. Old Bridge Elementary was selected for its data-driven instructional practices, and Minnieville Elementary was selected for its work with professional learning communities. The VSBA Task Force has also been instrumental in advocating for an equity framework, which includes model equity policies used by school divisions across the state. Occoquan Representative Lily Jesse is a member. The pandemic has presented several obstacles for students who need to take the SAT. And our school division has been working hard to try to expand those testing opportunities. This year, PWCS will be offering an SAT school day option for 12th grade students. Testing will take place in October on the 27th from noon to 5 p.m. at assigned schools throughout the division. Families of seniors will receive information about SAT school day directly if you have not already received it. As you know, we have about 1,200 students attending school in person this quarter. I have had the pleasure of visiting Unity Braxton Middle, Lake Ridge, Kilby, King, Minnieville, Dale City, Occoquan, Marshall, and Henderson Elementaries in person. I have visited almost every classroom with students in each one of those buildings. And I have enjoyed talking with and listening to our staff members about their additional needs they may have. The staff members were very positive about being back in the building and appreciated our efforts to provide PPE. I also noticed new signage that promotes social distancing as well as hand sanitizer stations throughout the schools. Plexiglass has been installed in high traffic areas, and the custodians in these buildings are also very busy implementing new cleaning protocols to ensure the safety of our students and staff. And as a former custodian, which helped me get through community college, I want to say a big shout out to our building custodians because each and every one of those buildings looks fantastic. And I know they take the cleaning very, very seriously. I will continue to visit schools in person over the next several weeks, listening to our staff members' successes, concerns, and needs, as I can't thank them enough for the important work they are doing in these unprecedented times. I would like to give you some information on how the pandemic has impacted our student enrollment. The September 30th, 2020 student enrollment is 89,076 students, which is the official benchmark date that the state uses. Since a year ago, the division has experienced a decrease in anticipated enrollment of 2,448 students, or a loss of 2.7%. The breakdown for each school is as follows. At the elementary level, we have 2,032 students fewer, or a loss of 5%. At middle school, 380 fewer students, or a loss of 1.8%. And at the high school level, 285 additional students, or a gain of 1%. We believe the decline in enrollment of this magnitude is largely a result of COVID. We anticipate that this shift will likely be temporary in nature and that a future return to normal school attendance will result in a return to the previously projected enrollment levels. Of particular note is the large decrease in kindergarten enrollment, a loss of 712 students from last year to now. This may be reflective of parents opting to either defer kindergarten enrollment for 1 year or enrolling students in a private school. As parents and students shift and adjust to accommodate the pandemic's short-term effects, we may well experience continued impacts on the composition of our student population for the next several years. I would like to add that since the last school board meeting, we have added a COVID-19 dashboard to our website to share the COVID cases by school location. And Matt, if Mr. Guilfoyle, our associate superintendent, if you could put that up on the screen. Since school began, we have had more than 60 positive test results for the COVID-19 virus that have been reported by our staff or students. In many cases, those with a positive diagnosis are teaching or learning virtually, but we are posting all cases to ensure our community is accurately informed. So, and that's the first slide, and then the second, and then the third. So interestingly enough, this is not isolated to any particular part of the school system. These are popping up all over Prince William County schools. I'm proud to share that thanks to a partnership with the Prince William County government, a child care scholarship program is available to families financially impacted by COVID-19. If parents or guardians have experienced job loss or work hour reduction, wage reduction, new child care expenses because of remote learning, or are teleworking without access to child care, they can apply to participate. The grant program is through December 2020. The county has selected AlphaBest Education, Inc., currently our provider of before and after child care. AlphaBest will provide scholarships for children to attend their fall 2020 full-day program. The program is available for up to 1,000 students, Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. at several Prince William County elementary schools. AlphaBest and PWCS may add additional school locations as necessary to accommodate additional enrollees. AlphaBest staff will follow all COVID-19 health, safety, and cleaning protocols to ensure the safety and well-being of their participants. And I want to mention that I have visited one of those that was in full operation at capacity and was very impressed by the way that was operating. You can go to our website at www.pwcs.edu for more information. Even though the pandemic is first and foremost on all of our minds, it's time to begin thinking about next year as PWCS is in the process of finalizing the calendar for 21-22 school year. 2 options will be presented to the school board on October 21st. One option is very similar to our traditional calendar, and the other incorporates some additional holidays that reflect the diversity of the Prince William County community. A public poll is now available that allows members of the PWCS community to provide feedback on the 2 calendar options. The calendar poll will be open until Thursday, October 15th, and is available on the website at pwcs.edu. Feedback from the poll will be included in the presentation of the calendar options to the school board, and I encourage everyone to provide their feedback. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity to provide this update. And one of the schools I visited, Kilby Elementary School, I was very impressed with every one of our school visits, or the schools that I've been to, 9 so far since school started. And I just selected one principal who gave me some very good feedback about what's going on at Kilby. And I just wanted you, Ms. Najum, if you could spend 2 or 3 minutes just giving a little briefing. And I also, if you could talk a little bit at the beginning about the demographics of Kilby Elementary. And finally, before I turn it over to Ms. Najum to close this part of my presentation out, I want to mention that I also asked people for ideas when I'm out there, and was really impressed that one of her technology specialists had set up what they called a technology cafe. And this was in the lunchroom. And parents could come in with social distance if they needed to bring their own computer, if they had any issues with getting into classes or that kind of thing. I met with her, and she demonstrated with a parent actually there what kinds of things she did and how they're getting all their students online over there at Kilby, and it was really impressive. She also gave me an idea that I thought was great, and that is at Kilby, they kind of have a universal second page. Once you get past the first teacher page of Canvas, they have a uniform for each class, a uniform way of putting certain buttons on there. Like, for example, I think one of the first ones that pops up is Zoom, right smack dab in the middle. So if you have multiple teachers, instead of trying to figure out how each one of them has that in their assignments and some other things, they have a uniform page for each teacher. I also went to each principal's meeting this week, and I also shared that idea with the principals to encourage them to consider that for each one of our schools. So with that, we'll close out with a couple of minutes on some highlights in how the year is going from Principal Najum, Kilby Elementary School.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Lateef, members of the board, Dr. Waltz, and my Prince William County School colleagues. It's an honor to be able to share my experience as the proud principal of Kilby Elementary. Before I share our school story with you, I'd like to provide some information about our school community to provide context. Our school currently serves 600 students and growing. 80% of our student population participates in the free and reduced lunch program, and we've had a very successful run as a food distribution site. Our school serves a diverse community with the majority of our learners speaking multiple languages, and the majority of our students could be classified as vulnerable due to socioeconomic status, language proficiency, and/or interrupted schooling. So leading up to our return to learn in September, we were concerned about our community's ability to access and utilize the technology and materials needed for virtual learning, the burden that would be placed on many of our families that work multiple jobs, and whether or not students would be able to consistently attend school. We focused our return to learn preparation on addressing these 3 concerns and providing every available support to our students and their families. We purchased approximately $15,000 worth of materials and supplies, which were packed into grade level specific supply kits for each student. The kits contained all of the instructional materials students would need to actively participate in live lessons, as well as materials to support their asynchronous learning. Every child that needed a laptop was issued one, and staff ensured a pickup that they were able to receive login information and any other necessary updates. One parent likened the supply and technology distribution to the Chick-fil-A drive-thru. Great customer service with a smile. In the 3 weeks leading up to the start of the school year, we offered multiple Canvas and Zoom technology help sessions per week in English and Spanish, and these support sessions continued into the first 2 weeks of school, providing real-time access to help our families experiencing difficulty with technology during the school day. And I'm proud to say that with the incredibly hard work and expertise of my staff, the dedication and collaboration of our families, and the resiliency of our students, we've exceeded expectations and have had a phenomenal start to the school year. All students experience a co-taught math block with grade level teachers teaming up to provide smaller teacher-student ratio than is possible during in-person instruction. And all students are experiencing a co-taught reading mini lesson and a minimum of one guided reading group, with many of our most vulnerable learners also receiving additional small group reading throughout the day. Our team of 9 ESOL teachers have worked to ensure that all students' required service minutes are being provided to them, and our SPED teachers are ensuring the students' IEPs are being implemented with fidelity. Our Encore teachers are even providing live instruction daily to each grade level and have had a fantastic rate of participation, even though it's the last block of the day. Our support staff have stepped up wherever they've been needed and have ensured that all needs are being met. So when myself and Mr. Provencio visited virtual classrooms today, we saw students actively participating and engaging in high quality co-taught lessons, followed by differentiated small group instruction. Our second grade team, for example, had 4 classroom teachers and 2 ESOL teachers and 1 homeroom's live language arts block, providing students with highly specialized small group instruction at their instructional level. This quality of level of instruction cannot be overstated. Not only are we seeing clear evidence of academic progress, but we're seeing daily attendance that meets or exceeds pre-pandemic in-person learning. We have students attending live Zoom lessons from their car, their laundromat, daycare, and their families' workplaces. Our families have been the foundation of our success as they have prioritized their children's learning and ensure that they can be successful no matter where school takes place. I share our story of success with you as evidence that what virtual learning can be with a solution-oriented mindset and collaboration among stakeholders. So thank you again, Dr. Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz for the opportunity to share Kilby's success story this evening.
Thank you so much, Principal Najum, and back to you, Chairman Lateef.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. Thank you, Principal Najum. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to move on to 1801, the update from Dr. Waltz of schools on progress of return to learning and return to work plans information. Dr. Waltz.
Thank you again, Chairman Lateef and members of the school board and community. Good evening. As you know, in July, the school board unanimously directed that, and I quote, "It is the goal of the division to transition to a 50% capacity in-person and distance learning model for the second quarter, with the option for students to remain virtual while maintaining flexibility throughout to adapt to public health guidelines as needed. And 2, to adopt the proposed return to work and health plans modified as needed to adapt to the return to learning plan and public health guidelines. And 3, to authorize the superintendent to implement any additional mitigation measures as appropriate to accommodate these models," end quote. As such, I, along with our entire staff, have been working hard to ensure we're fully prepared to implement the 50% model in the second quarter with the quote, "flexibility to adapt to public health guidelines as needed," end quote. And also to phase this in over time. In the past week, the Virginia Department of Health, CDC, and Prince William Health District released new public health guidelines and a dashboard that directly inform my recommendations to the school board for a transition to a 50% capacity. As such, I have asked Prince William Health Director, at the request of some board members and of interest to the public, their director, Dr. Allison Ansher, and Associate Superintendent Denise Hebner, and Supervisor of Student Health Services, Teresa Polk, to address this latest guidance tonight and to share with the school board and public the implication of the latest data. And once they're finished with that presentation, I will continue. Ms. Hebner?
Good evening, Dr. Lateef, members of the school board, Dr. Waltz. This evening, I'm honored to be presenting along with some of the key individuals that are supporting our division's effort to return to learn during this global pandemic. I would like to invite Ms. Teresa Polk, Supervisor of Student Health, to start us off this evening. Ms. Polk?
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Lateef, members of the school board, and Dr. Waltz. I want to inform you of the tremendous network of professionals and healthcare providers who work collaboratively to ensure the safety of our students and staff. Within Prince William County Schools, our team consists of Mrs. Hebner, the Associate Superintendent for Special Education and Student Services, Mrs. Rebecca Schlater, Director of Student Services, myself, and Mrs. Gina Bellamy, the Coordinator for Student Health Services, who is also the President of the Virginia Association of School Nurses. Our partners within Prince William Health District include Dr. Allison Ansher, who you will hear from a little bit later, who is the Health Director, Mrs. Linda Woods, who is the Senior Nurse Manager, and Andrea Young, who is the Lead Epidemiologist. Our partners at the state level include Mrs. Tracy White, who is the School Health Specialist with Virginia Department of Education, and Ms. Joanna Pitts, who is the School Health Consultant with Virginia Department of Health. Next slide, please. This slide, okay, next slide. Can we have the next slide, please? Oops, no, we need to go back one. Thank you. This slide shows the collaboration to support the Return to Learning plan. We meet on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis to review all of the information and to work on the plans that are in place. So on a daily basis, the Student Health Leadership Team holds meetings that include myself, Mrs. Bellamy, and Mrs. Schlater, with frequent consultation from the staff, from the Office of Benefits and Retirement Services, and meetings are also held with the Northern Virginia Health Directors. On a weekly basis, meetings are held with Mrs. Hebner, Mrs. Schlater, myself, Mrs. Bellamy, and Dr. Ansher. Dr. Ansher, during those meetings, provides us with very important data regarding COVID-19, and she will be sharing more about that in her presentation this evening. The school nurses participate in meetings on a weekly basis sponsored by the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Department of Health, and myself and Mrs. Bellamy participate in those meetings as well. In addition, Mrs. Bellamy and I participate in weekly meetings with the Senior Nurse Manager, Ms. Linda Woods at the Prince William Health District, and those meetings also include the supervisors in our sister school districts, Manassas City and Manassas Park. On a monthly basis, we have a school health response team, and we meet with those individuals with the stakeholders from each schools and the board and the school members of the superintendent's staff. And in addition, Prince William County Schools holds level meetings with all building leaders. In conclusion, we want the school board members, Prince William County employees, parents, and all our stakeholders to know that we are working extremely hard to ensure the safety of all students and staff. Next slide, please. I will now introduce Dr. Allison Ansher, Health Director of the Prince William County Health District. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, members of the school board and Mr. Walsh. It's a pleasure to be here, even at this hour. It was actually a very interesting meeting for me. I'm going to begin with this data that sort of is going to give you a snapshot of your community. It's data that the community has been able to visualize for a long time. This is not the pandemic data that Mr. Waltz was talking about. Next slide, please. This gives us sort of an overview of what's going on in the community. In Prince William, this is as of 5 o'clock last night. Of course, we didn't have time to obtain the data to update it for 5 o'clock this evening. Prince William has had 15,381 cases, 1,116 hospitalizations, and 240 deaths. Next slide, please. The demographics of our cases, the upper graph shows the age range of the cases. We've had most cases in the folks between 20 to 49. We have had cases in children. Fortunately, no deaths in children. Additionally, you can see in the bottom graph, the Latinx population has had the highest number of cases. From anecdotal information that we receive when we do contact tracing. Most of it's because of household transmission. Next slide, please. On September 28th, the Virginia Department of Health developed a pandemic dashboard. In addition to having metrics from the dashboard that you saw originally, it also includes the CDC school metrics guidance. None of the metrics should be looked at independently. It gives a picture of transmission in the community and helps the community decide how they want to move forward or sometimes move backward. You may remember down by the beach where their incidence of cases went up significantly, and with investigation realized it was from the opening of bars, and the governor declared that those bars needed to be closed until the number of cases went down. So this is a method to help. These metrics will help the community decide what needs to be done if cases are going up, or what can be done if cases go down. Next slide, please. I just want to make note that at this point, the pandemic metrics and the CDC school metrics may be measuring the same metric, but not in the same way. The VDH pandemic metric measures daily case incidence, which means a daily number of new cases, and it's a 7-day moving average. And it looks at 3 levels to determine the amount of community transmission. Less than 5 cases per 100,000 would be doing great. Between 5 to 10, less than 10 cases per 100,000 would be considered moderate transmission, and greater than 10 cases per 100,000 would be considered significant transmission. The challenge when you look at a daily rate, there's going to be a lot of variability, As you see over in the CDC school metrics, it's based on a 14 days case incident, and it's a rolling metric also, cumulative, and they look at 5 levels to determine the level of transmission. The other metric that the pandemic metric dashboard looks at is percent positivity, which is the number of positive tests over the number of cases, the number of testing encounters times 100 to give a percent. Arbitrarily, historically, the less than 10% has been considered less or good rate of community transmission, and greater than 10% would require perhaps some mitigation strategies. As you can see, the CDC school metrics is, as opposed to being based on daily, is based on 14 day percent positivity, and it takes the average. And again, they look at 5 different levels. Next slide, please. So because we all know that people may live in our community, but work in another community in Northern Virginia, perhaps DC, maybe Maryland, it's very important for us to look at regional metrics because we're impacted by the communities around us. Additionally, our healthcare is very regional. More significant or more difficult cases often get transferred from our local hospitals to Fairfax Hospital. Next slide, please. Here we see how the metrics are determined. And we just pulled out the 2 metrics. It's typically 8 metrics. These 2 metrics are measures of community transmission. The other metrics are measures of medical surge. They look at the number of ICU beds that are open or ones that are utilized. They look at the number of people that have gone to the emergency rooms for COVID-like illness. And they also look at the amount of PPE that hospitals have, as well as how much transmission of COVID-19 has happened among healthcare workers. So looking at the burden of cases in our community, in our region, we, per 100,000, we have a rate of 6.5. And anytime a rate goes beyond the time of the threshold, which if you look over the trend, the number of cases have been increasing for the last 40 days, which exceeds 14-day threshold. So you see a decreasing arrow. The percent positivity as a region has been decreasing because at 4.4, we are last 22 days, we have exceeded the 14-day threshold. And so therefore, you see the downward arrow because it's considered decreasing. Next slide, please. Next on the pandemic dashboard is a weekly transmission extent. So that gives the community an idea of what our COVID transmission looks like in our community. Next slide, please. In Northern Virginia, which is the very light gray area with a downward arrow, you can see that we are doing better than the rest of the state. We have low transmission. Next slide, please. And here again, we demonstrate differently how we're doing better than the state. We continue to have a decrease in percent positivity rate and incidence of cases. With determining the metrics, we have a low burden of transmission in the Northern Virginia community. Next slide, please. This is another way to look at it. Many people are used to this type of picture when they look at dashboards. It shows that we are in the low burden rate area and we have low transmission. Next slide, please. Lastly, we are going to go over the CDC school metrics that came out. Some of the metrics are the same as you have seen in the VDH dashboard. I'm going to introduce Denise Huber, the Associate Superintendent for School Services, to go ahead and present the school metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Ansher. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see, as Dr. Ansher mentioned, on September 28th, VDH made the school metrics dashboard available to the public. and that the metrics on the dashboard are compiled to clarify a set of indicators that the dynamic school decision making that was released from the CDC on September 15th outlines. On this slide, you can see that the thresholds are designed to help you better understand the risk, ranking from highest, higher, moderate, lower to lowest. These metrics are intended to help guide local school divisions on decision making, and in addition to other factors of consideration. Next slide, please. The CDC indicators are broken into two categories: core indicators and secondary indicators. The risk of transmission in schools is derived from a combination of disease transmission, core indicators, and a self-assessment indicator. Next slide, please. The first two core indicators of disease transmission are used in combination with the third core indicators. While the first two core indicators are data points, the third indicator is a self-assessment of a school's ability to implement the 5 key mitigation strategies that I will review in greater detail later. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the 14-day positivity rate. The positivity rate is aligned with the governor's goal for PRC percent positivity in Virginia's key measures. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the 14-day case incidence. And this is the number per 100,000 new cases based on a 14-day rolling average. Next slide, please. It's important to remember that daily case incident thresholds that are adopted from the early CDC technical guidance that provided the states for internal use, that there are other subject matter areas that are not a numerical attachment. So what the Virginia Department of Health did was to look at medical expertise or examples such as where there was no precedent. They worked with the Virginia Hospital and Healthcare Association that provided guidance on thresholds for the hospital-related metrics that is in use. Next slide, please. So the third core of the indicator and a self-assessment is the school's ability to implement 5 key mitigation strategies. Those 5 key mitigation strategies are consistent and correct use of masks, social distancing to the largest extent possible with a recommendation from the CDC of 6 feet, hygiene and respiratory etiquette, cleaning and disinfection, and contact tracing in collaboration with a local health department. It is important to note that Prince William County Schools does not conduct contact tracing, but we do work collaboratively to provide information so that case investigators with the Virginia Department of Health are able to rapidly assess situations and make determinations about quarantine and other mitigation strategies. Next slide, please. In the key mitigation strategies, as we review them in our 50-50 plan, one area to consider is the social distancing. As in the 50-50 model, while this is the goal to maintain the 6 feet of distancing and may be achievable in many instances, it may not be achievable in all classrooms due to the size of the room or the number of students attending. It's also important to note that while we continue to work to streamline our processes to the tasks of effectively investigating and notifying close contacts, that the contact tracing is labor intensive, but we are very confident that we have a very great partnership and we are working well with our local health district to make decisions. So we're very confident in our ability to contact trace. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there are also secondary indicators. Secondary indicators are to support decision-making, but should not be the main criteria. The critical aspect of the information in the core indicators is what we just reviewed. And in the secondary indicators, we're looking at the percentage of new cases, percentage of hospital inpatient beds that are occupied, the percentage of intensive care beds that are being occupied, and beds that are also occupied by COVID patients. The existence of localized outbreaks is something that we look at in a more close, tighter knit locality rather than a regional. Our hospital beds are impacted regionally because, as you may be aware, we share hospital care throughout the region. Next slide, please. The secondary indicators are not just based off of Prince William County, for example, when looking at the hospital beds, but they're also shared out through localities in the region. So while the outbreak measure is local, the other numbers that you see on the board are representative of the region. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see that based on the information, the data that has been shared, that we fall in the high category for new cases, the moderate threshold for positivity, and in low to moderate for the self-assessment of mitigation strategies. Next slide, please. And our secondary indicators, you can see that in all of the areas, we fall into the low. Next slide, please. In order to take all of this information and for consideration, the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Department of Health have created a document for alignment of the current phase guidance with the school's CDC guidance for decision making. Next slide, please. It's important to note that in addition to the public health metrics, the CDC emphasizes that transmission risk in any given school is also dependent upon the successful implementation of school and community mitigation strategies. The Virginia Department of Health and the CDC model must be used to assess the transmission risks and to inform decisions about school operations and necessary mitigation strategies. Next slide, please. After analysis and consideration and following this process, at this time, our division falls in the moderate to high risk category. In this threshold category, it suggested that divisions consider the phase 2 recommendations in which specific learners would be prioritized for in-person learning to include willing students with disabilities, English learners, and pre-K through 3 students. In order to ensure that all students have access to learning, a fully remote option should be available as well. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I would just like to thank Dr. Ansher for joining us and Ms. Pope for their leadership, as well as our team from Student Health Services who are on the Zoom call with us, but are not necessarily visible. That would be Ms. Gina Bellamy and Mrs. Schlater. So thank you so much for your contributions to the presentation, and I'll turn it back over to Dr. Waltz. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. And certainly, again, Dr. Ansher, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and appreciate the great work of our nurses who are there every day. Teresa Polk, Gina Bellamy, you do a fantastic job. We're so proud that we had the Nurses Association with President Bellamy, and I still have behind me the big photo shot of all the nurses in their masks, so you can sort of see that back there. And you're doing a great job. And Ms. Huebner, thank you for chairing our pandemic committee, and thank you everyone for helping me with this presentation. As was noted in the data shared this evening, we fall within the moderate or high risk category as defined by the Virginia Department of Health. At this level, per the VDH, quote, in schools with moderate or higher risk of transmission, specific learners should be prioritized for limited in-person instruction, including willing students with disabilities, English learners, and pre-K to 3rd grade students. All other students should be served remotely. Fully remote options should be available to all, end quote. There are also a number of additional operational considerations as well. First, in a reversal of the selections made in July, a majority of students now have a virtual only preference. Based on the most recent ParentVUE data as of this morning, over 47,000 students have virtual only as their preference. In July, the number was approximately 32,000. This is an increase of more than 46% selecting virtual only from July. I believe this increase is due in part to the highly successful virtual experience for many families. About 37,000 students have their preference listed as in person. Approximately 95% of students have a preference selected. Those students who do not have a preference indicated will be considered in person for planning purposes until otherwise indicated, and schools will continue to provide outreach to those who did not make a selection. So again, for that 5%, we have to plan. We have to make sure we have a bus stop. We have to make sure we have food available and so forth. Second, it is very important that we have consistent expectations regarding which roles in the organization can be granted a virtual assignment as a reasonable accommodation to ensure equity and fairness and best serve the needs of our students in the return to learn 50-50 instructional model. We have approximately 500 Tier 1 teachers in the division who have documented underlying health conditions that could place them at higher risk of serious illness should they contract COVID-19. In order to properly staff our schools in person, especially at the high school level, we need to consider allowing Tier 1 staff to work from home and remote into in-person classrooms via Zoom. However, allowing high school teachers to do so may create questions of fairness if we do not allow all 500 qualifying teachers to do so. Allowing all qualified teachers to do so may require hiring large numbers of long-term substitutes and creating a challenging precedent long-term. The American with Disabilities Act requires the employer and the employee to engage in the interactive process to discuss possible accommodations for our Tier 1 staff. These conversations have been ongoing. So again, you're talking about the teacher, the principal, someone from benefits. It could be all three, plus the, I think I said them all, the teacher, benefits, and the principal or assistant principal having these conversations. So sometimes when you think, well, you know, you've had a lot of time to get ready, these are individualized conversations that are not short in terms of talking through these issues and trying to see if there's a mitigation that can be provided. Third, moving students and staff to the hybrid model without adequate time to develop the unique skills and lesson planning necessary may disrupt the virtual only model that is currently in effect. A phased approach would provide more time for teachers to be trained in a hybrid model and to practice prior to a full deployment of the 50% model. It is important to note that this approach to live hybrid instruction is a new development only recently made possible, only recently, to the school division and by the investments of our school division and the Board of County Supervisors in the network and classroom technology. Fourth, implementing the 50% model is an extreme logistics challenge for our schools that is greatly reduced if we start with a pre-K to 3 phase-in. Retaining the current virtual model for high school students in the second quarter will permit the later start time for high school to continue until we bring in grades beyond pre-K to 3. Additionally, maintaining the current schedule during November, which has many scheduled non-school days, allows a more continued focus on teaching and learning versus implementing in-school logistics at a period of heightened health risk concerns. Fifth, our IT staff have been working hard to ensure the network and technology is ready for a November implementation of the 50% model, including working every Sunday throughout October. However, additional time to phase in the 50% model will provide additional opportunity to implement the digital equity plan with a laptop for every student, as we have discussed, by the end of January. This will also allow further build out of redundancy within the network for 100 gigabytes. Six, due to capacity needs, 6 feet of social distance may not always be possible. And as such, students and staff may need to wear face coverings for the majority of the day. This will vary by school and by classroom, depending upon the number of in-person students. As long as our schools are in the moderate to high risk category, the phase 2 recommendation also limits groups to less than 50 in a space. The health district has expressed concern about anything less than 6 feet being maintained. An additional health consideration is that students will not have access to water fountains during the day. While schools will have bottle filling stations, they are very limited in the number within each school. We are continuing with new installations and they are challenging to get from our vendors. Currently, we have an average of 2 at elementary and middle schools and 3 at high schools. So you may be thinking, well, they can just bring their own water. So you bring a water bottle and set it on your desk, and the kid next to that kid goes and gets a book out of the library, comes back and thinks it's their water bottle. So these are complex considerations that we have to think about. New guidance was also released just this week by the CDC regarding the transmission of COVID-19. As such, based on this guidance and operational considerations, I recommend a transition to a 50% capacity that focuses on returning pre-K to 3 in a phased approach during the second quarter, along with continued in-person instruction for our most vulnerable learners. This will start with all pre-K and kindergarten, including all special ed pre-K, all special ed kindergarten, followed by subsequent grades in a phased-in approach. Based on recommendations of Doug Wright, our Supervisor of Career and Technical Education, High School Career and Technical Education, also known as CTE, will be phased in for in-person instruction in 3 phases to allow high school students to begin in the hands-on lab portions of the courses for 3 hours on Mondays. This will supplement the book study that he intentionally organized and planned for the first part of the school year. So a lot of the lessons that are more the book lessons, he moved up. And so they're not going to be way behind on these labs because they've advanced their book study in these first weeks. The 3-hour time slots will be 8:30 to 11:30 and 12:30 to 3:30 on Monday. So we will not have a conflict with transportation. Transportation will be provided as needed, and details will be provided closer to the start. I have some slides to illustrate this phase in. Please bring those slides up. And the next slide, please. Okay, great. All right, so in November, the first week is focused on the election, followed by cleaning of our schools and providing teacher work days that will enable those teachers starting in person the following week to prepare their classrooms. All students attending 4 days a week currently in the first quarter will continue to do so in the second quarter. Pre-K and kindergarten will begin November 10th with a House A students. You've seen this previously, but we put it on a calendar with dates. House B students would begin November 13th. Remember, the house is due to the 50% model. As such, we group in-person students into houses split about in half. Houses alternate days per health department suggestion in order to allow time to monitor students who attend in person and may develop COVID-19 symptoms, or should exposure occur, can be quarantined via contact tracing. This also allows us to meet the spacing requirements that are expected in our mitigation strategies and our health plan and return to learning and return to work board approved plans. So this will allow for our youngest learners the time to adjust to learn school norms and health protocols. So I'm going to deviate from the information that was provided to the board a little bit earlier today, because I want to give you some boots on the ground short stories about my visits to these schools and what I saw, what I heard, what people told me, concerns and successes. So for example, one of the concerns is when you have pre-K and kindergartners, most of those students haven't been in school. Many of them have not been in school or not a big school. They need to learn how they're going to walk down the halls, how the restroom procedures in COVID is going to work. Because, for example, in many of our schools, every other urinal in the boys' bathroom will be unusable in order to have social distance. They have to learn the routines for when they're allowed to get up. Many of them are not familiar with face masks and are not used to wearing face masks. Just to give you, a couple of those stories, I was in a classroom. Teachers were doing a great job, but they had one little girl, very tiny girl. They have yet to find a face mask that works for that child. They're still working on it. They had another student in there, a little boy. It was his second day. And they were constantly reminding him, including the time I was there, because he continued to pull his face mask down. So again, these are things that can be learned, but I think if we give these children, the opportunity by having half of them, they'll actually the House A, I think, comes in 5 times and House B 3 times to teach them all these things. Furthermore, the unloading and the loading and the seating on buses is going to take a lot of help with 4 and 5-year-olds. So again, when they're ready to leave school, we're trying to figure out how we're going to have kids step 8 or 6 feet apart, getting ready to load the bus. Well, having been an elementary teacher and having been a bus supervisor and having been a lunchroom supervisor, because in an urban district where I worked, those things were given over to teachers with supplemental contracts, and I was trying to pay off college loans. I will just tell you, those are challenges in normal times. So it would be really, really helpful if the teachers and the staff members in an elementary school, and most of them have 2 administrators, to be able to organize and make sure that we can teach these early learners in that 8 days before Thanksgiving. And again, one group will go 3 times and the other will go 5 because of the way our scheduling has already been loaded in. So if you look on your calendar, you can see why that is. So if you go to the 10th when they start, House A, and then we have an interruption for Veterans Day. But we continue to have our House A because our schedules and everything that is loaded into our system in preparation for 50/50, that work has been done. So as you can see, there's 8 days before the Thanksgiving break. Then you can see on the 16th where we have asynchronous day for students and the start of in-person CTE with some of those courses. Now, the good news here is we have confirmed our ability to start this CTE on the 16th with teachers and been able to make sure they're all mitigated so that we know they can actually do this for Auto Tech 3, Welding 3, Firefighting, Television Production 3, Landscaping 2, and Turf Grass 3. We're confident of that. Another thing that really helps us, since we have these 500 teachers and they'll be tied to students, tied to classrooms as they are now, and we have to figure out which ones can be in. By starting small with 2 grades, if we have a teacher that can't get in the elementary level, teachers are certified with multiple grade levels. So if one current teacher of a class cannot go in, we may have to reorganize a little bit within an elementary school, but we believe that we can do that. So we're confident in that. And then, of course, you have Thanksgiving break and the asynchronous day on the 30th. Okay, so let me see where I was here. Talked about it being the first time. We know our youngest learners having the ability to have a tactile in-person experience is very, very helpful when they're learning to read, when they're learning to write, when they're learning to count. And so that is what we're proposing. Again, on CTE, we've talked about that. Moving beyond Thanksgiving, next slide, please. We would like to add in first grades with our pre-K and K and our 4-day week students along with our high school CTE in those selected classes. So again, that would be another large group of students, but it would help us to blend those students in, make sure we've got teachers that can be in person, work through all those time-intensive personnel decisions, and make any classroom adjustments that we have depending upon how many teachers we can get with help with a mitigation strategy. Beginning on December 7th, we would have the second phase in of CTE. And you may be wondering, well, you know, when you told us a little bit about what you were going to do a couple of days ago, you didn't mention the CTE or the pre-K. That's because until this afternoon, we were still working out all the details to make sure that we're not putting something forward unless we are confident that we can make it successful. In the same way that our first 1,200 students across our school division I'm not saying it's perfect, but we've had a lot of success. And for the most part, the people I talk to in the schools, the teachers, teaching assistants, administrators, and the parent feedback say it's exceeding their expectations. So on the 7th, the second phase in would be building trades 2, culinary 2, cosmetology 2, cabinet making 2, advanced cybersecurity systems, plumbing 2, and electricity 2. Moving to January, next slide. We will add second and third grade together in person starting January 13th. I'm sorry, January 12th and 13th. Beyond these groups, I recommend we continue to monitor the health metrics with the target to return, but not a guarantee, remaining grade levels starting in the second semester via a phased-in approach should the health metrics fall within the lowest or lower category as defined by VDH and the CDC metrics. And let me see, did I talk about 4th and 5th grade? Okay, so so if you look down to January 26th, that's when we would start with the 4th and 5th grade. In addition to the CTE in person, the phase-in is targeted to begin when the division moves to the implementation of a full 50% model and will encompass the remaining CTE courses, which will be in person at the time. I want to also make sure that it's clear as we phase in these students, we will be phasing in the special needs students, we will be phasing in the EL students. And in the meantime, if there's students that are having extreme difficulties, we use the IEP process in order to look at possibly bringing in additional students. We bring in some additional students every day. I gave you the example of the little boy that was in his second day. My last slide, I wanted to, if you could go to the next slide, please. Wanted to highlight just a few key operational dates to illustrate the critical deadlines we must meet to successfully implement. And I can't stress this enough. We want to do just as good a job in all these phase-ins as we did with our initial intro of 1,200 students. Let's remember, we're a front runner in Northern Virginia in terms of having our schools open and students in there. So it's imperative that our school leaders and families have definitive direction as soon as possible in order to plan accordingly. My recommendation to implement pre-K through 3rd grade is a phased-in approach in the second quarter comes only after great care and thought being given to the health and well-being of all students, teachers, and staff members. So again, you can see on here that we have the principals submit the quarter 2 staffing plan updates. October 21st, houses finalized for transportation. The 27th, bus houses communicated to parents. The 30th ends marking period 1, and November 5th, quarter 2 begins. Again, we cannot delay this decision. It needs to be made tonight. These are not easy decisions, but ultimately I believe that Dr. Anthony Fauci is correct when he said, quote, "Now is the time, if ever there was one, for us to care selflessly about one another," end quote. I believe this approach provides the best opportunity for continued success and implementation for our students and staff, and enables compliance with health official guidance and in order to lower the COVID-19 health risk for everyone and keep safety as our top priority. Ultimately, our employees stand ready to implement whatever direction we provide, and I have no doubt they will give their all to make it as successful and as safe as possible. And again, I just want to say, as a former elementary teacher and an elementary principal, I plead with you to support this phased-in approach. The things that teachers and administrators have to do at the elementary level, especially with these little children, is challenging with no virus, is challenging when there's not flu season. And there are many things that they have to teach the kids, and I think this will set us up for success. I want to thank the school board, our employees, our parents and guardians, and our students for your partnership as we work together to do our best to deliver a safe and world-class education for our students. And finally, I want to thank the many teacher and staff work groups, all these teachers and staff members and administrators that have been in these work groups to pound this out and look at things from every view possible, considering every consideration. And I want to especially thank also the directors. One of our directors is hospitalized with COVID as we speak, a critical person in our organization. And I want to thank the superintendent staff and Deputy Superintendent Keith Iman. Well, after 20 years, Keith Iman. We work 7 days a week, and you probably know that from the time you get some of our email responses, but we appreciate the board's consideration of our work. Thank you, and back to you, Dr. Lateef.
Dr. Waltz, thank you. For everyone to know, we, as the school board, we received the this update just prior to going into closed session. So, you know, as so the dates on the rollout hadn't been specified until really right around 5 o'clock and now. Dr. Waltz, I have a number of questions, and I understand your desire and your, so I'm going to start with some questions first, but your desire and your pleading that this is how you'd like to roll out pre-K through 3, but, you know, it is clear by the CDC and the metrics, and the highest vulnerable populations are these, and the VDOE is pre-K to 3. I'm not sure I understand why we're rolling them out in such a long way. Why can't we get second and third grade in, I mean, frankly, right after Thanksgiving? I mean, I'm not sure I understand why we're stretching this out. You know, if you can explain that to me again, because that is a question by many of the board members right now.
Sure. So again, if you're in a building and you're putting in several hundred kids in a completely foreign environment with everything from a different process on how you sit on a bus to wearing masks to coming off the bus, at the end of the day, how that's going to work, to get kids spread 6 feet apart, you're going to have to use hallways. I'm also very concerned about what's going to happen in the flu season. And if all possible, I would like to measure this out in such a way that we don't have to slam the brakes and reverse course because we've suddenly put hundreds of kids in the school all at once. I think it gives us the time that we need, again, mitigating these 500 tier 1 teachers, and that doesn't even include the tier 2 teachers. That is very time intensive and may require adjustments of the classrooms that they now have and the teachers that they now have. So those are the main reasons. I will just give you one more. You know, standing in a school bus loop, as I mentioned, and just listening to the assistant principal, who was a beloved teacher at Marshall. She's still recovering from COVID. She still has symptoms months after it was supposedly over. Say, I'm trying to get my arms around how we're going to do the offloading and loading of the buses. And when you hear some of these teachers, I want to add one more piece to this. We have to deal with the emotional side of this. And I know people have compared this to grocery store workers, and they have compared it to hospital workers. And I am the first to appreciate and be so thankful for all that they have done during this time. Those occupations are not the same as a bunch of students in a classroom while you're also trying to teach 2/3 of your class virtually, which has never been done before. And as I said in my comments, giving the time for the professional development and rolling this out slow, I believe has a much larger chance for success. When you have a smaller number of students and they go in for a couple of weeks, you can work through all of those issues in a measured approach. And I think we have demonstrated that. So that would be my response.
Why can't you move sixth grade in then? If we have an open building, what's the reason then sixth grade shouldn't go in, say, in December? I mean, there's nobody in that building right now except the special ed. What would sixth grade, why can't we get sixth grade in?
Well, again, we can look at the metrics, but we have to remember, because of the busing, you're taking a 73 passenger bus and you're putting about 11 kids that we can get on there. And that is not 6 foot distance. That's them wearing their mask and just every other seat. So when you talk about the bus runs and all of those things, if we start rolling in the sixth grade, that's going to affect the high school transportation schedule.
But there's no high school.
What
There's
I'm
no high
saying is
school
the
transportation.
High school start time.
Yeah, but there's no high school
because of the
transportation.
buses that it will take, we wouldn't be able to retain that, which is, the top thing the students talked about the most on the survey. Also, the VDH says we should be focused on pre-K to 3, based on our health metrics.
Yeah. So that's correct. You can do that, but there's no high school going, so I don't understand the sixth grade sort of bus answer. But that's fine. But do you really believe you can't? The principals and the staff can't get this second and third grade in December? I mean, that is really not tenable. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm giving you my best recommendation.
Okay.
And that represents the recommendation of countless conversations I've had with teachers, principals, senior staff members, and directors.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Wilk had his hand up.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Waltz. A couple questions. Dr. Lateef covered mine about the K-3 phase-in and the length of time with that process. In regards to point 46, can we develop a phased-in plan that will immediately take into effect when our health metrics go to low risk? I'm just curious, given that we've been working on this since mid-July, that do we have a plan in place when we go to a lower risk category to start bringing more students at the middle or high school levels back into a hybrid model?
Well, again, that would require a change in the high school start time. The other thing is, it's very easy to say we've been working on this since July. The fact of the matter is, many of the things with technology were only recently approved. Much of the technology that is required to do this effectively has not even arrived, much less had the appropriate training for it.
Okay, that's my next question, Dr. Waltz. If we were to go back in a K-12 hybrid model, do we have the technology in place to actually have all our teachers do streaming of Zoom in their classrooms for the virtual learners? Yes or no at this point? Do we have the bandwidth?
That with this plan, we will for all the in-person learners in the in-person classrooms.
Okay, and that, yes, but what I'm saying in consideration, if a full K-12 hybrid rollout at this point?
No, it is not ready.
It is not ready. Okay, thank you. That helps. Dr. Lateef covered about the empty middle school and a phased-in plan for sixth graders. In your conversations, Dr. Waltz, with the middle schools, do you believe at this point our middle schools are currently equipped and prepared for a phased-in model and implementing the hybrid? Or if not, what do you see as the greatest trouble or issues right now to phasing middle school kids back into school?
It has to do with the technology, the training, the health mitigations of Tier 1 and Tier 2 employees, all those considerations.
Is that the same also, sir, for the high school level? An additional?
Yes.
You do mention
And
PD.
quite frankly, you know, at the high school level, the overwhelming majority of the high schools want to stay virtual in second semester. The overwhelming majority of the high school principals.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So your high school, he said the overwhelming majority of his high school principals want to remain virtual until the second semester. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
Okay, thank you. What about the middle? Is that pretty similar across the board with the middle school principals?
I believe it is. The input that I got directly by listening to high school principals was to the high school return to learn work group, which is a subset of those principals, but I believe they represent the thinking of all of them, or the majority. I'll say the majority.
Okay. That was key information. Thank you, Dr. Waltz. PD has come up a lot, point 17, about transitioning and getting teachers prepared and trained for a hybrid model. Now that we know that that is, let's say, a deficiency at this point, are we moving forward as a division and going to start more training so we can get to a point where we're moving more towards a hybrid model so that, let's just say, come January, we don't have that listed as a potential issue for phasing more kids into school?
Yes, so the training components are ready, and they're ready to begin tomorrow, depending upon how this meeting goes. I have Rita Goss, the associate superintendent who supervises professional learning, and I have 2 directors on standby if you want to hear directly from them about the training.
That would be good if that's okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with Rita Goss, and then if you could introduce your directors after you have spoken and give each one of them an opportunity to please respond to the training, Ms. Goss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rita, you're on mute.
Good evening. It's Dr. Lateef, school board members, and Dr. Waltz. We have been actively working around the clock since we heard of the upgrades to the technology, which would allow us to do what was asked earlier this summer when we were asked to make sure that we were going to increase the live virtual time for those students who were learning in a distance model or virtually. And so as soon as we learned of that technology purchase and upgrade and the additional funding that the board members advocated for and we received from the Board of County Supervisors, our staff went to work to put together training. And certainly in just a moment, Mrs. Christy Taylor, the Director for Student and Professional Learning. She can speak to what her team has been working on. And also Lamar Colon, the Director for English Learner Services and Programs. She also can speak to what is coming up next. We have a division-wide professional learning day in which virtual learning and the hybrid model will be a center point of the training that's going to take place. So at this time, I'll ask Ms. Taylor to speak to what is being planned and put together from her staff.
Good evening, Dr. Waltz, Dr. Lateef, and school board members, and thank you, Ms. Goss. One of the things that we're working on and that we just shared with our principal leaders is looking at how we make these transitions. What my office is creating are short stops that are anywhere from 5 to 15-minute videos that can be self-paced, along with then follow-up support for teachers. Some of the topics are the simple basics for a smooth 50% model transition, looking at hierarchy of needs that support virtual learning. As we move to other topics such as your learning community, the design and structure, steps to follow in planning concurrent learning for in-person and virtual learners, must-ask questions as you plan inclusive instruction, and then some of the things that we talked about, the social and emotional well-being, how to support those interactions in both students that are in the school as well as in the virtual, and what those pairings might look like for our teachers. We're going to meet our differentiated needs of our adult learners in the division for teachers and leaders by offering these in both the virtual with looking at videos, and then also face-to-face, and then also having office hours to further support teachers in this work.
At this time, Mrs. Cologne can share about some additional efforts that are happening relative to planning for that professional development with our teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Goss. Good evening, Dr. Waltz and school board members. We have several opportunities, not only for teachers, but also for families as well. We're super excited about our L and Equity Conference Summit this coming Monday. We have 19 sessions where we will be supporting our staff with virtual and hybrid instruction. Also, in addition to that, we have opportunities for authentic teaching through remote learning for English learners, keeping up with kindergarten in the virtual schoolhouse and hybrid models as well. We have training for our administrators. We have co-teaching training opportunities for both models, and we will also be delivering some training in Canvas, Twitter chats, and opportunities for our staff to come and ask questions to experts on the field. Next week, we will be delivering some professional learning via Zoom for our parents of English learners, special education students, and also families from our Title I schools. We will be really discussing how to support students in a virtual environment, how to set up a learning at home, and welcoming questions that hopefully will allow us to strengthen our relationships and get feedback from our families. So we stand ready to support our families, our staff, and our leaders, and make sure that we continue to make magic happen for our school division.
So Dr. Waltz, in summary, I would just say that we are really looking to support all of our stakeholders, our teachers, our leaders, our families in multiple ways, not only for the 50-50, but we are continuing to support the professional development and learning of our families and teachers and leaders for the virtual setting as well. I think it's important to remember that we have multiple plans and contingencies, and we continue to support staff across the division in each of those models in order to ensure the success of each one of them.
Ms. Jessie, I have a few more. I know, Dr. Lateef, can I continue?
Well, Mr. Wilk will continue, and then we'll go to you, Ms. Jessie.
Thank you, Ms. Goss. Thank you, Ms. Cologne. Thank you, team, for that. And I guess I'm more just a little surprised because I feel like I was staying abreast of a lot of the discussions that were happening, and kind of for this to drop on me right now in regards to like the principals generally at the middle and high school not really thinking at this time it's ready. Can, Dr. Waltz, with your permission, could we have, starting with...
I would like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to clarify that. They didn't say they weren't ready. I'm saying certain things won't be ready. Computers won't be in. We won't have that. We have many things on order. I'm saying that the 100 gigabyte network will not be in place in all places. What I'm telling you that the principal said is their preference, not that they won't be ready. If the board determines to say, you're going to bring them back just like we voted in July, we will do our best. But I want to make sure you understand the principals did not say we can't be ready.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Can you have one of your associate superintendent of either levels kind of talk a little bit more about the specific challenges? I know you mentioned the bandwidth, you mentioned the devices. Are there any other specifications that are challenges that need to be addressed between now and whenever we move to a more hybrid option? Is there specific things that maybe they can share with us?
Well, I'll ask Mr. Mulgrew, please, over high schools.
Hi, Mr. Wilk. We would have several challenges that are a little bit different. As you know, we went to visit schools to see who were doing the 50-50 model. Having 50 people inside of having a limit of 50 people makes lunch incredibly difficult. That's a game changer. Because trying to get the lunches put and get the kids inside the lunch and then back to class within 25 minutes is a challenge. One of the high school's goals at the beginning of the year was to put an unencumbered lunch period for our teachers so that they could eat without having to eat in their classroom with their kids. They could get the 20 minutes to eat by themselves. That would be very difficult with that 50 cap limit. The split first period is going to be a challenge for some of us because of the staggered busing. That's one that we will work on very much. As Dr. Waltz said, it is true, we'll be ready if that's the decision of the board. But it is true, the preference is that we wait and have more time for the development.
I would also just like to add that at the high school and middle school level, you have huge issues with music programs, with the spacing that is required because of the aerosol spread if you're singing or if you're playing an instrument. And again, we saw what's going on in this one school. They've told them, you know, we're not even going to try to do any of this inside. You're going to have to wear really heavy coats for outside. They have ordered, and this will be another expense that we will need to be costing out, and we need more time to do this. We tried to focus all our money on getting the technology in place, but if we're going to start bringing these kids back at middle and high schools, we also have to buy the appropriate coverings for the mouth of every tuba, every trumpet, every trombone, all these instruments. There are custom-made coverings that you can get that help reduce the spread. But the other issue that we're going to have now is at one point in time, we thought that we could take a big high school auditorium and put the 100 voice choir in there. Well, now that we have this 50% or 50 limit, that's not going to be possible to do. So, you know, right now, I mean, I don't know if any of you were at Triple E, but we had a beautiful piece done by a symphony orchestra over at Colgan. All of that was done individually, played in a very high-tech way by individual students and then put together by the teacher, and it just sounded just like the symphony orchestra. So they're playing their instruments at home now, and those kinds of things are effectively being done. Mr. Mulgrew, were there any other things that come to mind?
Yeah, PE was a definite concern, Mr. Wilk. And the school we went to visit, PE was nothing more than they just took them outside and walked on the track at the time we went to see them. That's a big concern on how you put an effective PE class inside. The kids weren't changing in locker rooms and that type of thing. Classroom, we call them transitions. I don't know what term everybody else wants to use, but we definitely want to make sure that they're safe. And if it's a 6-foot guidance, then we have to make sure that when the bell rings, that our kids don't look like the high school we saw in Georgia several months ago. I think it made national news with a kid taking a video. Those are some of the challenges that we have in that particular area when you get to them. PE is one, even in a foreign language class, most of our upper level language classes, the verbal aspect of speaking quite a bit inside the language you're learning is an important aspect of what we're going to work on as well.
So again, with the limitations that are in this new guidance, so for example, it may be that you have to take your gym offline and put 6-foot tables in there with 2 kids at each table, 1 at each end, with the 6 feet apart. So again, that's going to be a very big issue right there. The other thing is all the schedules at the high school will have to change because you're going to have a minimum of 8 lunch shifts, if not more. So again, those are all considerations. I think something else that's very important to say, again, I don't think we can discount the emotional side of this. Right now, teachers have invested, I would say, the vast majority of teachers spent their entire summer trying to figure out how to make this work virtually. And now and it's starting to work. And I'm not saying it's perfect in every situation, but now we're expecting them to teach live, in person, be on tape all day, virtually. So after just a few weeks, we're going to be changing them again. And I think that puts teaching is a very difficult and challenging job in the best of scenarios.
I wasn't saying any of that, but I understand your opinion on that, sir, and I appreciate that opinion, and I agree with you. I'm thinking of the long run, sir. My fear is that if we're at this point come January, February, March, I mean, I dare say, are these kids going back to school this year? These are challenges now that we have. Mr. Mulgrew, I've talked to him a lot, and I appreciate his transparency and everyone's transparency, which is great. I think that is wonderful. And hearing all this, because this is what we asked of you, and with the health guidelines and the metrics and everything like that, my fear is, though, that long-term planning, when are we going to phase more kids back to school? And if it's a matter of the health metrics improving, then what is going to be the plan? And I know you don't have that on the spot for you right now, but I think that's where I'm concerned is like the long-term goal of this. Where are we heading, again, assuming maybe things go better with the health metrics, assuming we get things kind of rolling a little bit more. I know a lot of teachers said, let's just get to the second semester and stuff like that. I'm just kind of trying to look a little bit further down the road and see if it's even feasible to kind of, based off what I'm hearing tonight, to get kids back to school at all this year.
Well, right now we know that new cases are in the higher category for Prince William County. We know that the positivity rate is in the moderate category, and the mitigation strategies are in the moderate or lower category. We also know that we only have 1,200 kids in, and we've already had 60 cases of COVID. So, you know, I wish I had a crystal ball, and I'm not trying to make light of your question, but what we really need is to figure out, do you as a board support my recommendation and the work that we've done? Because we've got to keep moving forward. And it's sort of like people sometimes ask me, how did Prince William County get a certified nurse in every building? Because we added 1 or 2 or 3 every year until we got there. So we know we don't have that kind of time, but incremental improvements done methodically and done well while continuing to monitor all the health metrics is how we'll do it.
Understood. Last question for you, Dr. Waltz, or maybe it's Ms. Hubner. When it comes to level 1 special ed students, I know you mentioned that we're going to work IEP by IEP, case by case. When is that process going to, I guess, begin? Is it going to be by the K-3 rollout or grade level, or is it going to be across the board level 1 students with their IEPs may have the opportunity for some in-person help or something if they go into school because they have some type of accommodation where they need extra reading support or extra tutoring or something like that? Is there a plan in place for something like that, sir?
Well, before I turn it over to Denise, again, that's done on a case-by-case basis. We've redone the IEPs. And again, as I mentioned in my talking points, as we phase in, we'll phase in all the students who wish to come in regardless. We have to be careful how we do all that because, again, it affects scheduling. And the bus transportation is a big one. But Ms. Hebner, I'll turn it over to you, please.
So thank you. I think it's important to remember that while we did redo all of our IEPs and not all of them are alike or similar, many of them do contain language that will allow us to have flexibility as we change our method of instruction or the amount of live instruction. So many of our students' needs can continue to be met in a virtual environment, whether we increase or change the amount of instruction. Additionally, I know that a lot of schools have already been looking at children's needs in a case-by-case basis and recalibrating what has currently been written in IEPs. It's an ongoing process. And thankfully, or hopefully, the intent would be, or the goal would be that it would not be as labor intensive the second time around because it would be simply updating and really adjusting to meet the child's needs. So while there's not a set one way to do it, there is a lot of flexibility built into the IEPs that we currently have, and we are able to more streamlined, in a more streamlined process, adapt to the new situation.
I would also add that as one of the speech language therapists said to me, the majority of our IEPs are speech language. I'm doing an effective job on virtual. We don't need to bring them all in order to provide their speech language services. And in fact, the feedback that I've been getting so far is that is working well.
Thank you, Dr. Walls. Thank you, Mr. Mulgrew, Ms. Hubner, everyone for your time. Thank you.
Ms. Jessie?
Hi. It's a lot. There's so much to think about here, but I have some questions. I think we have to go with the health metrics. When I was looking at a chart, one of the things that I noticed was that 20 and 22-year-olds, those kids are at that they're getting COVID. And I'm not a high school person, but there are two groups that really frighten me and scare me from a health point of view. And you know, Dr. Walls, I've talked to you about safety, and teachers, and we need to think about teachers and their health and their safety. One was high schools, because I'm told that some people went to Culpeper, but we have huge high schools. And the number of kids are walking up and down the hall. When I did the session with the high schoolers, I asked them, how many of you think the high school is going to stay away from each other? They said, none of us, because that's who we are. But when you've got as many, our schools are, I think that Colgan is at 3,000, and we have schools at 3,000, 2,400. So the high school principals, and when you look at who can pass on the virus and the health situations, I understand. So I want to ask one question, but I've got several, and I'll try not to take up everybody's time. But when you asked the high school principals if they were ready, did anybody ask the elementary principals if they were ready?
Well, let me make sure I'm on here. Okay, so I go to to a part of all the principals' meetings. So Monday, we had all three levels at three different times. I listen to the input. I try to give an opportunity for the level associate if they want to share anything. We're in constant communication. But one thing that I'm doing on the elementary, if you notice the list of schools that I've literally spent time in since school started, I purposely am doing more elementary because we're trying to get those kids back first, and that's what the health guidelines recommend. So yes, I ask every principal when I go visit their school, and when I ask them something like, you know, nothing is final, but if we phased it in slower, I mean, it's like 1,000 tons comes off them with a slower, more phased in approach, because they're feeling pretty good about the way things are working now. And something else that I think, Ms. Jessie, this gives an excellent opportunity. I've had multiple principals tell me that their teacher observations are easier to do now because they can zoom in on the classroom lessons. And so, you know, to say that, well, we don't know what's going on, or, you know, the kids aren't engaged. I'm not saying every single child is engaged, but the principals and assistant principals are giving me good feedback about the way they're going in and observing classroom lessons using our technology. So, and
maybe teachers may be a little bit leery about whether or not people are watching them teach. So one, I'm going to ask you, because it's a lot, I do like the phased in approach, because I thought we were going to go K3 and all these kids. So I want to ask you a couple of questions. I'm just logistically, does this improve the need to have these double bus truck? You don't have as many kids going in at once. So do you still have to have a teacher? Because the teacher were talking to me about 4 problems that they see. One, you got one group of kids coming off the bus at one point. Then you got a second group of kids coming off the bus at another point. Then you've got this dual thing where you're teaching in class and you're also trying to teach those kids who are at home. So you're talking about 4 logistical situations. So I'm wondering if when you did this K kindergarten starting first, pre-K and kindergarten, does that make it easier for the buses to go back and forth and not have as many bus situations during another, yeah?
Yes, so that gives me an that gives me an opportunity to share a little bit more information. So, one of the things you mentioned one night, you said something about your kindergartner may go to school with a red face covering and come home with a blue one. And yeah, I think you were trying to make light and bring a little humor. But on the other hand, I think there was some seriousness to that.
Very.
So by bringing in the kids that have not been to school for the most part, the pre-K and the K, one thing we've been able to figure out with HR, and we brought in somebody who's actually helping us to be able to do this, because each one of these jobs requires meticulous work to figure out. We're going to be able to have a second person on the bus for those first 2 weeks. For all those pre-K and kindergartners, there'll be a second person on that bus to assist. So we know in our special education buses, we have an assistant, but not necessarily the other buses. So we're gonna be able to have somebody for those first 2 weeks to make sure they know how that seating works and are doing what they need to do to help with the loading and offloading. And yes, it will dramatically reduce second and third runs. Because as I said at a previous meeting, we might have to do up to 4 runs if we brought everybody back at the same time.
There goes the instructional day, because you've got kids coming and kids going. So my question for these kindergartners, you got aides on the buses. I've asked for additional assistance for, will all the kids, I know preschoolers have aides. I deal with Head Start and they've got it. Are we going to ensure that these kindergarten teachers have assistants in their classrooms?
So I've talked with with our staff about that, and also to look at, again, what the HR function has been in terms of, are there other people we can deploy in the school division that aren't necessarily doing the kind of work they would normally do, but that would meet the criteria to be able to assist. So I'm going to ask in this initial few weeks, especially, to make sure there is a second person either redeployed from within the school or brought in from outside the school for every kindergarten classroom.
Okay, so maybe like bus drivers or maybe people in the cafeteria, but I think those kindergarten teachers are going to need, the first week, kindergartners are interesting people anyway, because it's the first time they're going to school. One of the groups of teachers that I met with last night, in fact, Lori and I met with them, said, I just want to throw this in. She said, instead of saying return to learn, we need to change it to return to building. Because it gives a connotation that learning was not taking place. And they feel that the virtual model, the thing that I've heard consistently is that the virtual model has worked out better than they thought. And these teachers, and we met with them last night and they were in tears because these teachers they've worked their rear ends off. They really have to get this virtual model going. So I'm concerned about them and when they go, whether or not the other part of that, are they still going to be doing the teaching of the kindergartners in their classroom? Are they going to still do this dual teaching at the same time? Are you still looking at that model? Have you thought about relooking at that? Because teachers are very concerned about it.
Again, I don't want to speak for the chairman, but back in July, the chairman gave quite an impassioned speech to Ms. Goss about his expectation of having the live teaching, which is why we went and asked the county for more money to get the cameras, to increase the bandwidth and all of that.
That's the chairman, sir. I mean, I know but teachers, see, the thing is the chairman and the board, if it's members of the board, we may say we want something, but we've not been in those classrooms. So what the teachers are telling me is that the big complaint that I'm hearing is that they're very concerned about having to teach in classroom and do the second thing at the same time. I think it's something that needs to be looked at.
So we have some classrooms where that is going on already right now. What I expect is that it will continue to improve with the improvements in technology and the acquisition of additional computers and so forth. So I'll give you one example. So I went into a special education room. There were 2 students in the room. There were 2 adults in the room. Now you may think, well, wow, why do you need 2 people for that? One student was a runner and the second student was a climber. And the child, when I wasn't in that room 10 seconds before that kid was on me trying to climb up me and give me a big hug. Well, we're not doing that social contact. I'm trying to keep 6 foot of distance myself. The minute I walked in that class, the teacher said, shut the door, I've got a runner in here. So those 2 people were teaching the special needs students, and they were in very positive spirits. And the teaching assistant was holding her Apple phone to do the Zoom lesson for the 4 special ed kids at home.
Well, that's why I think it's really important to think about, especially kindergartners cry the first week, as you know, and they run because they run to their parents. And so trying to catch a kindergarten and keep them from hugging is almost impossible. But I think the teachers need to have additional help, especially in these primary grades at the lower grades. And I think we need to I asked for health aides, and I don't know if you can use the care funding. I've asked for that 3 or 4 times. I think teachers need that. The other thing is that I really thought it was going to be K-3, but I like because I've been a principal and I know how difficult it's going to be moving into December, into third grade is going to be January and whatever. Tonight I heard the parents. And what I heard from parents is that some of their kids are just not responding to this virtual learning. So I'm wondering if there's some way parents I'm hearing these vision problems and, is there a way to relook at vulnerability at the high school level or middle school level, or can parents maybe have some way of applying for their kids to have doctor statements to say there are mental health issues there? My kid, I don't think all kids respond to virtual learning. And I think that's another vulnerable population. I think we'd have to have some criteria, but I think we really do need to look at these parents who came in tonight and said, and I listened to them on screen. I don't think they're making it up. I think that their kids really are struggling with this virtual learning piece, and that when we have regular classes, we have kids who don't respond well. They're not doing well. If we see that kids are failing virtual, or their parents are saying, we've got some problems, but we didn't identify them as vulnerable, can we have some plan for high schoolers or middle schoolers or kids who are just not learning virtually, but they're not LD identified, but they're kids who have problems? Is there something we could think about that?
So that's something we're absolutely doing and will continue to do. And since we're live and on the air, I would just encourage any parent that is not having, their child is not having the success they need, or they feel they're on too much of the screen time, or that their workload is too much, please contact the teacher. Go into Parent View. Every teacher's email for your child is on Parent View. Mondays are set aside for individual conferencing, mental health concerns. We sent out the survey. We have people working on this every single day. If you're a parent and you're having an issue, or a student can email their teacher. Including the workload. We can make changes to workload at the high school principals meeting. And I think I said this, yes, at the middle school also. Please look at the homework you're giving and make absolutely sure it's reasonable. Make sure the work that you have breaks during the day, and make sure that the teachers are considering the continuum of students. For example, If you're a student having trouble with a concept, the assignment that the teacher might think takes 30 minutes in high school may take an hour, may take 2 hours. For the student who's at the top, that things come pretty easy, but they're like an overachiever. They may spend 2 hours or an hour on something that the teacher is thinking it's 30 minutes. Teachers are reasonable people, and I believe in them. Let them know. If you're a high school kid, you need to learn to advocate for yourself. If you have a problem and you can't get it resolved, you go to your grade level administrator. You can come to an associate. I had people emailing me their issues and try to get help.
I think, Dr. Waltz, I'm thinking of something a little bit more systematic for us to have something in place for kids who are just not virtual learners and they're not doing well, and some system in place. Not just the Monday meetings and whatever, but a system in place for that.
Well, the system that we have is the survey we just completed about if your child needs assistance. We just did that to every family. It ended last week. So it was around mental health. If they have any mental health issues or they need assistance. There was several little questions, and it was emailed to every parent through ParentView.
Yeah, well, I think that it sounds like some people are like, somehow the message is not getting, teachers are feeling that they are not involved in the process. Tonight, this information that you gave us tonight is comprehensive and I think has some merit. But it's just like everybody seems there. I mean, I literally had teachers last night, and Lori will tell you, who were in tears. These are just veteran teachers who work, and they feel like, they said, this is a world-class system, but we're not being treated world-class. I think that, in fact, I had a book for you I was going to show you tonight. I'll show it to you, but I feel better about what you're thinking about teachers. You've got to think about, and this book is called Love Them or Lose Them. And they said sometimes, and one of the statements they make in here is that sometimes if you don't, they might quit and stay. In other words, you could have people, teachers are upset, and it's not just PWEA. Somehow you've got to backtrack and try to get these teachers involved. They didn't feel involved in the process. I have to say that I'm pleased that we're not doing it all at once.
Okay. Well, I would like Rita and Ms. Goss and Mr. Bassett. We have had hundreds of teachers involved in what we're doing. If they could each just, starting with Ms. Goss and then Mr. Bassett, please.
I know what they're going to say to me, Dr. Waltz. I'm just telling you, Rita and you guys can say whatever you want to say, but I'm going to tell you, you've got thousands of people with surveys. I get 400 emails. You and I had this conversation. I really appreciate you calling me, by the way, and calling the board members. But when you get 400 emails from people who are concerned, somewhere the communication has dropped. You guys can say I had all these teachers, and obviously you had some teachers. I don't know how they were selected, but I'm just telling you, teachers are feeling that they were not involved. And I just want to make sure I convey that.
Sure. And I just want to say it was the teachers that wrote the hundreds of modules along with the supervisors in the content areas. They worked the whole summer.
Well, like tonight, Dr. Lateef said something. He said, we're getting this information. I got this information. I ran down. I tried to roll it out. I'm trying to read it. I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. For me, it's about safety. And so when I listen to Dr. Answer and Ms. Pope and Ms. Hebner and what they had to say about what is safe for people, I think that everybody wants to go middle, everybody wants to go high, but at those age levels, you have a higher probability of passing on the virus. I think the little ones can also be carriers. And I think Thanksgiving is going to come and somebody's going to go home, and we've got Thanksgiving. There's so many holidays and all these time for kids to go home, and transfer the virus or pick it up. So I think as long as we're systematically looking at things, I'm pleased with it. And if you could look at, parents are telling me online and kids are telling me when I listen to them that some kids are not virtual learners and that they're having eye problems, they're having mental health problems, and they're having focusing problems. So if you could do that, I would be pleased. I don't need to hear, because I have to listen to what teachers tell me. I got too many emails. I've been here 7 years, never gotten 400 emails, but I did. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it.
Jen Wall.
Hi, Dr. Waltz. Thank you for being with us tonight. And I just had some questions for you. You know, this is a really slow roll, a slower roll than I would like, to be, really honest. I understand the reasons that you've articulated for why you are proposing it. But my initial concern is that this is just not responsive to what parents are saying to us, especially at the elementary school level, because while it does start with pre-K and K, we still have a lot of great needs at the first and second and third grade levels as well. So that's just kind of my initial comment. But what I want to say is, going to the instructional model, you're saying, what I'm hearing is that we're not ready to get our teachers trained up before November 10th. Is that correct? Because I'm also hearing that, hey, if the board decides, we're ready to go 50-50, we'll go in if it's the board's decision. But then on the same time, I'm hearing, we're just not ready at all. Like, our teachers have no idea how to do, virtual teaching and in-person teaching, and we don't have the supplies and we don't have materials. So are we ready? Or is
let me start by saying I didn't say any of that. I didn't say they're not ready. They don't have the supplies. They don't have the materials.
Okay.
I didn't say any of those things. What I said was the professional development for 50-50, depending upon what is decided tonight, begins tomorrow. And I'm happy to bring the director of professional learning back in to clarify that, if you'd like.
So we are ready to roll out professional development for the teachers to help them understand how to teach in-person and virtual students at the same time. Or we will be.
If I could get Ms. Goss, and if you could perhaps get back on for a moment.
Okay.
And get Ms. Taylor.
And I guess for me, we heard so much from teachers, and that's true, Ms. Jessie is right. We probably got 1,000 emails actually. So much concern about this live streaming concept. And so I just wish, I would like some clarification on that. Like, is this really difficult to do? And if it is, then whether it's difficult or not, what exactly, could we get everybody trained by November 10th to do it? And maybe we have too many models in people's minds of what it's going to look like. Maybe that's part of the problem.
So good evening, Mrs. Wall, board members, and Dr. Waltz. Of course, all of the models that we are currently utilizing in Virginia, looking at in our district and across the country and within the world, they're all challenging. Let's be honest. We are in the middle of a global pandemic, and many of the things we're asking teachers to do, we have never asked them to do before. As you are aware, we stood up a learning management system in a matter of months that typically school divisions take several years to implement. So even the virtual model has significant challenges to it. Would it be challenging to implement simultaneous teaching or concurrent teaching for students? It will be challenging because every model is challenging. But some of the significant challenges we have that I shared this summer were that we do not have enough personnel to run a virtual and an in-person school division. And we would need significantly, more funds to have the staff to run both. And, as we were charged with increasing the live virtual time, and folks asked for the equipment to be able to do that. This concurrent teaching model, which, there's not 20 years of research for it because we've never had a global pandemic in which most of us who are on this screen or even alive have even been a part of, especially since we've had compulsory education. And so there are challenges to it, but we believe, after looking at some other school divisions here in Virginia and in the country, that there are ways that we can do it in order to at least give some live virtual instruction and interaction with students each day. That does not mean, and we have not said, that students would be online and would be getting minute for minute the same amount of time with the teacher that the in-person students would get. And the fine details of how much time that would actually mean for those virtual students has not been worked out. It's being worked on by the Return to Learn Logistics Task Force, which, just to say, we heard that folks did not believe we had enough teachers on that before, although we had teachers. We invited all principals to put forward and bring with them an additional teacher to the group as we planned for 50-50. And we also had the previous president of PWA gave us names this summer, and those folks were added as PWA representatives, additional ones. So, yes, this is challenging, but we believe that we can have a model, right? A Prince William County model of concurrent teaching in which we do offer students that live virtual connection and interaction each day with their teacher and their classmates. Mrs. Taylor, maybe you can share a little bit more about the professional learning that our folks, again, have been working around the clock since we heard we were getting the technology to put that together, and that we are prepared to start pushing out to folks.
Sure, Ms. Goss and Dr. Waltz, school board. Some of the things that we've been working on and that I'm most proud of, I believe that we have outstanding professionals, teachers, and leaders in our division. And as we prepared this week and shared at the principal meeting, it was led by my team of instructional coaches who are teacher leaders in the field. And what we really focused on is looking at building the background knowledge. So when you look at Learning Forward, who provides best practices around adult learning. So an example I would give is that we've been providing this professional learning, but when you look at developing it, you have to have a background knowledge. Then as you have the background knowledge, you really look at then getting feedback and then actually doing the professional learning yourself. So if we're teaching things around concurrent learning, teachers get to practice that. And then as they're doing that, as Dr. Waltz said earlier, then principals, assistant principals, and as well as central office leaders are able to provide feedback to these teachers to make corrections. So the learning, we will be working in getting these things ready, and the training hasn't stopped, but it still allows us to get ready, prepared to do it. I always use the example when I was a high school teacher. When we first teach kids to drive, or kids learn to drive over time, you don't put them on 66 at first. So, you put them on local highways, parking lots. So I'm looking at what Dr. Waltz is proposing tonight. That's what we're saying. We can give them feedback. We can support these teachers in growing and developing. So Ms. Goss, thank you for the opportunity to share.
So let me ask a follow-up question, because if we have this extremely slow phase in, we're training pre-K and K right now, and then, forever later, we train first and second to go in. I mean, we may never even need to train our high school teachers to do this dual, in-person and virtual instruction at the rate we're going. We might get to May and not have any high school students in the building. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, can we just simultaneously train everybody to do it? And how complicated is it? Because to me, it seems like wear a mic, have a camera that follows you, practice not ignoring the virtual students or not ignoring the in-person students. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of complicated training involved in using this in-camera, in-person, technology that follows you around the classroom and allows you to teach. Is it a complicated thing that we're asking teachers to learn to do, or is it as easy as I think it is? That maybe it has been used in the corporate world for decades.
So, Mrs. Wall, I think it isn't just about the technology, right? The use of the camera and the microphone. In some sense, I wish it was just about the use of those, two pieces of technology. It's about how do you plan for two different groups, right? That are, one is virtual and one is in front of you. And how do you manage those students in a classroom that has students in person and virtually? Again, it's not always, about all of the technicalities or the technology itself, but it is something that we have not done before, and so teachers have to go back to their classrooms and figure out during the pandemic, how a classroom is going to work in person. And then on top of that, how will they now infuse the technology and the learning management system that we have already begun to use in the school division? Mrs. Taylor talked about the transition period, and that's going to be part of our training with folks is how would we slowly transition so that it is more manageable for teachers. But there are a lot of pieces to planning and delivering instruction in this manner, and it's not as easy as it appears. Is it doable? I think it is doable, but again, we have to negotiate those details of what can be done in our school division that meets the needs of our students and our teachers in a way and with a process, because this concurrent teaching is really going to be a process, right? We're not going to be able to flip the switch, if you will, on November 10th and have everything, magically up and running. And that's really been the way with all of our the pandemic and how we've been operating is there is a number of things that have to be phased in, and you start to layer on top of this all of the procedures that need to be in place. And our staff is prepared to work with teachers to make any model successful academically and as well as safe. But it does take time, and it's not just about those two pieces of technology. I hope that answers your question.
It does.
And Ms. Goss, I would like for Mr. Bassett to join in, because I would like to get his perspective as the person who supervises the content supervisors, if he could join in.
Absolutely. Mr. Bassett?
Good evening, Chairman Lateef and board members, Dr. Waltz. Thank you for the opportunity to shed a little light on this. I think Mrs. Goss is absolutely correct about the fact that we can deliver on a model, whether it's optimal or not is always a challenge in this kind of environment. When we talk about the complexity of this particular piece, our teachers are developing, as you heard this evening, a great deal of expertise rapidly with online learning using the online tools, the Zoom tools and the learning management system. What's becoming evident is that negotiating the in-person instruction with the learning management system simultaneously is a challenge for them, is a challenge for teachers. We think that content-wise, teachers will be in a good place with their command of the curriculum and their facility with the tools. We're prepared to be able to roll out quarter two material to support them at the conclusion of the first marking period with additional content in the learning management system. But in terms of the pedagogical difference, to be able to negotiate the direct instruction that they do, structured practice at the initial part of their lessons, the guided practice that they do with small groups. I think that's where things get real challenging in the instructional model in a concurrent classroom when you're trying to work in small groups with students who are face-to-face and who are at home. I think there are some strategies that we can deploy to make that more manageable, but I think that's where there's some challenge. And then the final part in terms of assessing student performance and looking at their independent practice and having an opportunity to give students feedback in person while also keeping students engaged. And Ms. Wall, to your question specifically about the fact that this has been done in the corporate world, I agree, but fourth graders and sixth graders respond very differently to the level of independence that might be necessary to give them while you're working with kids in class than adult learners who are there, presumably because they're, by choice and livelihood, as opposed to, the school environment. But we're ready. We're ready to be able to roll up our sleeves and do that work. It's great time to be in education because we're innovating every single day, trying new things that we haven't done before and taking risks to see what works and being honest about the things that don't and having to make adjustments on the fly as we go. I think Dr. Waltz raised a really good point about the challenges that are in place with regard to some of the performing arts classes and some of the lab-based type activities that students are engaged in. Those things will present really significant challenges with the safety requirements we're talking about, and additional time to work through some of those things I do think would be very much for the future.
Okay, on this same, thank you to everybody who's answered my questions. So on the same train of thought, since training is, it sounds like it's something that really kind of needs to be done from the school in order to practice it and anticipate, that hands-on training with the in-person students and the virtual students. Can we then, or if this is so difficult and hard for our teachers to master, then can't we require then all the teachers to begin teaching from the classroom? No students just coming to the school, becoming familiar with the classroom, becoming familiar with the technology and the PPE procedures, and feel confident in, right now the hardest part for our teachers, I think, is crossing the threshold into the school and mastering the technology. So if we require teachers to come back and practice these technologies with the technologies that they're going to be eventually teaching with, I think that will engender a lot of confidence. It will also help train our teachers up more quickly, than like this like incredibly slow rollout where we might finally get juniors and seniors back, in May. So anyway, what about that idea? Having our teachers teach from the schools.
Yeah, I read that in the comments that you sent to me after we talked. One of the things that's on every single email from the executive director of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission is the ways to beat COVID, staying home if you can. So the first time we say you're going to have to all come in, first of all, we've got 500 people almost in tier 1 that we have to have these mitigation conversations with.
Could we keep the tier 1s at home?
When we started with special education and bringing those and the EL kids in, that we had a 3-day weekend. The kids started on the Friday when it became clear, yes, we're going to do this. We had an en masse 12 special education teachers resign. So one thing that I am very concerned about is if we just say, you're all going to have to come in and start teaching there. If you take that same mathematical equation, that would be a loss of about 900 teachers. So if you take 1,200 into 90,000 and take that, mathematically, that's about 900 teachers. Well, we can't afford, there's not 900 teachers to hire. And again, the COVID concerns, I mean, I think we would just be exacerbating all the angst that you're hearing from teachers now by requiring that.
But the teachers wouldn't be there with any students. They would just be the only person in their classroom. I mean, not in the
We
building,
have
but
60
in the
people that have been
classroom.
identified with COVID now with very few students in the school. And many of those people that have been diagnosed with COVID that were on those 3 slides aren't teaching in person. I mean, COVID is everywhere.
Right, right. It's because it's in the community. There's
Yes.
no way, it's just going to spread if people, are maybe in contact with somebody too
Yes,
closely. Or anything.
exactly.
But I mean, if our health procedures are good, which I believe that they are, and we remove the social distancing requirement, because if a teacher can stay 6 feet away from another teacher, and they go into the school and they go into their own classroom, and they teach from their classroom, and they wash their hands, and all the others, they eat their lunch in their own classroom, whatever it is, and there aren't children there, we should reduce those, all of our mitigation strategies would be in that green category, because we wouldn't have that 3 feet of distance. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I understand your point. I guess the issue is also the changing scientific things that are being shared. There were a couple of speakers, and I know what they're referring to, the CDC guidance that they put in and took out, then it went back in this week, but it's the aerosol particles. So, they're concerned that 6 feet is not going to be enough, and that the aerosol particles can remain in the air for an extended period of time. So again, that stuff's all starting to circulate everywhere in the media and the news and social media. So again, I think I just think we would exacerbate the level of concern.
all right, okay. I'm going to ask one more follow-up question, then I'll let somebody else have a turn. So with our new numbers, I know that the numbers kind of flipped from 40% parents wanting virtual to now approximately 60%. Is that about accurate, or is it higher? What will those new numbers do to that 6 foot and 3 foot distance? It seems like if you have 60% of your student body willing to be virtual, you're only bringing in 40% of your student body. Cut that in half. Now you have only 20% of your student body in your school at a given time. We ought to be able now to approximate that 6 foot distance in most cases, right? Because we have many fewer students that we have to split into House A and House B. It would depend on the school, right? But I know.
Well, it depends on the school. It might depend on a lot of different indicators. I mean, if you looked at it through the eyes of the law of averages, I mean, ideally what you're saying is yes, but how that plays out in a given school. And the other thing is we have tremendously different size classrooms and shapes of classrooms. And for example, when I came, the first school that I could influence the design was Patriot High School. So the classes are considerably larger there. They're larger at Colgan. We put windows, another thing is air circulation. We put windows that open in Patriot High School. Then there were people who put all kinds of pressure on us of spending too much money on the high school. So we have windows at Colgan. There's one window to my knowledge that opens, that's in the nurses' suite. So we've got all these windows, but they don't open. And then you have all these schools that were built on the model of the open classroom, where the boards prior to my arrival, they were finishing up the last 3 or 4 high schools of the model where they had these giant open spaces. And when they closed them in, they created pie-shaped classrooms. So even with the fewer students, if they happen to be in that school and in those classrooms, we have some classes that are quite small. But yes, ideally it's going to help.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll let somebody else go now.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz, for this presentation. If I'm hearing you correctly, because it's now getting late, what I'm hearing you say is that your approach at this point in time, or your recommended approach, is to bring in all of our pre-K, phase in our K through 3 over a period of time, And then also phase in our special education students as on a case-by-case basis based upon how they're learning and their case IEP team basically determines. Is that sort of what I'm hearing on the overview, I guess you could say?
Yeah, there's only one change, and that is we're bringing in the pre-K with the K.
Okay,
They're
thank you.
both in the first group.
And then so how does this impact with all of the additional professional development that we're expecting our teachers to do with the hybrid model of virtually teaching and teaching live in a classroom, and then the professional development where they're doing that, the planning, the learning curve that they're going to undertake with that, how much time is left for them to also update everything for the second quarter curriculum? Because if I remember correctly, we only loaded the first quarter into Canvas, and that we need to now load. Is that process started? How does that impact our teaching and our staff?
Well, the instructional modules are continuing to be developed. And again, I'll ask Ms. Goss, I don't know if you want Mr. Bassett or if you want to do it yourself, but yes, at one point in time, we talked about the modules that had been completed, but there were many that were still going on. And Rita, Ms. Goss, if you could give the overall number, because it was hundreds and hundreds of modules that the teachers created.
So we have quite a few modules, and I can certainly pull those numbers up if you give me a second. But Mrs. Williams, to answer your question around how we're doing the modules. So this summer, we basically spent our time really examining the first quarter and trying to get all of those modules in place in order to really maintain our core instructional program from, so that we didn't have to eliminate courses or offerings to our students. So there are thousands of
That's okay. I don't need the exact number. I guess what I'm really looking for is, I remember at one point we just uploaded first quarter. Are we now working on the second quarter? Has the second quarter
We've
been
been
completed?
actively working on the second quarter since this summer. We're trying to stay at least one quarter in advance of the curriculum pacing.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
In some courses, it's a little more. Some courses, we're racing to get that done. But absolutely, we're still our PD specialists and supervisors and the teachers that we had hired are continuing to work, again, to try to stay in advance, at least one quarter in advance of where we're going.
Thank you, Ms. Goss, because I know that that's important in the sense that I understand that when you learn a new learning management system, teachers they should now, I'm assuming, and I know it's not every single teacher, now be accustomed to taking the templates that were designed and making them their own, but I understand that that also takes time, and they will then have to do that for the second quarter and so on and so forth. So I just, in addition to everything else that we're asking them, I just want to make sure I'm clear kind of where we stand with that. So I sit on the opposite end, I guess, from some of my board members, and that I'm not hearing the same level of complaints and concerns from parents about returning to in the building learning. I'm hearing more, please keep my child at home virtual only program. And I understand that there's a balance to that, right? Like personally, my child will not be in a building as long as I can possibly manage to keep him out because I don't feel it's safe. I live in a high COVID infection area. And my child now attends a Title I school, which I have to say, thank you to all of the Title I school teachers and staff. You absolutely rock. My child is absolutely learning. He is in second grade, which I hear constantly about the language and reading and math and instruction and how it's so critical for K through 3. And my child is completely engaged. We are getting materials. If you don't have something at home, the teachers are working around. I mean, it's amazing what I see. I can't speak for every school, but I know for my Title I schools, I can't praise you enough. You absolutely rock, Ms. Najam. The program they have at Kilby is similar to the program my son is going in at his school, and he's not at Kilby. It's just a separate Title I school, but it's amazing. So I just could not address that.
Ms.
Mike,
Williams?
I bring that up to say,
Ms. Williams?
yes.
I just wanted to add one other thing when you talked about the kids we're bringing back. I got reminded by Mr. Iman, we're also bringing in several of the CTE
Yes.
students in selected courses starting November 16th.
Thank you, because I was asking for clarification, so I appreciate that. I bring up the Title I schools because I am concerned about the differences that I am hearing across the division about learning occurring in schools, specifically when it comes to hearing about teachers who are basically sort of lecturing our kids and the workload that the kids our students are having to deal with. And I know that part of that has to deal with the fact that a lot of assignments they would naturally be doing when they're in a building. So I understand that it seems like a lot, especially to me when I hear as a parent, I'm going, oh my God, you know, you have 16 now assignments, and then I have to remember in my head some of those things you would do in a building, but now they're not. What my concern for that is how are we going to better manage or balance that across the division, and if that is possible, right? Because I'm hearing from a lot of students, especially at the high school and the middle school level, that they're very stressed out. Parents are saying that there's not a lot of grading going on for the assignments that are being done, and I think it's hard for students and parents to distinguish what is a critical assignment, but maybe not be graded, but critical in the sense that it's going to help the student learn. I looked at a high school student's assignment list, and one of the things that they got a point for was signing up for Khan Academy. So that's not something you can necessarily grade, but it's something to their benefit because it provides extra support to their learning. So I'm wondering if there's if there's going to be another discussion with our teachers about how we can better communicate with the parents who are not used to seeing what their kids do all day long because they're not in school with them, and to our students of what is a critical assignment or why this assignment is being given to you so that they understand. Because I think that that's a major stress.
Yes, so I agree, and at least for some. And so again, 2 days ago, when we had the principals meetings, one of the things I shared with them was this universal page in Canvas. And one of the suggestions that I gave to the secondary principals was there, and I learned this just as a parent myself of a senior in high school, that on the Canvas page, once you go into the page, some of our daughter's teachers had the little green emoji with the check mark in front of all assignments that were going to be graded. And I just asked the principals to please have some conversations to see if teachers would be willing to do that across the whole school division on the secondary level to let the kids know what's going to be graded, because I think you make a good point. And Mr. Bixby, would you like to comment, please, about workload, student load, and then Mr. Mulgrew in our work that we're trying to do with the principals?
Dr. Waltz, Dr. Lateef, members of the board, thank you. We've addressed that. As a high school team, we meet every Thursday, and we've talked about what balanced assignments look like, what asynchronous learning would look like, on how we should not exceed 3 hours of work on Mondays, keeping in mind that some students will do that work in advance, will do it over the weekend. So we've tried to stress with our staff to help our students understand better what Mondays look like, what asynchronous planning looks like, because it's new to all of them. And I think that's going pretty well, Dr. Waltz. We're being pretty consistent.
And again, Mr. Bixby is speaking for the middle school level. Mr. Mulgrew, please.
Dr. Waltz, we did the exact same thing. We talked about some of the things that the way a teacher used to teach that made them very successful when they had in-person kids and they had 30 kids in a class. If you teach the exact same way in the virtual environment, that is an adjustment period and just trying to pare it down and making sure you hit the essential, knowing what is to teach asynchronously and what is to wait for synchronous instruction. And we have tried to work very hard over the last 5 or 6 years to make sure that we hit just homework is better, homework is targeted. and very succinct versus the 1 through 50 problems that we used to have when all of us went to school. So we're making progress on it. Teachers are adjusting to it. It's going to take a little bit of time. Students are adjusting to it. But it is something we're definitely working on, is to make sure that we try to keep the workload to a level that keeps the students sane, but we still are able to cover the material that's necessary.
Thank you. My last point is, I don't think that we're really communicating effectively as a division to our school families what being in a building will look like. I know that we have it on the on the FAQs, but what I hear a lot from students is, I want to go back in the building because I want to be with my friends, I want to participate in clubs, I want to hang out in the lunchroom, and I don't know how else that as a division we can reiterate that message. And I was just wondering if you could address some things. My understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I know there'll be variations on this, of course, depending on what grade level you're in, and especially high school, whether you're in a CT room or not. But there is restricted movements. We are expecting students to wear masks. You will be at your desk most of the time. Students will be learning on Canvas in their classroom. It's not as if all of a sudden you go in a building and you get your textbook back and you're learning in the same style you were pre-pandemic. And I think that is a major misnomer that a lot of parents have. I really don't think they understand that you still need to bring in your device. We are still going to be using Canvas. You are still going to use things like Nearpod to complete your assignments. You're not going to be able to share blocks and pencils with your classmate. And I was just wondering if we could speak to that a little bit, because I think that's really important when parents are thinking about sending their child back in a building, and for students to understand the difference as well.
Yes, I'll be happy to respond to that. So as you may recall, and it's been a while, and more people sometimes get involved in this as time goes forward, but we showed you, and we had 3 different principals show pictures from their school as how their classrooms are set up. I can also just give you some recent descriptions since I've gone to almost 10% of our schools already. So for example, in one classroom, they had a very large pentagon shape. The desks were in the shape of a pentagon spread out. And then because of the unique nature of that particular class, they had plexiglass shields setting on the desk, and the teacher was more in the middle of the space. In a classroom where I was this week, they had yellow tape with 6-foot markings for the students, and then they had the desk in the center of that area. A lot of teachers have moved to create more space in their classroom. In these schools where staff have visited that, for example, they had tape down the center of the hallway. You can only go on a certain side. Some schools are marking one way only. Students are not allowed to stop or congregate in the hallway. They are not assigned a locker because we can't have students congregate or we lose the spacing. So the lunch thing, you may eat in a lunchroom or a gym, but you also may end up eating in either the class before or after, especially in a school with a lot. Now, a number of our schools, the students are eating in their classroom now of the 1,200 that are back. Mr. Mulgrew, would you care to comment any more about how the classrooms will look? I know you've been on at least some of those trips.
Yeah, Ms. Williams, the high school I visited, they don't allow kids, no lockers are allowed, and the kids cannot stop between class. You have to continuously move. The conversations that kids usually have in between classes with their friends at the lockers, they don't permit it. They had one-way hallways where the kids would go up. They're not going up a staircase without the other kids coming down a staircase. So you'd have to walk all the way around to get it, because there were only staircases that went up one way and came down another. PE was very,
That's really important for people here.
PE was definitely a question mark. Band and music, the kids actually performed at home and videotaped, and that was their assessment. The teacher could not do live feedback inside of a classroom. As Dr. Waltz mentioned, band is a huge issue, and so is chorus. I'm not trying to minimize the choral aspect, but music is a huge one. Theater would be one that would be, because you're projecting your voice as you speak. So those are some of the things that when people say, I want to go back to school, back in school means there's going to be some restrictions that we're going to have to place on them if they come back. The school I went to see, they didn't have they weren't under the same health guidelines, and they didn't have the 50 requirement for the cafeteria. But even so, those teachers walked down in high school and put the kids in chairs at the cafeteria. They weren't allowed to sit with their friends at cafeteria. They sat with the people that were in their class at that time. Hopefully they were their friends. That would be the best way of putting it. But those were significant issues that were put inside of that school, but they didn't have the 50 requirement. They were at 250. So they could put people in the gymnasium. We're at the 50, that changes things considerably.
Thank you
Did
very
I-
much. I
answer
just think that's really important for parents to know. And as we expand that, then I know that things will change. But I think initially that's a huge consideration. So again, I just want to thank you for everything that you've addressed tonight. I know that we're not going to get through everything, but I do appreciate it.
Ms. Zargarpur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Dr. Waltz, thank you so much for your the time you took to go over everything, but just especially the way you were talking about the staff, teachers and everybody who's going to be going into the buildings, because that is a real thing right now. I am a teacher, okay? I am the only one on this dais who will be doing that kind of teaching where I've got my students on a computer and in the room. And I don't know what that looks like. And all of my colleagues across the country who do this teaching talk about how exhausting it is. So I know we have to be prepared for that. And I really appreciate the acknowledgement of the work that teachers are doing. That said, I know we've already covered that stuff a million times, but I also do have constituents who have some very big concerns. I am very worried about the people who have emailed and talked about how virtual is not working for them. And I understand the need to be very safe in our buildings. I am not comfortable putting people in a building if our COVID rates are too high. So I know we're going to be paying close attention to all of that stuff. But I would also like to know, when do you anticipate getting middle and high school, the rest of elementary, middle, and high school in? Because I do have constituents who can't wait. They're very upset that virtual is not ideal for their kids. And I know we just talked about reaching out to parents and things like that, but I've had emails about kids with dyslexia who are not feeling like they're getting what they need. I've had people who have reached out about being very frustrated with just the modality of having to look at a computer and not more tactile things. So I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about what you think we can be doing for middle and high school and getting the rest of elementary in. And that would be the big ask right there, what that looks like and what timetable you think that would be. Thank you.
Well, again, I'm concerned about speculating on that because we've got a big step up to do all the implementation of the things that I mentioned so far. But certainly we'd be looking at all the health metrics and then looking to second semester. And probably if we were able to do that, another type of phase in. The calendars I included were some of the high school CTE, our most needy students, and then all of elementary. So, that gets us to second semester, but certainly we won't wait till second semester to try to figure out what we're doing second semester. It's just the problem with speculation is there's so many unknowns. And I've watched school system after school system tell people something and then change it, and it just makes the situation worse. But certainly, we hope to get the kids back in school.
Thank you, Dr. Waltz. I do know one thing is very true about you. You want to make sure you got it right before we go into anything. So I do really appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
Right. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation today. It was very in-depth and quite helpful to see the analysis of the metrics. And I know that methodical and systematic is best practice in education. And I defer to the education professionals in this matter, and it seems like the current plan is a summary of the concerns that meets the needs of two groups that want to get their kids in, while those who are also concerned about maybe rushing without paying attention to the data. That being said, I also share some of the same concerns that some of my board members have mentioned. Some of the questions I had are probably not age appropriate. It ranges from like, what mask protocol looks like now to, maybe something more operational about operations for picking up food. But there is one question that you've touched on, but I just want to reiterate, is that I really have heard from high schoolers. They are overwhelmed with the workload. They are impacted by misinformation on social media. They're concerned about the health of students and staff. And they're also afraid and sad that they're missing out on school and social rituals. So accessing the hidden curriculum. So, and maybe not tonight, might not be the time that you can address this, but because you have other board members have brought this up, but at some point I do agree with other board members have said about a systematic approach in addressing the mental health needs of our high schoolers and our middle schoolers. And I also agree that in the near future, if we could have a plan on how to roll things out and when we would get them in, I'd appreciate it. That's it, because everybody else has asked me questions about the trainings and then mentioned.
Great, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Ralston? Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, and now I do.
Okay, I pass.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Dr. Waltz, I have a question on the virtual program. How is attendance calculated on virtual currently for the first 3 weeks? How do we determine a student has attended?
I'll defer to Mr. Iman and he can call the appropriate member of the staff.
Good evening, Dr. Lateef, members of the board, Dr. Waltz. Yes, I'm sorry, excuse me just a
Turn
moment.
off your other screen or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Hang on.
Maybe somebody else can answer it.
No, I would be happy to speak to that.
All right, let's see if he's got it. Are you there, Mr. Iman?
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies, everyone. I had the TV on as well as the computer and forgot it was on.
Great.
Yep. And the quick answer is, Dr. Lateef, is that we follow the VDOE, the Virginia Department of Education guidance on attendance during the pandemic. But if Ms. Huebner would like to add to those comments, that would be fine. I appreciate that.
Ms. Huebner, more specifically, what counts as attending?
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that. So we do follow, as Mr. Iman referenced, the Virginia Department of Education recommendations to allow flexibility in what we count as attendance, as attending. So we do have synchronous learning, and we do take attendance when kids attend class or are present for the live instruction. But we also offer a variety of options, taking into consideration that everybody has different ability to attend live due to schedules, maybe conflicts in the home or access to devices. So we have a variety of ways that we count learning. There's a variety of educational opportunities where we look at have assignments been accessed, completed. We look at the attendance or the access in Canvas. We are able to look at logons and the interactions in a virtual environment, completion of assignments, contact through email or phone call. And so there are a lot of different ways we give flexibility in order to ensure that we don't discount the fact that students need to be met in a different way. We do keep track of the synchronous learning, and we have a lot of different codes that we account for that. Does that answer your question, Dr. Lateef?
Yeah, so theoretically, you can be counted as attended if you turn in an A assignment that day without having attended a synchronous lesson or an asynchronous lesson, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And, we do so taking into account that a student may have difficulty with an internet connection or a scheduling situation. And so we offer the variety of options so that we can capture if students are accessing some format, the recorded lessons, we give flexibility in that.
I suspect we all believe that attending a synchronous lesson or an asynchronous lesson is important. Correct? I assume that that's important. That's what we,
Yes.
that would allow the students to perform better on their assignment,
Yes.
correct? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. The goal
yeah.
is to have students attend as much live instruction
Yeah.
as possible,
So-
but
so-
taking into account that it's not always possible.
Yeah, so I would like to see, because we are in this virtual environment for at least half the students who've selected to go virtual for possibly, I don't know, inevitably, the board should be provided the synchronous attendance, the asynchronous attendance, and attendance just based on turning in an assignment. And the reason I ask this is currently the way we're reporting attendance to the VDOE, which is fine, there's a lot of flexibility, and I get that. And from your points or what Mr. Iman said, theoretically, a student can have turned in assignments for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and maybe attend a synchronous lesson on Friday and given credit for 4 days of attendance or 5 days of attendance. It would be like a student going to missing school on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in live, and showing up on Friday, turning in all his assignments and being given credit for school attendance. We would not do that in the real world. In the virtual world, I understand the flexibility in reporting and the challenges we have with kids, and this goes to the heart of why virtual is an incredible struggle for people and many people. And so I am extraordinarily fearful for our students we are leaving behind, who we are just saying turn in an assignment, and that counts as showing up. So is it possible for the board to be given regular updates on synchronous and asynchronous attendance with plans by the school administration on how we're going to improve those attendance things?
Well, before we do anything, we need to check into what is possible and how we can report that back to the board, which we can do.
Yeah, let me, is it on this? Ms. Williams has a question.
Thank you. If it is possible, I think it's also important and imperative to include why students are not attending. I know several high school students right now who have to work because if they don't work, they can't support their family and they cannot attend live, but they are doing their assignments. And that is pretty common for a lot of the high school students that I run into. And where before it was mostly common for students who attended like independence, that was a primary motivating reason. But I've seen those numbers go up in the amount of high school students that I deal with. And some of them are not even like able to, like normally they would be playing sports, but now they're working so they can either support themselves or support their family. So I don't want to get the public this idea that some kids just aren't doing it because they don't want to participate in live Zoom because
That's
we
not
are
what
in a pandemic. So I want to make sure that we have some backup with that.
Ms. Huebner, as we monitor over the course of time our success with virtual, I assume, attendance is an important part of that. And where we feel like we might be leaving people behind, as Ms. Williams pointed out, we need to be having a team of folks working on how to get those students more involved. I assume we have something like that going on?
So Dr. Lateef, we do actively, our school attendance officers have been all in since we've started the virtual learning, and they're ready to support their schools in any student that we feel like may not be attending enough live instruction or, needs extra support. So it's a great point that we need to get to the why. But yes, we are tracking the asynchronous and the synchronous learning, and we have the ability to follow up accordingly to make sure that the students' well-being and that they are doing okay and keeping them on track.
Mr. Iman wants to weigh in on that. Please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Waltz, and school board members again, thank you. I just do want to point out, with all the concerns that have been raised by multiple board members for the added work on teachers, that collecting some of this data the way you've described it could actually add a lot of extra work to what teachers need to do. The tracking of all the logins could be very difficult.
Mr. Iman, I appreciate that, and I'm not here to add more work to them, but if we are going to do a virtual program, it would seem to me that we want to optimize how that works. It is not, to me, acceptable to hear from people, oh, it's working for my kids, this is great, when I can point out hundreds of folks calling me, talking to me, saying, this is not working for my kid, this is not working for my kid. And I mean, this is part of the new work we have to do, unfortunately, right, in this virtual world. Since this rollout is going to extend virtual even longer for more people, I'm assuming that we're going to try to optimize it regardless of the amount of work it's going to take. Or am I wrong? We're not going to try to optimize it. I mean, there's certain kinds of work, Mr. Iman, that we have to do, right, to get this right.
Understood. And as I had mentioned to you in a previous conversation, and I believe Dr. Waltz said a moment ago, we'll obviously take into consideration the points that you have made.
Yeah, well, I mean, I will formally be asking for attendance data regularly, and I think it is important as we monitor how this program is succeeding and or failing. So I think it is really critical that it's important to do that. Also, on the assignments, my understanding is, and I've seen it with my, to remind you all, if you don't know, I have 4 children in the school system, 3 here in the county. There are a lot more Fs coming home on assignments. I don't know for what reasons, but are we monitoring the success of the grades? How are our students doing with virtual? Is there, there's virtual teaching going on. The question is there any virtual learning happening? How are we assessing that?
Mr. Iman, do you want to direct one of the associates that hasn't had an opportunity to speak? I talked to it a little bit about the teacher observations that the principals have been dialing in, and I know they're collecting data, but if you want to call on one of maybe the elementary that hasn't spoken yet.
Most certainly. Thank you, Dr. Waltz. I'll ask Mr. Erickson to please begin.
And while we're getting Mr. Erickson on, again, we'll see what kind of information can be collected and how. And then if it's some major thing, we need to bring that back to the board.
Sure, I appreciate that. And as you point out, the observations from the principals and teachers, and as we hear from Mr. Erickson, I can also, I bring these questions to you as I point out observations from our students and parents and families.
Good evening, Dr. Lateef, members of the board, Dr. Waltz. Yes, the teachers will be if I'm reading the question correctly, understanding the question correctly, we'll be having assessments, formative and unit assessments as we typically do. The first math assessments, at least in the elementary level, are just getting into gear. We'll also have report card grade data and that type of thing.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Waltz, I want to thank you, I guess, for crediting me this idea that we need to have the virtual learning and the concurrent learning in the classroom. To refresh everyone, that discussion came about with the complex nature of the proposals of having virtual and hybrid, and the discussion entailed how do we simplify this to intend to make hybrid work smoother, and or if we open and close, something that would be possible. I thank you for crediting me for getting us to where they are. If I was that good as a school board chair, I guess I would have got kids in September 8th. I didn't do that. I failed at that. if I was that good of a school board chairman, I would have had our pre-K to 3 in November 10th, which I really believe the gating criteria, as you point out in some of your emails to us, clearly say we can go in and they are among the most vulnerable learners. And I recognize your concerns, though, about capability of getting it done. And I want it to be clear. I mean, your recommendations are based on the fact you are recommending these things because this is how you believe most safely it can be done. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay, great. And that comes from conferring, as you pointed out with your example, the high school principals who half of them felt like it wouldn't be possible to do second semester was better.
They didn't say it wouldn't be possible. The question that was asked was, how do you feel about it being continuing virtual until second semester? And it was the majority of the high school principals who wanted it to be
second
remain
semester.
virtual on second semester.
You went mute on us, sorry, on the last part.
What they said was the majority of the high school principals and the work group of the middle school principals preferred to wait till to continue virtual during second quarter.
Okay, great. So if the gating criteria continues to improve and we get to green all the way down on all indicators, primary and secondary indicators, I mean, I think can you offer, I'm not, and this is not asking you to speculate, I'm asking you to provide us with a clear schedule of how you want to roll students in if we meet gating criteria and we continue to improve. Say we go green all the way through January. Gating criteria are the determining factors. Flu season doesn't affect the gating criteria. You know, gating criteria stay the same. Things may go up, they may go down, but rather than speculate on flu, where, by the way, flu hasn't done much in the southern hemisphere, and so we didn't see what flu would have done, and we didn't cause an dramatic increase in community spread, and we're hoping that people who wear their masks, also, by the way, reducing flu, that also helps. But let's say we remain, because I don't think we should have this discussion in front of the public speculating. We should tell them, and I'm asking you, if we remain green, or get to green, all the way down, we meet all the criteria, shouldn't we have a schedule on that? Shouldn't the high school principals and that would go to, are they ready to go in second semester? Do you think they're capable? Can they do it? If we're green. You're on mute, sir.
If the indicators were as you spoke, yes, I believe they would. And we would probably recommend a phase in as well, starting with the transition years of 6th grade and 9th grade.
So I think it's important as part of our plan to put that out there specifically. If we are green, if we meet gating criteria, and list out the gating criteria that we should have met to then for the schedule to go this way on how we're going to go in, because I think that's really important. I think parents are demanding it. I think there are a lot of parents extremely upset about the way we're rolling this out, and so I think what bothers people the most is uncertainty and not knowing. I think everyone is sophisticated enough, and I think it's an insult. Frankly, I think it's an insult to assume that students and families think high school or middle school or elementary school in a hybrid model will be like it was. I don't think there's any students out there who think I'm going to go back in and I'm going to go get to hang out and it's going to be like fun. I believe far more in our parents and our families and our students that they know it's going to be different, but they still want to get back. But I think it's really critical that if we are green, we have to lay out our plan. And and I think it's okay to say, well, if we're yellow, then we're speculating, right? So we don't know and you had done that in some of your emails and updates that, this is all subject to change, and I think that's fine. but I think that will help you plan better and your principals plan better, because right now, I mean, if we don't give them dates, they might not try to get there, it seems.
Well, I want to clarify that because
Yeah.
they're all trying. So for example, the work group is about the 50-50 model.
Right.
So it's basically, it's what's in front of us tonight, which is whether or not you support the recommendation.
Right, no, I mean, clearly. So, but the recommendation, you can't, so one thing we would like, I'm asking, and that's fine, we can do tonight is one thing, but part of your recommendation, I think, that could be improved or modified as we talk about moving forward, the grade levels having dates on how you're bringing them in based on the fact that we continue to meet gating criteria. I think that's actually helpful to everybody in the system. It would seem to me. Is that correct?
I can't speak to what people would say, but what I'm interested in is your reaction to this. And then, because if you say, no, the board voted and the board is going to keep it right where it is, then it's moot.
Well, I mean, Dr. Waltz, we have asked for your recommendation. We're not here to vote or not vote. We're here to hear from you what our division leaders are, what you believe, and as you pointed out, is the best and safest way for us to go in. You are the expert. You are the superintendent. This is your realm. I clearly would have liked to have gone in September 8th. That could have been a massive mistake, right? I'm not the educator, and there was a reason why from the work session it was 8-0 to go in September 8th to the next week, because over the course of that week there was considerable concern that we may not be ready. We may not be ready to mitigate. We may not be ready equipment-wise, and now we're getting more ready. So I take your point that we have to move on from that, and I understand that. I would go back to this. I think it's Loudon or somebody is recommending that teachers go in and start teaching from the classroom and doing their virtual lessons from the classroom in the building. That would be one teacher in the classroom. There's nobody to social distance from, and it is, and I think as Ms. Wall pointed out, a really good way to start training teaching from the classroom when we go to a hybrid model. It also may help reduce anxiety and getting folks back into the process, because we are, as you pointed out in your recommended plan, phasing in a rollout. And if the rollout is going to be this slow, we could slowly train folks to get used to being back in the buildings, because clearly the teachers are anxious about that, and anything we can do to reduce their anxiety, I think, would be really helpful. But you're not sure you want to do that. I mean, you mentioned that aerosolization and things like that are a problem.
Well, I don't know if you were, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to see, but I don't know if you were in the room when I spoke to that in great detail.
I was. Yeah. So I was. So I mean, I would contend that, your discussion was that you're worried about spreading. I mean, we're only bringing in the teachers to teach in their classroom. There's no students. So, ultimately based on your argument about being concerned about spreading, that sort of contradicts our sort of trying to get K and pre-K in. I mean, we're moving towards getting pre-K and K in starting whenever the date is. So, I mean, we're going to be going down this road. Why not also bring the teachers, start bringing them back?
I'm following the health guidance, but I'm not here to debate you.
Right. Got it. Okay. Understood. And then, I'll just have, I think that is it. I'll move to, I think Mr. Wilk has a question.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. Dr. Waltz, hello, good evening, as we're approaching. Good morning, almost. Dr. Waltz, I 100% agree with you right now with the health indicators, the technology delays, the need for more professional development, and then the preference of some of the secondary leadership for this semester to stay all virtual. I agree with Dr. Lateef that I think we do need indicators, because my thing is, as we kind of get moving forward, and as he said, everything hits green, I feel like there should be a plan to, in a sense, accelerate and start bringing our secondary kids to school in a phased model, not saying, again, 6, 8 all at once or all the high schools at once. But I think that would go a long way, because I get the sense that, you know, even if we put a disclaimer, this only occurs if blank, 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 blank occur, at least people will then see a roadmap, so that there's not this conception that their secondary kids are never going to go to in-person learning this year. And so, I think your phased-in rollout, based off everything you've said, learning tonight, of course, that, you know, we still have technology delays, bandwidth installation that we need to do, and then also learning about the preferences of secondary principals and people who actually have to be in the buildings. I understand that. I think my biggest thing, again, is where are the indicators? Because I hear over and over again from constituents and families that we go through this every 6 weeks, up and down, like a roller coaster. Am I going in? Am I not? And if there was just some type of, in a sense, like a report card or some type of chart that we could kind of say, this is where we're at right now with the bandwidth installation. This is where we're at with getting everything, you know, phased in the health metrics. I think that would go a long way. But you're just hearing, I'm not asking for a response. So the other thing, I think, just one thing I've kind of seen a common trend is a lot of people think that, you know, our teachers don't want to teach, that they don't want to go into school, they don't want to be with the kids. But when I talk to teachers, one of the things, and we heard it tonight, is that they felt like they weren't part of the discussion. They weren't brought to the table, and therefore they were learning about things literally like the day of, or finding out whether it's on a blurb or social media or something, that this thing is just going to happen. So I think it would go a long way as we prepare to phase into more of a hybrid model, that one, to help alleviate concerns and fear and some of the frustration, that you commit to potentially meeting with the leadership of the union association ahead of time to hear their concerns, so that these are not still spilling over the day of a vote like today. Well, no vote today, or whatever we're doing today, hearing your recommendation today. The other thing I would like to potentially see is, I know you mentioned that there were teachers on this return to learn. I would like to see potentially you forming a group with a collective sort of teachers from all over the county at all different grade levels, to get their feedback on the process of phasing back into in-person instruction. I think those would go a long way and build goodwill with them to alleviate a lot of the fears of returning to in-person instruction, because I think they've been kept in the dark in most cases, and they need the support moving forward. So I guess I'm going to ask you, sir, would you commit to meeting with union or the association leadership as we continue to phase in to more in-person learning?
You're on mute. He's on mute.
You're on mute, Dr. Waltz.
You're on mute.
I would be happy to discuss that in closed session, because it deals with a specific individual.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Waltz. And the other one, not specific individuals, would you and your team be willing to form a teacher work group representative of teachers across the county at different levels to help with the phased-in model for a hybrid model as we continue bringing more kids into school, if all indicators are green, let's just say? Would you be willing to formulate or form that work group?
We have that in place now. I'll go to Mr. Iman to call on the appropriate staff.
My only thing, sir, is I'm hearing from a lot of those teachers that literally there's like 2 people in that group representing the entire county of teachers. And I'm not saying what you're telling me is wrong. I'm just telling you this is what I keep on hearing consistently, that there are like literally 2 teachers in that group. For
Mrs. Goss?
There's many work groups, from the curriculum and instruction work groups. And so, you know, that might be on a given team. I'm not sure, but I'll refer to Mr.
Dr. Watts, may I? Lily Jessie, you know, I know you think, well, Lily Jessie is agreeing with me tonight. I don't know what's going on. But the fact is, there are a couple of things. The fact is, if if 400 or 500 people are sending emails to us, and they're sending out surveys, and they've got all thousands of people, the group of people that you're getting input from is not the right group. And I don't know if it's just PWA, because when I was a principal, there were teachers in that building that were PWA, but a lot of those people did not belong to PWA. So there's another group of teachers out there. And I think that you have to look at how teachers are selected. As a principal, you tend to always want to select Miss Apple, who kind of agrees with you, and you select the same people. And, you know, sometimes, and I'm not telling you how to do it, but sometimes I would just put names in a hat. So I made sure I got representation. Obviously, what has happened here is that we have a teacher communication problem. Teachers are upset to a point of tears. They're afraid of their jobs. They're saying, don't let my principal know that I sent an email. Oh my God, they're afraid of, they fear illness, they fear retaliation. So obviously there needs to be another group. I think PWA somehow needs to be in the mix. The other thing I want to say is that this phased-in model at elementary, logistically, if you bring in all those kids at the same time and you have all these buses, you're going to have one, you guys are concerned about the phase-in that is too slow. First of all, you've got 17 days where the kids are going to be out until second semester. That's number one. Number two is that if you have 2 or 3 buses coming back and forth, you are going to have, classes are not going to really start until 10 o'clock in the morning. So if you can phase it in, I think they're going to get more instruction than bringing all these kids at once. And I think it will make it easier for teachers. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I came to this meeting to give you the old 1-2. But, you know, you and I had a conversation on Friday, and I think it was Friday, and I said to you, I am concerned about the safety of kids and the safety of these teachers. If we don't keep our kids safe, if we don't keep our teachers safe, it's not going to matter what kind of canvas we have or whatever. The other thing is that teachers are very concerned about this model where you're asking them to do 2 things at once and without notice. So something is wrong with the communication. I think whatever you need to come up with, but what I don't want to hear from everybody to say we're already doing it, because you're not. Because obviously teachers are not happy with the communication. And parents, I listened to parents tonight. I've listened to parents, but tonight I thought, I've heard from kids and I've heard from parents that this virtual model is a problem, a real problem, and some mechanism needs to be put in place for kids who are not responding. And what Dr. Lateef said, these kids are getting Fs. So why are they getting Fs? If there are a lot of kids getting Fs and they're not responding to the virtual model, we may have to look at some type of supplemental program or a parent a parent application process to alert us in a systematic way. But I think that at the high school levels, you're not the same high schools at other high schools. You are a dense high school. And when you get 500 to 700 or 800 kids or 1,000 kids in a building, you guys want them to move really quickly with the high schools. But I think we need to be very careful about how we do it. But I do agree we need to have some system in place. But so far, I'm pleased with what you've been able to offer, but I agree with the rest that we do need to have. And I think to make teachers come in and teach in school is, to me, just a punishment. If they're going to teach, if you want to check up on them, that's one thing. But if you found that teachers are not doing what they should do at home, then bring them into the building. But I don't think we bring them into the building. It looks like we're not trusting them, in my mind, unless I'm misunderstanding. So that's all I have to say. And it's getting late, people. I think we need to move on.
Wow. Wow. Great. Yes. Okay. Miss Wall.
Just following up on that last point that Ms. Jessie said, I think bringing teachers in wouldn't be to like check up on them, make sure they're doing what they're doing. It would be to provide them opportunities to become familiar with the new technologies and new ways of teaching, which is actually a way of engendering like trust and confidence in what we're asking them to do. But I wanted to follow up quickly on Justin's idea. I agree with the task force idea of a working group of teachers that's quite broader than what we've got so far. Based on the emails that I have received, we've all received, with concerns, and clearly, you know, I've gotten emails where teachers say, well, I've heard this, and I don't know if that's true, and then a teacher will email and say a completely different thing, and it's clear that, you know, there's a lot of misinformation out there and just kind of in the dark. Teachers are a little bit in the dark. So if we could form a group where we task teachers with this being part of the solution, then I think that would help them. That would help them a lot, because we need them. We need them to feel comfortable. We need them to be trained up, and our kids need them. And the whole system is going to fail if we don't get teachers to be a part of the solution. So I agree with that idea. That's a great idea, Justin. I had one question, going back to the health plans. I know I believe, I can't remember, but I think this was in our Return to Learn packet. But it had to do with the division's plans to secure an agreement via a signed form or document from parents indicating that they and their students would comply with our health and safety rules, including mask wearing, the daily health check, and any quarantines. We are requiring parents to commit to that, right, in writing, correct? I suppose that's for Dr. Waltz.
I'll let Mr. Iman have the appropriate staff who knows the most about that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Waltz. Mrs. Hebner, if I could ask you to come forward again.
Sure, Mr. Iman, what aspect of the question would you like me to address? I'm sorry.
So my question is, we are requiring parents to have to sign and affirm in a document that they and their student will comply with our health and safety rules, correct? I mean, I believe I did sign something like that, but I just wanted that to be affirmed, if that is the case. Okay. It is, right?
We have several aspects of how we're enforcing our safety guidelines in compliance with the CDC guidelines. As parents complete the Return to Learn packet, which is virtual this year. So when I say packet, I mean the online process that we're going through to re-register to enroll or to complete our Return to Learning forms is electronic this year. There's a section where you indicate that you are able to comply with the CDC guidelines and all safety precautions. Additionally, we've recently implemented a new regulation it's an emergency regulation that outlines the protocols and the requirements for the wearing of face masks. It also emphasizes other aspects of the CDC guidelines to keep our kids safe. So everyone who's returning is aware and signs their agreement that they are willing to comply with the requirements. Obviously, we make exceptions for students who have significant disabilities or behavioral concerns, and also anyone who has a medical condition. And we mitigate that by providing physical barriers, clear barriers, not to exclude anyone, but to protect, just like a plexiglass barrier, to enhance the safety in the classrooms. So we are all obligated to adhere to that. Employees have also adhered to the fact that they will do the attestation form, that they're conducting the daily health screenings, as are the parents. So that is definitely in place.
Okay, thank you very much. So, as I see it, we have three main categories of obstacles for getting kids back into the classroom. One is our health indicators, right? The prevalence of COVID in our communities, et cetera. The second would be that piece we talked about a lot, which was the new instructional skills / new technologies and our technological capabilities. And the third category is our teachers and feeling comfortable. And then that is going to hinge on the confidence that we have in our health mitigation strategies, and the confidence that our teachers have in it, and our ability to implement those health mitigation strategies. So my question is then, if the health data indicators continue to improve, like Mr. Wilk was saying, and we get our teachers trained up, so we got our first piece and our second piece A-okay, then the last piece is our mitigation strategies. And if we have good mitigation strategies in place, and I've read that health plan, it's awesome. I have a lot of confidence in it. So I guess the question is to our division, do you have confidence in our health mitigation plan? Because if not, what else do we need to do to get that solid? Because the COVID, numbers, they're going to take care of themselves. We don't have a lot of control over that. The second piece we have a lot of control over, the technology and the teaching, the technology training up and the teacher professional development training up. We can do that. We need time and skill, professional development. We can do that. The third is that health mitigation strategy. Do you have confidence in our health mitigation strategies? If not, what else do we need to have in our plan to make it work, to make it safe enough for our teachers and our students to return to our buildings? Because ultimately, that should be our goal.
Yes, I have confidence in the plan that's been board approved.
Okay, so we have everything else that we need in that plan. What we just need to do is follow through with it and make sure that we enforce it to the greatest extent possible in order to be able to return to the schools.
Yes, that's certainly a part of it.
Okay, and I suppose my analysis of the three major things that we need to get in place to be able to successfully return is correct?
I wouldn't be so quick to respond to that one. I would have to see that laid out in writing and talk more with staff to find out what other considerations there are.
Okay, that's fine. All right. In my mind, I feel like, if we can't control how COVID spreads in the community, we as a community can, but we really don't have a lot of control over that. The thing we do have control over is our teachers, our technology installation, training, and everything else, and our mitigation plan. So hopefully, if we can get those green indicators, we should be able to move forward with the ultimate goal of, getting students and teachers in front of each other. I guess that's just not really a question at this point, but thank you very much for what your plan is trying to do. I have no further questions.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think no matter what side of the coin or place on the spectrum you fall on this, I think us as board members, all agree on one thing, and that is the ultimate goal is to provide in-person learning opportunities for as many students as possible, as long as we're all green and meet the health requirements and state requirements and CDC requirements. I don't remember ever hearing you say anything otherwise. So I just want to be clear in saying that I have not heard from you as a superintendent or any of your staff that there is anyone trying to delay in-person learning because they don't want to go back in a building, because teachers don't want to go back in the building. I just haven't heard that. I've heard a lot of health matrix, logistics, technology, training, and things of that nature. I still think the ultimate goal is, from a division standpoint, that we put students and teachers and staff and everyone in a building when it's safe to do so. I'm personally not a fan of that, but I am not here to stand in the way of opportunities that are needed for students who need to be in the building. That's not the job of a board member. So in recognizing that, I'm supportive of your plan. I'm supportive of the phased-in approach, and I adamantly agree with my fellow board members in that I think it would do a lot of good to have some sort of extended plan for parents to look at, to say, not on February 2nd, we're going to bring in everyone, but when we meet these guidelines, we're all green. At that point in time, when we're green, the expectation is that we would have middle school and high school rolled in. We would have this and this and that. I'm not as concrete as saying we need dates as our chairman, but I do think that there's a lot of benefit to having some sort of extended plan for parents to look at, like an expectation. We know if we meet this criteria, we're going to be able to do this with whatever caveats. I think that would be very helpful, because one of the things that has happened is we make a decision, parents and teachers and staff go out to look, and we all sort of have pandemic brain in a sense as well. So you forget what has occurred, or you don't understand the intricacies, or you don't realize that you have to put part A with part B in order to meet the goal. So I think that that's very helpful, and I think that's a wonderful suggestion. by the chairman and the other board members up here, and I'm in agreement with that, and I'm also in support of your phased-in approach as it stands currently.
Mr.
So
Rappaport.
thank you, Ms. Williams. And yes, the goal is to get the students back in school. And again, I think I've probably said this in some way at every school board meeting. I have a senior. So I have heard all the disappointments about all the things that didn't happen last spring that were both school related and things like the first opportunity to go to prom and all the plans and the dress already acquired and so on and so forth. And all the things that haven't happened from the sunrise service at Colgan because they didn't feel that it was going to be safe, which I completely respect those decisions. But yes, the goal is to get the students in school and to get them in school safely.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. So really quick, actually, I want to clear up something for the 4 people who might still be watching this meeting. Actually, Mr. Wilk and I both had a person who shared an email with us and asked something about masks. I don't know why it's not clear. I'm assuming everybody wears a mask in the building. And I know there's like this little fluffy language that talks about medical conditions, but pretty much it's a mask in the building, yes? You're on mute.
You can unmute.
We're following the health plan, the CDC and the Virginia Health Department guidelines. So that's all crystal clear in the health plan. If you can't maintain the 6 feet social distance in the classroom, you wear a mask. In the hallways, you wear a mask. Anyone going into the building has to have a mask on. On the bus, you will wear a mask. Getting on and off the bus, you will wear a mask.
And I know, since you've taught, you know that there's going to be kids who will mess with it, but I know we also said you get one warning, that's it, correct? That's it.
Well, it's not as easy to say that. I gave an actual example of being in a classroom just this past week, in which case one little girl, they're still trying to find a mask that will stay on her face. The little boy that's in his second day. So, I just want to be very careful about how we create rigidity in some of this, because some of these situations are extremely difficult. And as the teacher said, because I was wondering how the teacher felt, and I asked her, and she said, he's getting better. It's only his second day. You saw me remind him, you reminded him, he'll get this in another day or so.
Oh, you're talking about
This is a little kid.
Yeah, little itty bitty one. So I will say, I teach virtually right now, and I see that some of my students are in daycares. They are wearing masks, even my kindergartners. So I know they can do it. I have a lot of confidence in kids. They will be able to do this. And from all of my friends who have taught in person in different places around the country, they said that the kids really get the distancing down really quick. So I actually don't think this is going to be that hard for kids. So thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
Just a really quick, can I have clarification? Are we ready to go pre-K through 3 in terms of PPE for teachers? Everything ordered, their PPE, the cleaning supplies, everything ready to go for K through 3, and then the CTE?
Yes.
Okay, I think that concludes all the board members' questions and concerns on the plan. I know the public, just for sort of clarification here, this item was on for information. We asked the superintendent a number of weeks ago to come and provide a recommendation to the school division. He did that. This is what he believes is the way to move forward in the best way, safely, based on his discussions, obviously, with his leadership team and with what we have capable and with the health metrics. The resolution the school board passed in July spoke to the fact that we would try to move forward with in-person learning in the second quarter. We were going to do that. We left enough room in the resolution to allow for the superintendent to make his best judgment and decisions based on what we are capable of, what we can do, what we believe is most safe to do. And so this is his recommendation. People will ask, why aren't you voting on it? This falls within the context of what we asked him to provide us, and he has provided us such. The board doesn't have, to my knowledge, anyone ready to disagree with me on this, as far as I've heard. There are a number of board members who expressed certain disagreements throughout this discussion. We lost everybody, Jason. Are we down? Why? But it's 12:22. It's not like 12:01. Are we live though, or are we?
Media and let them know. Essentially, that's media's computer that froze. So I think they're probably going to drop out and come back.
Jason, let us know when we're broadcasting again. I don't know if we're live. Is it working, Jason? We're good? We're good. Okay. Huh? Yeah.
We're sorry, Dr. Lateef. We
Are we,
lost you
are we
for a minute
live?
there.
We're live. We're good?
We're back now. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, in light of, at this point, no board member coming forward with a motion, as I was pointing out, folks are asking, are we going to vote on this or not vote on this? Obviously, as I've run this board for the last 2.5 years, I put on motions that I believe will pass and that we believe we have unanimous support or close to unanimous support or even support. And at this point, I have, as far as conferring with board members throughout and hearing them tonight, have heard that they are supportive of the superintendent's recommendation. And so, as pointed out, this was on for information, and we're going to move forward with that unless a board member has anything to offer at this point. Wilk.
I just think one of the biggest concerns right now is not having any type of metrics or indicators in place, or what are we going to look at to better decide when we move to the next phase.
So one thought on that, since it's really late, is that we have a meeting in 2 weeks. We will put on the agenda specific items you would ask for if you want a further calendar or something. I mean, the rollout is really, it's not like, we would be able to, in agenda planning this Friday, you tell us what exactly you want on a motion. Moving further, it would give the staff time to figure out, what else we can work with and what they're capable of delivering, or telling us based on if you want a real clear calendar. And I think that's important. I think we can bring that up in agenda planning. In the next meeting, we come back here with more specifics on what you would like to know moving forward as far as how this plan will work out.
So since this was on for information, he can proceed with his plan, but we have in 2 weeks, we can ask for specifications or add motions potentially relating to things that we can determine and a rollout plan potentially if we hit green and all those indicators for middle and high school. Because other than that, I support his phase-in plan, but...
Right, so we can ask for further modifications. Carol, I mean, we're entitled, I assume, I'm asking Division Council, we can offer a motion in the next board meeting for more specifics of what we'd like to hear?
Yes, the original motion that was already approved is sufficient to give the superintendent discretion to be able to implement the plan that he's presented to you tonight. And then depending on what it is that the board would like to see, that it would be, there's room for a motion either to amend that or for a separate motion to direct him to develop metrics or something, whatever it is that the board is proposing to do. So that could be handled at the next meeting.
Dr. Waltz, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I was only going to say, I think it would be a good idea. There are two things that would be helpful in that. One, to put it on the agenda if a board member determines to do that, to have a discussion and hear from the board, and then to come back the following meeting with a proposal on how to go about that. Certainly we have the health metrics already in place. So that's a very big player in all this. But I think it needs to be done over a period of a couple of board meetings.
So I guess I'm not, so I guess it depends on what they're asking for. So do you think you would need a couple of board meetings to give us, so, theoretically, I mean, the main question the board here has already discussed over the last few hours is, what does the calendar look like if we're all green? That's what we want to ask. There's not much discussion. I think that they're going to change their mind on wanting to know different than between this week and next week. So I think that's the question that they want to know.
Well, if it's that simple, yes.
What does it mean as the phasing and also middle?
Turn your microphone on. Sorry, Mr. Wilk, turn your microphone on.
Sorry. Again, what does it mean if we go all green? And then what is the plan if we go all green? That caveat, because I know Dr. Waltz said we don't want to promise the world and then find out, and I agree with him on this, and then find out we don't have those indicators in place. But what if we do? What is the plan then to phase in our middle and high school students?
Yeah, that's what I just asked.
Oh,
him. Yeah, that's what he said was pretty
You're
simple.
very smart.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
No, that's fine. Okay. Okay. So at this point, based on, as what I just pointed out, we will move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, Dr. Waltz. We will move on. I think the next agenda item for this evening is, what is it?
1802. It's information.
1802, revision of policy 384.
This is first reading.
First reading, Dr. Waltz.
Yes, I believe that one is Mr. Wallingford, please. And I'm going to turn things over to Keith briefly. But Mr. Wallingford, you're up.
Dr. Waltz, thank you. Dr. Lateef, members of the board, and Dr. Waltz, very briefly on this item. This is the consolidation of two policies, policy 384 and policy 385, two payroll policies into a single policy, and then renumbering of the associated regulations. And this is brought to you for first reading this evening. And thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Wallingford, who looks like here in the building? Is that correct, Mr. Wallingford?
That is correct, sir.
Outstanding.
That would make one.
Fantastic. Wow.
I'm upstairs in my office.
Wow. Outstanding. Well, welcome. Okay, no questions. We're going to move on. That's on for information. We will have a vote on that next week. Revision of policy 5032, participating in staff in community life politics. Mr. Iman.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lateef. And I will ask Dr. Eagle to join us, please.
I'm here, Mr. Iman.
Thank you.
Good morning, board and Dr. Lateef and Dr. Waltz. I'll also be very brief. This policy is 503.02, participation of staff in community life and politics. And the recommendations and additions are just to ensure that there are no public funds or resources that are used to support any candidate or political party, and that the public is not given the impression that the school division supports or opposes any political candidate or party. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? And certainly, this will be voted on next week. If you have questions, please send them to the staff and to Dr. Eagle if any questions come up as you prepare for next week's meeting. Moving on to approval of board poll number 1, October 1. I guess this is on me. So I will make a motion that the Prince William County School Board approve board poll number 1 on October 1, 2020, agreeing to a joint meeting with the Board of County Supervisors to be held on October, is it 13th? Is that the right date? 2020, for the purpose of discussing the needs of the school division relative to the reopening of schools. Do I have a second?
A second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? Okay. This is just a joint meeting between both boards to discuss things. Thank you. Please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank
Vote-
you.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous. Motion passes. Approval to board poll number 2.
Also on you.
This is me. Okay. I'll make the motion that be it resolved that Prince William County School Board approve board poll number 2 of October 1, authorizing Chairman at Large on behalf of the school board to request from the Prince William County Board of County Supervisors additional CARES Act CRF funding in the amount of $3,040,000 for the purpose of providing audiovisual equipment to support virtual instruction, and a further request that the BOCS adjust the FY 2021 school board operating fund budget by an increase of $3,040,000, and that the school board direct Prince William County school staff to prepare the appropriate documents to forward to the BOCS to request such an adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Williams seconds. Any discussion? Okay, please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
I should have said something on the discussion. I wanted the money to be used for other purposes, so
Oh.
I'm not.
This is just approval.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So, that's
I
fine.
think we spend more money on teachers.
So, okay, this is the approval of the poll, but that's good in the discussion to have. That's fine.
I'm sorry I brought it on the discussion.
Okay.
My,
How do you vote then?
I'm just voting for the poll.
Yeah, you're voting to approve the poll that we took, whatever the vote you gave last week, or whatever we.
Yeah, okay, because I think I put it in, B put in my statement. Yes.
Great, thank you. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Vote is 8 yes,
8 yes,
unanimous,
unanimous.
motion
We're
passed.
moving on to the approval of board poll number 3, October 1. I guess this is me as well. The Prince William County School Board, and the reason we have so many polls is there's, by the way, is a number of emergencies, and we've had 3 weeks between meetings. That the Prince William County School Board approved the board poll number 3 of October 1, 2020, increasing its prior authorization to the chairman to request on behalf of the school board additional CARES Act funding from the Board of County Supervisors in an amount of up to $3,600,000. You have a second?
A second.
Second by Ms. Williams. Any discussion? Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
Ms. Jessie votes yes. Thank you. Ms. Ralston? Ms. Ralston?
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Ralston. Okay.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous.
Vote 8 yes, that passes. 1807, adoption resolution. This one's mine as well. This one, and now in the discussion, we'll go over this really quick, but the action item is that the Prince William County School Board adopt the following resolution. Be it resolved that the chairman at large is authorized on behalf of the Prince William County School Board to communicate to the Fairfax County School Board the following. Number 1, that this school board recommends and requests that the Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology be governed by a regional board with all participating jurisdictions having a seat at such board. And number 2, that this school board strongly supports efforts to improve Thomas Jefferson High School admissions process to improve diversity of underrepresented minorities and economically disadvantaged students. And number 3, that the Prince William County School Board hereby directs our staff and superintendent to work closely with the staff and superintendent of the Fairfax County School Board on any such reforms to the admissions process and related changes to the current agreement between all participating school boards. Do I have a second?
A second.
Ms. Lori Williams seconds the motion. End discussion. I'll just start real quick on this. This is, there's a number of actions Fairfax County School Board has been taking to study their admissions process. There's a significant deficit of underrepresented minorities and economic disadvantaged students across the state, frankly, in the governor's schools. And so the Secretary of Education, the General Assembly, the governor's office has asked for all governor schools to take a look at these measures and see what they can do to improve them. There's a number of recommendations being brought up in Fairfax County. I think it's important since we share in that school. It is one of our high schools. We do send students there that we should have say in the matter. and firmly believe in this resolution, and with all humility, ask for the board to support me on this motion. Anybody else have anything to say? Ms. Zargarpur.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef. I do know that Fairfax County is trying to address access to a gifted curriculum on all levels too. So I know that's one way they're trying to address that within the system. Are we also doing something similar here as well?
So one of the things that Fairfax has brought up is, I think they call it their AP. What do they call it?
AAP, yeah.
AAP. So they have a very extensive gifted program that they have running through all their schools that tries to help prepare their students for TJ and for other programs. We have a gifted program. I think the question probably should be addressed to Dr. Waltz.
Yeah, but they're embedding that curriculum in the general curriculum, so. Oh, okay.
Dr. Waltz, do you have any?
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're not on the agenda item. I mean, we can certainly look into whatever question, if you can send it to Keith.
Okay,
Iman.
excellent. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this resolution for a number of reasons. One, we do have monetary, we pay in part for Thomas Jefferson. We paid money for the renovations at Thomas Jefferson. We support the school monetarily. I think that it's only justifiable that we are more involved in the admissions decision process. As a parent, I had a student, an older child who had interest in Thomas Jefferson, and I know as a parent that we do a very good job of providing opportunities to prepare our students for the Thomas Jefferson application process. As a parent, I had significant concerns at that time. This is almost 10 years ago with the application process, and them saying it was as unbiased as they could possibly make it. But as a person of color, I did not feel that way, and I still don't believe that to be true. When I look at, by comparison, our governor's school and the application process there and the things that we do to prepare our students within this division and how we work in conjunction with the other two school divisions, I could see that there's room for improvement, and so that's why I'm supporting this measure. I think anytime that we are sending our students and we are spending money, we deserve to have more of a larger voice and a role in the process. And I do want to give credit to our division in the increase in the push-in and gifted programs, the amount of work that our division does to prep students, starting from 5th grade on and talking about Thomas Jefferson, our math and science programs, and what we do here. I think there's always room for improvement. That goes with anything. But I do think that this school division should have a greater voice in Thomas Jefferson admissions and the school in general. Thank you.
Hi, Lily Jesse. I agree. When I first came on the board, I wanted to learn more about high schools. And I went to Thomas Jefferson, and I thought maybe I had missed the students of color that particular day. As it turned out, they were non-existent, and it hasn't changed. I'm not sure I agree with where we are as a school division in terms of access. When we look at our strategic plan, there's areas of growth that we need to look at and do some internal kind of looking at our process and whether or not we have as many students of color in various programs and just diversity in general. I want to thank Dr. Lateef for bringing that resolution because I think it's something that needed to be done. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank you, Ms. Jessie, because to put this on the agenda, I had to have unanimous consent, and you were the first one to respond to the request, so thank you. Ms. Wall?
I also am in favor of this. I feel like if we as Prince William County Schools can participate in a regional board, then that will only improve the success of Thomas Jefferson in achieving their goals, and it will also improve the success of our students who wish to attend this school. And I also like the fact that we could be a part of discussing reforms to the admission process. I understand that at our governor's schools, we have an admission process that is a little bit more flexible. We allow students to qualify, everybody who can qualify at a base level is eligible to attend, and then we take a more holistic approach. And I would like to see something like that at Thomas Jefferson. So if we have a seat at the table in a regional board setup or, in the admissions process, we can help guide that discussion. And I think we as Prince William County Schools have something to offer to that discussion. So I'm in favor of this motion.
Great, thank you. And so we'll call for the vote. Please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston, how do you vote? Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Okay. 1808 CTE Advisory Council appointment for Gainesville District. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointment of Professor Gail Drake to represent Ms. Jennifer Wall of the Gainesville District on the CTE Advisory Council for a 2-year term.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Zargarpur. Any discussion? All right, we'll vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Hold on a sec. Is this where I
Oh,
get
I'm
to say
sorry.
something, or do I say something afterwards? Is this the right time? Okay. So I'm excited to nominate Professor Gail Drake. I just wanted to say a couple of things about her. Probably, I don't know how many people are listening who don't know these things, but anyway, she is currently the CASET Administrative Coordinator at Battlefield High School, where she serves as the dual enrollment coordinator. Which is the Battlefield's IT state-of-the-art program, Center for Applied Sciences Interactive and Information Technology. She has an MS in Computer Information Systems, an MBA, and a Master of Science in Cybersecurity. Before she joined PWCS, she was the manager of information systems for a Fortune 50 company and program manager at Tufts, and was a computer science professor at Bentley University. And while teaching graduate school at Bentley, she wrote the first example of a learning management system. Professor Drake loves to inspire the next generation of learners in the STEM field and has been doing so throughout her life. My children have been able to participate in the iLight program that she operates at Battlefield High School. It was a wonderful program training children to be the next generation of leaders in STEM fields. In the Gainesville district, she coaches that iLight robotics team and has developed and led that program to world championship status. She has many accolades as a teacher, including being Teacher of the Year for PWCS in 2018 and Faculty of the Year Award at Northern Virginia Community College in 2009. So I think she will bring to this committee a really unique blend of experience where she has business experience, educational experience, CTE experience, technical experience in the computer, information systems, and cybersecurity. She's familiar with all aspects of career and technical education and will bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this committee. And I express gratitude to her for being willing to accept this opportunity, because I know she has put in 7-day weeks since probably March, helping us get our return to learn off the ground in a very high level capacity, and she's greatly utilized and probably completely overworked. It is with pleasure that I nominate her to the Career and Technical Education Advisory Council to represent the Gainesville District.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wall. Any further discussion? Please vote. Ms. Jessie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Jessie votes yes. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Good. Yes.
Excellent, thank you, Ms. Ralston.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous,
8 yes,
motion passed.
unanimous. Moving on to 1009, Safe Schools Advisory Council, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the appointments of Samuel Chisholm Jr. to represent Ms. Jackson of the Brentsville District, Mikkel Lewis to represent Mr. Wilk of the Potomac District, and Lisa Delgado to represent Ms. Williams of the Whippers District on the Safe Schools Advisory Council for a 2-year term.
I will second the motion. Any discussion? Yeah, Ms. Williams.
Just to keep it brief, I would just like to thank all who have volunteered to represent us as board members on the Safe Schools Advisory Council. We appreciate your service and dedication. It's a 2-year term to a very important council, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the board members for being willing to volunteer for that position.
I would also like to add to the discussion, Dr. Lateef.
Absolutely, Ms. Jackson, please.
Sam Chisholm is a dedicated public servant. He spent 3 decades in the Army and still continues to serve our country and county. he is also a parent of 2 public school students. So I'm excited and I thank him for his service.
I better say something, right?
Mr. Wilk.
Yes. So Mikkel Lewis and I became acquainted. She is a grandmother from a couple of her grandkids in my district. They went through Patty, Grand Park, and now they're rising up. She's very active in the community. She served on my citizen budget advisory group. She is very involved with mental health issues and has an extensive background with that, and I thought she'd be a solid selection. I also like that she will challenge me at times and oppose views that I have, but I think she's a good reflection of our community, so thank you.
Please vote.
Yes.
Ms. Jessie, thank you, Ms. Jessie, great. Ms. Ralston, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ralston votes yes.
Vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Okay, next we're going to board matters. I think I started over there last time, so we're going to go over here. So Ms. Zargarpur first.
Thank you, Dr. Lateef.
And then we'll go, so after Ms. Zargarpur, Ms. Jackson, we'll do Ms. Jackson after Ms. Zargarpur.
Dr. Lateef, can we waive the, given the...
We are going to waive the time. Anyone take as long as you all want, because you know, you guys all came in tonight, and I appreciate it. And for those of you at home, you stayed up late and worked with us. I can't thank you enough for staying up with us. Ms. Zargarpur.
It's the 3 people now who are left at home, right? I just want to acknowledge that this is a really, really hard time to try to get our kids back into school safely. We've got to deal with these COVID metrics, and it's unfortunately going to be calling the shots a little bit more than maybe we really want to. That said, I'm just going to end with this. Look, it's real short tonight, guys. Wear your mask. Wear your mask. We've been doing it since 5 o'clock tonight, right, guys? Wear your mask. Wash your hands frequently. Stay home if you don't feel well. And let's just take care of each other. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who wrote an email, called me, met with me through Zoom, and thank you to the administration who talked with me so that I could hear what parents were saying that couldn't write or didn't write or couldn't come in, to hear what people were thinking, even though I couldn't hear them. I've heard from many people expressing concerns over the need to return for social reasons, for mental health reasons, for difficulty accessing material, technology, and childcare. These are all very valid concerns. I've heard from people who are concerned about what instructionally 50-50 will look like, especially with the new technology, safety for staff and students, and a sense of stability, also very valid concerns. Both sides feel we are listening to the other side, and both sides are equally impassioned. We need to listen to both ideas, and I encourage the public to listen to each other. Please extend grace to each other. Also, let us remember that teachers are used to putting their lives on the line for their students, and their concerns extend beyond fear. Teaching isn't for the weary, it is for the unwavering. As we move forward with this plan, in my opinion, it considers all viewpoints, educational and health needs, while phasing in methodically and systematically. In the end, we are tasked to educate students, and we are tasked to keep students safe. This plan considers both. However, I ask again that Prince William County staff continue to talk to teachers. I do have further questions about the metrics, and I look forward to updates on how to accommodate for different rates of positivity throughout the county. I have further questions about the 50-50 model and how it looks with the technology. I am concerned about the workload for teachers for having 2 different classrooms that they have to create. And for teachers, they are tasked to keep those who are virtual and those who are in person safe. I want to thank the staff for their presentation today, and I look forward to the continued discussion and review of data. Thank you.
We'll do Ms. Ralston.
Thank you. You know, when you see that people are really moving and pleased to be where they are and to work, I want to thank our school superintendent. I'd like to thank, where is Miss Williams and Miss Williams? They're always there when I say, let's take a look.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ralston. We'll go to Ms. Wall. And then Ms. Jessie.
Thank you.
So I want to start out by saying over this last week in the Gainesville district, we lost an outstanding teaching assistant to a car accident. And so my deepest sympathies and prayers go out to the Rhode Armel family and to their loved ones at this difficult time. And my comments also, a lot of the things that I said tonight, kind of betrayed the way that I feel about our returning to learn. Of most concern to me is that in the confusion, we have separated students from teachers. And a few things we need to remember is that first, we're all on the same side. And second, that we have the same goal, which is that our students' success in school be successful in school and that they be successful in their lives, because ultimately that's who we are here to serve. I know we are the home of the brave, but right now we are afraid. In times of trouble, we need to stay unified and work together and trust one another and give grace to each other. Keep our eyes on the horizon. And I feel like with the course of action being unclear for many, it's even more important that we remember these very, very basic principles. It's going to take a lot of resilience and effort. This is hard, and it will be for some time, as we heard tonight, with the difficulty that we're having in trying to figure out how to get kids in the building with our wonderful teachers. To all the people who have contacted me, I think it's probably above 500. I'm sure that's true for everybody on the board. I apologize if I have not yet replied to you. Literally felt overwhelmed by that whole process. I have read your emails, though. I always take time to do that. And your emails are thoughtful and mostly very long and always sincere. I have a senior in high school who missed out on that junior year experience, just like Dr. Waltz, who is missing out on a lot of things in high school as well, but is doing mostly well in the 100% virtual program. I have a sophomore high school student who's doing, he would probably say mostly well. As a parent, I would say probably not mostly well, but kids, I know this is really difficult. And I hear from a lot of parents with children in all levels, elementary, middle, and high, who are succeeding and who are not. It's clear. I sit here on the board to represent all of the students in Prince William County, and not just my child, and not just those students who are doing well in the virtual environment, but also those students who are not doing well. And there is a significant portion of our student population. I don't have any idea what size that population is. I don't think we really, as a division, know that, but there is a group of students who are struggling in this environment, and there are a number of reasons for that. And I just want to acknowledge the parents who have written and the students who have spoken to express that. Some of those emails are some of the hardest to read. The ones that come to us from students who are struggling and falling behind, parents who describe children on the floor in tears. This is really hard, and I think we just need to validate those experiences and listen to our students and parents, because I worry that if we stop listening to that and we stop validating that, then they'll just stop talking to us, and that's not a good position to be in. I visited a school during my time of service on one of our superintendent's committees, the Gifted Committee, and a principal shared with me at the end of the school year that her students cry. And I said, well, why is that? Because my kids can't wait for summer. They're excited for summer. And she said, no, they cry because they're sad. They're losing their safe place where they've been thriving, learning, and growing. And we need to keep in mind, put the fear aside a little bit and understand that there are kids who are crying, and we need to listen, and we need to put an arm around them and wipe their tears and help them get back to a place where they can learn. And ultimately, I know everybody's got that goal in mind. And with a pandemic, there really is no good solution. The attempt to be Solomon was the 50% hybrid plan. That was the attempt to give parents an element of choice because they know best what their children need. And so that's why I feel like we need to try. We need to at least try. And I know we are trying. And I know we're being really cautious. And my personal preference would be to maybe be a little more bold. to keep that goal in mind. I know others around the country are doing what we're trying to do. They've started virtual, and they're trying to get into at least a hybrid model. There are many others who have started at a completely open capacity with all their students in and the mitigation measures that we've been doing. So we can learn from those divisions. We should continue to research and find out what we have done. I know I have confidence in our ability to work out the details of our instructional model. I drilled down on that tonight. I know there are some challenges. I have confidence that our articulate, thoughtful, and smart teachers who have written very articulate, thoughtful, and smart emails to me and everybody else will be able to learn how to manage the technology tools. They already know how to teach. They're great teachers. They're master teachers, many of them. And they are mastering a new mode of delivery, which is virtual. And that virtual is not going away. That effort that has been put into virtual instruction will continue. Even in a hybrid model, 60% of the student's day who goes back into school is still in the virtual environment. So kudos to our teachers. You're amazing. You've really gotten good at it in a very short amount of time. And I really do appreciate all of the effort and progress that has been made with that. And the fact that so many of our families are willing to continue in the virtual environment is more evidence that you have done a great job. So I just want to commend teachers. I don't want anybody to think that I don't think you're awesome. You really are. I would like nothing more than to get our students back into the environment where they can be face-to-face with our excellent educators. I will try to be patient and endure some of these difficulties that we are finding ourselves in this situation right now. I'm very uncomfortable with the phrase, not until it is safe, because, folks, this virus is going to be with us for a very, very long time. We can't wait until it's safe, or we'll never go back to school. That's just my opinion about viruses and pandemics. This virus is all over the world, and we're going to have to figure out how to adapt and live with it. As I see it, we have the health and safety metric aspect, the instructional piece, and the staffing piece. We can work on all three of those. Two of them we have a lot of control over. I look forward to hearing from the superintendent what his alternate plan would be if our metrics improve for accelerating our middle school and high school return to the building, at least in the 50% hybrid plan. And I also reiterate my suggestion to bring teachers in to teach from our buildings, not to put them at undue risk, because I really have confidence in our health and safety mitigation strategies. But for this reason, I think it will be empowering, and it will help with the training and the difficult things that we're asking them to do with the virtual and the hybrid and the students here and students there and students everywhere kind of thing. It will be empowering for them to be in their space where they are master teachers and master the things that we're asking them to do without the pressure of having to keep everything clean or keep kids in their seats or masks or anything else. Because, if we can separate those two, I think we'll reach with success. So I just reiterate my support for that idea. Assuming that the metrics are okay and we get our teachers trained up, we still will have to deal with the fear and the anxiety of the virus, and that is the piece that ultimately we as a society and we as a community are going to have to work through. I just urge everybody to keep in mind that there is no perfect solution that will please everyone. No matter what we do, there is going to be a portion of Prince William County who will not be satisfied. We as adults must remember, though, that we need to work together to look for solutions. If we're solutions-oriented and we have a growth mindset, we can find a way to achieve our common goal. And I know we can do it, and I really hope and pray that we as society, we as humankind can triumph over the virus and get back to things that we know work for our students and our families. Thank you.
Ms. Jessie.
Thank you. I'm a veteran member of this board, and I've been in this county for a long time. During the last month, I have to tell you that I experienced something that I've never seen happen, and Dr. Waltz and I had a conversation about it. Teachers are genuinely afraid, and I know we say we can't wait until it's truly safe, but I will never do anything to put the life of any teacher in jeopardy. Tonight, we heard one of the people coming in tonight who, during citizen time, said, "We cannot do what you want us to do." And I've heard all kinds of comparison of teachers to healthcare workers, and why do they go in? Because they didn't sign up to be healthcare workers. You can't have there's no way you can have a situation where you can prepare for a virus. You can't feel it, you can't see it. So I think the main thing, Dr. Waltz, is to keep the teachers safe. As I said earlier, they expressed 4 fears. Fear of becoming ill themselves, or fears of members of their family. I cannot tell you how many letters I received from teachers telling me they have a grandmother at home, they have a husband at home with cancer, they have a parent that they're supposed to transport to chemotherapy that they're not going to be able to do because they don't know if they're going to have the virus. So I applaud Dr. Walt's slow movement into this, the phased-in movement, because these teachers deserve our support. I've heard some people say that they think that they're lazy, and I'm offended by it because as a principal, I was talking to another principal, a friend of mine, and Dr. Waltz maybe knows this, that my teachers would always say, "Hey, Miss Jessie, can you open the building for us on the weekend? Can we come in on the weekend?" Because that's how dedicated they were before the virus. We had them do 10,000 IEPs. They asked for 2 weeks just to rest, and we didn't give that to them. So tonight, I feel that we're a little bit closer to that. Last evening, I met with a group of teachers, and I met with the people from PWA. We didn't have a long discussion, but last night, when we met with these teachers, there was this feeling in the room, teachers who had taught 40 years who were just weeping because they felt guilty about saying we're afraid. And so whatever the metrics are, we have to listen to what the health department tells us and not be forced to put teachers or the kids in a situation where they are going to be they're not going to be safe. They also said that, and I repeat this because they said, why are we calling this, why we use the term return to learn? We've been working for months and kids are learning. And whatever you guys did with that virtual plan, I want to thank you because teachers, although it was stressful, whatever they did, there was 60% of the people said they wanted to go back to virtual because you did a good job. And I want to thank Dr. Wells' staff for the work that they've done. I do think that when you have to deal with the reality. When you have 400 teachers writing board members, and when you have people doing a petition, you got 2,000 signatures, something's wrong with your communication, and you need to improve that. The research on businesses and the book I said, love them or lose them. Dr. Walsh said earlier tonight that he was going to lose some special ed teachers. And I think what he's saying to us is that we can push as much as we want. We have to do what's in the best interest of teachers. At the end of the day, your principal in the building, if you don't show up for 4 or 5 days, they may not miss you. But if a teacher doesn't show up, they're going to miss them. If a custodial worker doesn't show up, he will be missed. If a cafeteria worker doesn't show up, he'll be missed. Bus drivers, these are the people who are in the field doing the work. So whatever Dr. Waltz you need to do to get some real teachers, and I don't know how to tell you how to do it, you need to get some real teachers because we need to reestablish our relationship with them to show them simply that we care about them. Thank you.
Ms. Williams. Justin.
Okay. Thank you. Originally, this is good evening, everyone, but good morning, everyone. I want to say thank you to the family, staff, and students who have shared their opinions and beliefs regarding the reopening of schools. I have stated many times in my emails and on social media that I do my best to respond to as many people as possible and appreciate hearing from everyone. However, given the magnitude and the number of emails I receive, the families in my district and those families who have children attending any of the schools in my district must take priority. That's just the way it must be. I want to thank everyone for sharing their voices, especially those who voiced safety concerns regarding return to in-person learning during one of the most unprecedented times in our nation's recent history. I know everyone knows in their hearts that there is no easy answer and there's no simple solution for a plan to reopening our schools that will satisfy families. I remain consistent in my support in-person instruction for those families within our division who would like to send their children back to school. I continue working with our administration, discussing families and teachers' concerns regarding health and safety of all stakeholders when the school reopens. During the debate centering around returning 1,200 students deemed as legally needing in-person instruction out of Division's 90,000 students, I led the charge to advocate for those families whose children have critical learning needs. I have heard from school-level leadership that this initial phase in has been successful. We as a school system serve as a testament to other school divisions in the Commonwealth on how transitioning special needs and ELL learners back into school can be positive and safe. I worked tirelessly with Denise Hubner and Dr. Roper to better understand the IEP process. I advocated for the timeline extension that special education teachers needed to thoughtfully craft their own Canvas pages during the lack of pre-created Canvas modules. I responded to a countless number of concerns pertaining to PPE and the proper protocols in self-contained classrooms. I am proud of what this board has done, and I believe we may move forward to safely and methodically phase in more students for in-person instruction. I have observed the seemingly endless work that goes into setting up online classes. My wife is a teacher. She has spent many hours customizing her own virtual Canvas classroom. These classrooms creations require a lot of time. Teachers have been phenomenal in adapting to a completely foreign platform for teaching and providing a solid educational experience for the 90,000 students in Prince William County. I am a teacher by certification still, which has been renewed, and I remember the amount of time it took me 6 years ago to upload a simple lesson to YouTube, let alone create multiple modules to cover the state-mandated curriculum in Canvas. The dedication teachers have to their craft and the dedication teachers have to their students manifested the seamless commencement of our school year with a high level of success that other counties in the Commonwealth did not experience. Did we have a system-wide crash of our SMS like our neighbor to the north? No. Did we have a concerted attempt to hack into our Zoom classrooms? No. The success of our phenomenal start of the 2021 school year rests solely on the planning from our teachers, support staff, building principals, and administrators. Also, please know our success would not be complete and not have been possible without the hundreds of custodial staff and food service personnel who made a commitment to do their jobs during the pandemic to sanitize our schools and feed our most vulnerable populations. These staff members are often overlooked in our reopening of schools, and our board owes all these stakeholders our utmost respect. I must also share that not all stories are happy. I do hear from families throughout the county telling of their children crying during classes because they cannot locate a missing assignment in Canvas. Parents tell me about the number of hours their kids stare into a computer screen rather than having real, authentic interaction with their peers and teachers. I hear from parents and teachers alike regarding students in their communities who have become more anxious, depressed, and in some cases suicidal. I think about my own son's virtual learning experience in kindergarten. He is a wonderful, sage, and highly respected veteran teacher. Even still, she, with her known evidence-based methods for engaging students, my son, who is 5 years old, struggles with staying in his chair more than 10 minutes in front of a computer. The proof is in the pudding. Virtual learning offers many positive outcomes. And the proof is in the pudding that there is well-documented evidence of the negative impacts also. Negative impacts like increased social isolation, difficulty with identifying and addressing important learning challenges, difficulties in recognizing and addressing child and adolescent physical or sexual abuse, substance abuse, depression, and suicidal ideation. Virtual learning impacts our elementary kids. They struggle with Zoom. They struggle with uploading videos and other files to complete modules. Many of these kids cannot yet read, let alone know how to log into Canvas and Zoom. Many of our youngest students do not have the luxury and support of having a parent sit near them to help them find their learning packet their teacher spent hours creating. Where is the equity when considering the education of students who have parents who may be at home and assist their children in their learning, and then those students whose parents must work 2, possibly 3, possibly 4 jobs and cannot be at home to help with school? Our teachers are doing an amazing job, and I know it doesn't come without the challenges after all. Teachers didn't go into education to teach on computer screens. Flash forward now to the rolling out of the hybrid model. I will mention that our vote on July 15th granted the district administration broad authority to prepare hybrid plans and make recommendations for what they felt would be the most logical and safest solution for reopening schools during the second 8 weeks. Our central office administration, in concert with our amazing building principals and assistant principals, have worked tirelessly to prepare a fluid and rapidly evolving in-person model. Many districts across the country required students to return to learning based on their respective families' original survey responses at the conclusion of last school year. Our division, on the other hand, provided the parents the option of changing their selection based on fluid and changing information. I have been critical of some of the inconsistent and sometimes vague communication sent out to families leading up to the selection of hybrid or all virtual models. I have contacted the Office of Communication to help guide building principals in crafting standardized talking points and personalizing communication venues with respect to the population of stakeholders served by their schools. False information quickly spreads in the world of Facebook and Twitter. However, much of the information shared online helped improve my understanding on how I could support our students, staff, and teachers. For example, information discussing the vague communication on mask enforcement alerted me and board members to enact changes in the code of behavior to reflect the mandatory usage of masks from 6 feet separation. To close this topic on rolling out the hybrid model, I will openly admit that we have a no-win situation with this. For example, we had to start with a baseline of 3 feet distancing because we could not ensure that more space would become available until we had the survey results. We also still cannot commit our families which of their children's teachers would be all virtual and which would be in person due to the ongoing processing of ADA waivers. This lack of commitment makes it hard to fully guarantee that children attending in person would not be entering a room and sitting in front of a computer to receive instruction from their teacher. Yes, this could be possible, but hopefully in rare instances. Online, I provided the example of an AP Calc teacher who may qualify for the ADA waiver, yet have 3 students attending school in person. In that example, the students would be receiving virtual instruction under the supervision of an adult in that classroom. Again, we cannot fully provide all the information until we tallied parent view surveys and continued the processing of ADA forms. Personally, I believe this approach was better than making promises that would need to be broken, such as having to retract practices like 6 feet distancing or requiring all teachers being in person before the parent view surveys were received. On July 15th, our board voted unanimously to proceed with the hybrid option for the second quarter of the school year. I know there's been confusion during the last couple weeks regarding if there would be a vote tonight. In the same vote, our school board granted our superintendent, Dr. Waltz, broad authority to determine the safest and logistically most appropriate in-person model to implement. Tonight, we have seen the plan presented by Dr. Waltz and his staff. Dr. Waltz explained to the public the metrics that he and his team use to determine their plan moving forward. We are at high risk, and I believe, like he says, we should phase students back to in-person instruction. However, like we've stated tonight, I believe we need to outline the metrics and have a plan in place if we get to the green area of safest instruction for our middle school and high school students to be phased back into school. In closing, I want to re-emphasize that our teachers are doing an outstanding job with virtual instruction, and I do know that virtual instruction is not effective for all students. I understand that the hybrid model involves a tremendous amount of logistics and preparation that I have always maintained my support for, phasing more students in to in-person learning as safely as possible. The superintendent's plan focuses on each stage of the implementation so that the division can be sure hybrid is as safe as possible based on the Virginia Department of Health, CDC, and the PwC Health District. I'm of the opinion that we can phase in more students during the second quarter. If not the second quarter, we must have a plan based on the current health status for getting more kids back to school. Oh, let's see. There was no I can't even talk tonight. Mohad dictum of clarity provided tonight, and with that, I am left still believing that the above categories, like level 1 students, additional grade levels, would be possible to potentially phase in during the second quarter. However, we must set a baseline for returning students back to school and in-person instruction. We should not go through all this uncertainty every 6 weeks of the school year. As members of the community know, I have spoken to districts throughout Florida, Georgia, Ohio, and Michigan regarding their reopening plans. Many of these districts, as Ms. Wald mentioned, have already returned to school in a hybrid, 100% in-person models. A huge question I'm asked is, what are the sizes of these school divisions, and what is the COVID-19 infection rate in their respective communities? I need to make one thing perfectly clear regarding my discussions with these school divisions. I never spoke with these districts to compare implementing a protocol or procedure for a school division of the size of Prince William County with 90,000 kids, with a more rural county in either Georgia or Kentucky with a school population of less than 10,000 kids. It is in fact that large divisions have successfully returned to in-person learning using a hybrid model for their entire K-12 population. It is a fact that smaller rural districts like in eastern Kentucky returned to in-person learning with a hybrid model less successfully because they did not take the necessary safety precautions, quickly moving from 100% in-person learning to 100% virtual instruction for the first quarter of the school year. My discussions were to educate myself with what are the better practices and what is a better understanding of implementation procedures and protocol throughout these states. Do I believe our district can bring more students back for in-person learning safely? Yes. Am I an expert like our superintendent, his senior staff, and his building principals who are working tirelessly to return to learning since July 15th? No. My prayer is constant on moving forward, enabling our division to safely adopt a hybrid model that includes the larger student population. We will follow the same indicators the superintendent is using in his revised plan, prescribing protocols for the safe return of all students who wish to return to school with the hybrid in-person option. I know that I have every bit of faith that with the blessings from God and sound leadership, our division will succeed in moving forward to a hybrid in-person learning for which I advocated for when the safety of our students can be ensured. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I want to thank Ben Kim, our student who left quite a bit ago I'm sorry. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I don't sleep much, so I'm still quite wide awake. So everyone who's still participating, good morning. I just would like to start by saying thank you to everyone who enables these meetings to happen, for our staff to be in buildings. It's not just our custodians, it's our bus drivers, it's our cafeteria workers, it's our IT people, it's our media people, it's our security guards. It's every single person plays a very vital role in enabling us as a board to have a meeting, schools to open, everything to function, food services. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. And I don't think that everyone gets the kudos that they deserve all of the time, and I'm so very thankful and appreciative. Now that I have that out of the way, I just, I'm going to continue to harp on mental health and say what I've been saying since we've started meeting, and that is mental health is important, not just for our students, but our teachers, our staff, every single person. When you wake up, mental health is critical because most of the people in my small sphere circle are resilient because they've already led traumatic lives. And now you add a pandemic on top of that, and you're talking about an additional level of trauma. So I just want to be clear that I hope that everyone is continuing to seek the mental health services that are out there, meeting with school counselors, talking to people in their bubble or they feel safe and comfortable with, because whether you're in a building or not, you can still experience trauma and it have gone unnoticed. And so this right now, what I kept thinking about this entire meeting is, most of the people I know are resilient. Most of my constituents in my Title I schools and my kids are continuing to learn and continuing to show up, whether they speak English or not, because they've had to be resilient. And now you have another layer of trauma on top of that. And kudos to every single Title I staff member. I mean, my God, you are doing absolute phenomenal work in the way that you are accommodating students, whether they are English language learners or special education students or just Title I students because they live in that zip code and that's where they go to school. I mean, I can't thank you enough. But when I think about this, it just makes me realize that so many of us are so fortunate that this is really the first time you've gone and had an educational experience where it's not working for you. And that's a real experience for so many of our students without having to be in a pandemic. And I hope that we are all mindful and considerate and compassionate when this pandemic ends, and those who have been crying and have been begging and pleading for the academic experience that works for them, that you're mindful of that, and that we all continue to be mindful of that, because there's no one educational plan that's gonna work for everybody at any point in time. And I know I've sat on this board for 7 years and advocated for SPED students and advocated for my minority students who are unfairly disadvantaged by institutional racism and school discipline policies and not being put in AP classes and all of the things that we're also talking about at a state level and at a national level that have gone on since there was public education. So please be mindful that we're all in this together and that there's not one plan that's going to make everyone 100% happy, and we should be working together even when we disagree on a plan that works best and most impactful for all of our students. And we need to make adjustments to do that, because it's really hard to sit on this end of the table and to listen to parents and to listen to staff and to listen to students, and we're still forgetting about an entire group of students, no matter what side that we sit on. So I think we should just always remember to be mindful of that. And to give each other some grace and understand that we're doing the best that we can, but it's not going to work one way for everyone. And as soon as we solve one, we should immediately start working on the next. And I say that recognizing that it's not easy. I mean, I am a single parent. I have a full-time job where I'm working from 2 different locations, and I'm monitoring a 2nd grader, and I'm trying to teach him to be resilient, because it's not my job to teach him his academics. That's his teachers' jobs. And I think as parents, we also need to be mindful of that and ask for help. Teachers are there for a reason. They are teaching our students. If you are having a problem, please reach out to your teachers. Reach out to your school. If it's not working when you reach out to your teacher, go up to the next level. That doesn't change. I've heard a lot of parents, experiencing breakdowns with their children or saying they're having to teach their kids. Please at least allow your teacher to teach. And if you have a problem, then escalate it. And be mindful too, kids are kids, right? Mine looked me dead in my face after I've known he's been reading for the past 4 years and told me he can't read today because, I'm mom and I'm standing right there. And of course, it's the same thing. I don't want to do my chores. So there's a little bit of that. We all have to give each other some grace and understanding, but please utilize the resources that you have around you. And to my students, especially my high school students and some of my middle school students, I know because I have 2 that aren't mine that come to my house to do their Canvas and to do their learning, they're high school students. If you can, turn your camera on. Not if you like to, not if you want to. If you can, your environment is safe, your household is safe, and you can, turn your camera on, not just for the benefit of the teacher who is trying to teach you, but for your participation and activity. I sat here tonight and listened to people who had to call in or speak virtually without seeing them, and I recognize it's hard to get a full appreciation of what it is that they're saying or what it is that their facial expressions are. And if I have the opportunity to do that and I find it's beneficial, I think you should at least give it a try. The idea is to mimic the learning environment that you'd be in their normal circumstances as much as possible. Recognizing it's not going to work for everybody, I get it. Everybody's not in an environment where you can turn your camera on or you feel comfortable, but I know a lot of students just aren't. So I would encourage you to at least give it a shot. That's what I tell mine, and they look at me like I'm crazy, but I don't care. I still tell them, try it. there's no mandatory requirement. We can't make it mandatory for everyone because everyone's situation is different. But I think you owe it to yourself at least one time to try it out and see what could happen. You just don't know. And I just also want to acknowledge that, again, my choice is no secret, is to remain virtual, but it's not my job to stand in the way of those who feel the need to be in the building for learning. And I do agree with Ms. Jessie, and I thought the teachers made a really good point last night. Saying return to learn to some people does void the fact that our students and our kids are learning. Mine are, I recognize some aren't, but I do like in person in the building as a terminology because I think it validates those feelings. And most of all, I know that we can get through this together and that there's no perfect way and there's no perfect model. But I think as time progresses, it is important that we work towards the goal of putting as many students in the building as we possibly can. But I don't know that, unlike Ms. Wall, I don't know that, the thing of being safe, I forget exactly what you said because it is getting late, but safety matters, and it matters a lot, especially to my people of color, my brown and my black people in my Latinx community. I think it's really important to recognize that because those are the people that are affected triple, double time, not just infected with COVID, but the repercussions of being infected with COVID, and it matters. So I think it's important to validate that and to continue to speak to that and continue to ask people to be very and mindful of mental health and everything that we're asking everyone to do. And again, I just want to really commend my Title I schools, not invalidating any other school, but they get picked on so much, and people use them as a crutch to defend their own reasonings for what we should or shouldn't do. And I really wanted to say specifically to them, I am so proud to be in a district where almost every single one of my schools are Title I schools. And I recognize and I see how hard you work, from dropping off folders and things to families when they can't make it, to providing learning materials, and to making students in your classes to feel so comfortable when they don't have what their peers have. And I really, really appreciate that. So thank you, and I hope everyone has a great day.
So I will wrap up, but I will remind the board, we are going back to the 3-minute timer next time for board matters. Okay. Very good. I want to thank Ben Kim and the students for putting out this tremendous survey and the amount of work they did for that. That was outstanding. I want to thank Chair Wheeler with the Board of County Supervisors and our staff, Dr. Waltz, Mr. Iman, Denise Hebner, the folks who put together the child care program that they did so quickly, Mr. Wallingford, all of you coming together in fashion that was just incredible to see in a matter of days, really, of putting together a program, working with the County Board of Supervisors. And I look forward to seeing more of those kinds of partnerships and problem solvings across the county that we all can do. And I want to thank Chair Wheeler, the Board of County Supervisors, for the monies they've given us. We voted on a number of those board polls where we requested monies, but also the past monies we've asked. Thank John Wallingford, the Finance Department. Again, one of those boring points. It does address the operations of the system, but when we borrowed $110 million, $12 million, $106 million, we got an interest rate of close to 1.45% or something along those lines, which will save us millions and millions and millions of dollars over the course of paying back that loan. That is enormous and incredible effort by our folks in finance and VSPA and all the folks at the state who helped us achieve that bond percentage. So that's outstanding. At the beginning of all this, in the summer, I asked that we try not to pit teacher versus parent and us versus them. And I can't say we did that. I think we did end up in many ways, and we see it on social media, we see it here, we see it in front of the building, this pitting of one versus another and us versus them, and the idea that my success means your failure or my inconvenience is someone else's convenience. And so it's become unfortunate. And this is not just here in Prince William County, it's nationwide. And knowing, and I asked it because I knew that this was going to be one of the things that tears us apart and makes this just far more difficult than it is. I've received over 1,000 emails in the last few weeks. They represent students, teachers, families, administrators. They represent all opinions and views on returning to school. I represent every single student and family in this county, teacher in this county, who live in this county, as the elected at-large representative, as chair for the Prince William County School Board. Thus, I have to consider and weigh every single opinion. I didn't get elected to just represent one side. I got elected to represent everyone. The decisions we make are not easy, and you've heard that from everyone. My guiding principles have been from the start safety and the wellness of our school community and our students' education. Prince William County, and I want to commend Dr. Waltz for coming up with a program that I think really does meet the metrics that the CDC, VDH, VDOE, and Prince William Area Health District recommend with gating criteria about returning to school. The VDOE has prioritized our vulnerable populations. That is why the school board voted unanimously in the summer to begin special education students on September 8th. This program has been a resounding success. We are very proud of our staff, our teachers, our students, our families who've taken this return seriously and have acted appropriately, mitigating health risks throughout their return for the last 5 weeks. The virtual program has worked out better than what most would have thought. This is credit to our instructional leaders, and we are grateful for that, teachers included. Now, it's been said by some that virtual education is equitable. I've seen that written and posted in places. Make no mistake, virtual education is absolutely not equitable. Challenges with virtual education include access to broadband access that works and devices that work, understanding how to work and troubleshoot the devices, having a family at home to ensure the students are participating in either synchronous or asynchronous lessons, learning, and following up with watching and turning in those assignments. It is not enough to turn in an assignment to be counted or attended. That is not school. If that was school and we counted that, then we would just email homework to everyone and have that sent in and count that. It is not school if you cannot attend your synchronous or your asynchronous lessons. For those whom it is working for, fantastic. That is outstanding, and I am thrilled for all of you. And I'm happy, and I'm incredibly thrilled with the work that our team has done to make this possible. But there are many more who have come to me and called me and emailed me and begged me to let them back in the building. And I want to remind everyone those people and those students and those families exist. And you heard from many of them tonight. Just because you don't see them, because they're working 2 jobs or because they don't have the time to put in the email, because they are trying to get their students back on their asynchronous learning, or just because they don't have the English or the wherewithal to get up here and speak or write an email, doesn't mean they don't exist. Providing them food is not our only obligation. Our greatest obligation is delivering a high-quality education. Virtual does not do that. Virtual does not honor our part of the bargain. Many of these students are among our most vulnerable populations. They include our special education students, English learners, K through 3, pre-K, CTE. The VDOE has recognized these categories as folks who should come in even when there is moderate gating criteria that has been met. That is why we are starting to bring in and have brought in special education. That is why, and that was when gating criteria was more in the moderate to severe, we have brought in and planning to bring in now pre-K and kindergarten before the new year, and after the new year, 1, 2, and 3, and then hopefully a schedule later. We currently meet the gating criteria right now, today, to bring in the vulnerable populations. Today, you can bring them in. We have received lots of money. We've purchased lots of PPE. Our goals are to mitigate and safely allow our students and staff back. That is why we are fighting for this money, but we then must use that money to bring in folks safely. We have succeeded at this with our special ed, and I have no doubt our administration, teachers, and staff will do this for their students and all others. I have, and believe me, the full confidence and trust in our administration, teachers, and staff. I trust them, I think at times, more than they trust themselves. Trust is something, unfortunately, that is inherently missing more and more in our society these days. Trust in our institutions who tell us when it's safe to return, such as the CDC and the NIH, the American Academy of Pediatrics. As a scientist, I continue to trust these organizations, trust the physicians and scientists who work in these organizations, and believe our state has followed the guidance to allow us to successfully reopen. I believe we are continuing to have improved metrics, and if these metrics continue to improve, we will meet the gating criteria to bring in the rest of our students. We should plan out a calendar schedule for exactly how we are going to bring our students by grade level back when the gating criteria are met. There should be no delay once we meet the criteria. Our division works very closely with the Prince William Area Health District. They are working hard to ensure safe return for our teachers and staff. Our school division is working hard to accommodate all tier ones, and obviously working hard to try to accommodate others as much as possible. They are working hard to do this, and as pointed out by our administration tonight, they are working very hard. I do not, at any point, whether it be in jest or ever, think they are not. Virtual education is by no means a replacement for in-person, face-to-face school. It is at best, a placeholder. School divisions across the nation have begun returning to learn with hybrid models with worse health metrics than we have. It is our responsibility to lead, and that responsibility is much heavier in times of crisis like this. I can't tell you any of us up here know the answers or know what trigger to pull to make this all work for everyone. But we cannot allow fear to paralyze our ability to address our responsibilities. Leadership takes courage, and integrity means doing the right thing when it's least convenient to do so. I am in this building attending these meetings since July when the governor lifted the order because I'm asking our teachers to come back. I'm asking our students to come back. If I'm asking them to come back, I will be in this building. And I will be in this building and available for every minute that I am asking everyone else to participate in society as we try to restart our world. And so I can't thank you all enough for the people that came tonight, the stories we've heard. I hear the heartbreak stories on all sides. Your side is not the only side. And it is important, and I will reemphasize what I've said from the very beginning. It is not us versus them. It is not about me, mine, and I. It is about all of us. And if we can't figure that out, it's going to be extremely challenging to get through this. So thank you all very much. At this point, the school board meeting is adjourned.